voices across the plain. Red-winged blackbirds, soft refrain, reborn. In the warm of the spring, I recall everything once more.
Sweet That was not very professional, but welcome everyone to the play-ins of BPL 7A League. How many play-in games have arrived so far? I think we're pretty early on in the bracket, but looking forward to a good match today. And I'm joined by my wonderful co-host, Toasty Toast. We can take a look right now. Only one game, which was a really good banger, by the way. Campfire Song with an incredible reverse sweep. And now today, a lot of the matches consolidated. So we're gonna see, I think, most of these teams either make it or break it. What do you think, Toasty?
Yeah, obviously, I think today it's going to be a lot of the games where it's going to be the play-ins round 2 bracket. There obviously still is that Once More versus Camp Halfburger game later today, but majority of, after today, a lot of these games we're going to kind of figure out who is going to make it into the actual playoff bracket. So I think that's pretty important because, like, obviously the teams that were first to 4th seed can, they can kind of look at who the pool is for sort of like who they want to pick for their opponents here. And then here are the rosters for both teams here. We have Polaris and Camp Halfcourt, both very strong teams. Polaris definitely had a very strong showing in the regular season. Despite their record being like 4-3, I still think that they have shown a lot, very, very high potential and very a high amount of skill in their games. And then Camp Halfcourt as well. Definitely the record maybe not as good, but definitely a lot of recognizable players on their team, like Paul and Silvertals and Greninja. Just a lot of good players on both sides. So I predict that this is going to be a very close game. The first map will be Lijiang Tower here, picked by Polaris. And what comps do you think that Polaris or Camp Halfcourt are going to be running here?
Not rage bait tanks, I'll tell you that much. This will not be a rage bait matchup. It really does depend, because right now we don't know the lineups. Camp Halfcourt have a really unique 2-tank rotation. One really biases towards off tanks, one really biases towards main tanks. But as we see, Evil is in, so I guess we can assume it's probably going to be a lot more Monkey, maybe a little bit of Ball, and probably I think both can play the ground tanks. But it's like a Hanbin Smurf situation, but kind of like from IKEA. So yeah, I mean, yeah. What do you think about these bans?
I feel like I'm assuming the Far ban was from Polaris, if I had to assume, and I'm assuming that's mainly because Gallant. Never mind. Camp Halfcourt did ban Far, so maybe they're just trying to avoid maybe a pharmacy sort of ruining this Reinhardt comp that they're running out here. And Polaris did ban the Kiriko, most likely. I'm assuming because they want to maybe get a lot of value with the Annihilation. They don't really want like a Suzu that can sort of deny that value. But we are seeing Evil on this Reinhardt here, and Camp Halfcourt going to be running the Symmetra, so they're looking to sort of sit down. They're just looking to sort of sit down on the point, so maybe sort of reminiscent to old Overwatch, as you definitely see that being a very popular strategy. Seda already getting pressured out by Sky. We'll have to go back to that Megabit. Greetings just sort of alone there. We'll get caught up by Evil, and Gallant is able to push forward as well onto Zimzif, and Sky able to get the kill onto Ghost as well. So Camp Halfcourt going to be starting off pretty strong here with the first cap.
Yeah, I mean, I would give the Camp Halfcourt composition an upvote from Reddit. This is a very Reddit composition, but I think, like, stylistically, like, the Ramatra definitely wants to get in, and I think the matchup isn't great for Reinhardt, but this is Evil's bread and butter, and yeah, as you see, like, I think Camp Halfcourt, with the way their composition is built, kind of wants to just, like, hold space, not really engage too much in poke, and then maybe get a big TP off, but as soon as that Ramatra gets in, it's just lights out. They just are able to press W with no remorse.
Yeah, and in that fight there, it kind of looked like Gallant sort of got split, maybe not able to sort of get the TP into the backline that this Reinhardt comp would really want. So it looks like that Polaris, as long as they just go fast and they can punish that Symmetra before she can sort of set up a play, it's going to be a little bit tough for Camp Halfcourt to sort of work around the map there, because Symmetra will be like their main source of going around their map outside of the Lucio. But Evil going to be pinning in, but the window immediately putting a ton of pressure onto that Reinhardt will be eliminated first. The bullet shot coming out there from Sky, not going to find too much there. Aseda, with the help of that window, will be taking down Gallant as well. So Polaris going to be winning this fight pretty cleanly off the back of just one ultimate. So Camp Halfcourt going to have to wait a little bit before they can push back in.
I wasn't sure how I felt about the Reinhardt kind of posturing on that side room there. I think obviously when you think of this Symmetra Reinhardt, you're thinking that they're going to just TP straight to point. They had the Symmetra ult, and they had windows so they can maybe flip map, but trying to like play the neutral. I mean, look now, they're doing exactly what I said, and they're probably just going to command so much respect as this Ryan can just camp around the corner. Shatter, imminent, probably gonna be massive. We'll see.
Yeah, and you see right there, as soon as Camp Heford are all able to TP onto the point, Greetings just has to play so safe, as you don't really want to be walking into that sim wall with all the sim turrets. So Camp Heford are just gonna be able to flip the point in their favor. A good amount of ultimates committed though from the side of Camp Heford, but they didn't really find too much. But the shatter from Evil is absolutely massive, able to get a ton of damage in as well. So Camp Heford gonna be cleaning up the rest of Polaris, and that was, I think they were really, Camp Heford, they're really able to execute their strategy of sort of being able to TP onto the point and just hold that space really well. Definitely really hard for players to sort of walk into that.
Yeah. I mean, Reinhardt really good at anchoring themselves around corner, and unlike Ramatra, so much cleave and so much pressure, so they can't just walk for free. This is the position you want to be in, and if you can stuff Theta, I mean, Theta on an off angle here, looking for the ultimate, kind of just shooting blanks into a Reinhardt shield, but Evil in danger. Dorito gets caught out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now Seda looking to take down Silvertoes as well. Lamp gonna be forced though, and yeah, Silvertoes just so incredibly low, the lamp. As soon as that lamp expires, the Baptiste is just so critical, and Queenie gonna be able to get the cleanup there. So, and that just sort of seemed like a pretty, that was also, I feel like when players are winning these team fights, it's very clean. They're only using around one ultimate there, as Zeta only did have to use that overclock to get a pick off onto Dorito, which sort of helped, which definitely helped Polaris sort of start off their push way easier there, as obviously no Lucio means that it's going to be a little bit harder for that Reinhardt to sort of go around the map, as we are going into Final Fight territory. Camp Halfcourt are coming up on a good amount of ultimates though. The fake TP from Gallant though to kind of force Polaris back onto points, so it looks like off the back of that TP, Camp Halfcourt able to take as much space as they want, and Seda going to be taken down by a Fire Strike. Evil just pushing into the backline, but Greetings able to take down Silvertoes. I'm pretty, maybe the Ramatra not really being watched right now for the side of Camp Halfcourt, but Evil still swinging away, able to take down one. Pulse bomb from Cleaning, not going to be able to find anything at Gallant. Fully charged up on this sim, going to be able to take down Greetings, and now, and it looks like Polaris are just going to have to back up for now. Ghost falling incredibly low, will be able to survive, but now it's Final Fight territory for Camp Halfcourt, and they have almost 5 ultimates going to this final fight.
Yeah, looking really good here. Greetings has to come up clutch with this Ramatra ultimate. The only thing on Polaris' side, if they stall long enough, they can get a beat to stabilize, but an early window is kind of forcing Greeting out already, but they can just kind of stabilize. Shatter goes a little bit.
And the Shatter is no support's actually Evil,
no.
Getting massive value out of that. This guy with the immediate ball shot is one to take down Zims. Now there's no supports on the side of Polaris. It's just Greetings trying to find anything with that Ramatra ult, but when you don't have any supports, it's just so hard to find any amount of value. So Camp Hack, we're going to be taking a very, not convincing, but I guess very strong first round win here on Li Jiang.
They won with Reinhardt. You just have to give them props, man. This character is so dead in the water. I mean, it is like, obviously Evil is someone who is, I guess, a specialist on this character. If there's anyone in this league right now that could make this character work, it's Evil. I mean, if I were Shoreline Pie, I would be putting him in the GOAT Reinhardt section of his document. So really, really impressive there. Really good foresight with the Symmetra. Both a combination of actually taking the TPs and faking them as well. Good ultimate usage. So really doing their best to kind of enable what Evil wants to do and preventing Polaris from taking space, walking on the tank, or taking angles. So we'll see if they can convert that into what should be a better map for the Reinhardt.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Camp Halfcourt on this Bastion comp, and with the help of that Symmetra TP and the M speed boost, we're seeing Camp Halfcourt already taking White Room way before Polaris are really able to sort of get their mark here on this map. As yeah, now the TP onto the backline. Camp Halfcourt are looking to take the fight onto Polaris form. Gonna be popped by Greetings, but it looks like Camp Halfcourt doing a pretty good job of cutting that out for now, but Seda landing a very clean shot there onto Gallant, and Greetings eventually will be getting his value on that Ramatra, able to take down 3 so far. This fight takes down a 4th. The Ramatra going absolutely insane here from Greetings, and Sky gonna get staggered out just a little bit, and Camp Halfcourt maybe looking to switch up their composition, or maybe just waiting for Sky to get back so Gallant can get that TP forward, but that was a very clean fight win there from Polaris.
Yeah, they try to TP in, flip map, catch someone out, but Greetings still having that shield is just able to neutralize most of that form, give them enough time to stabilize. I mean, they're going to try it again, but Greetings gets caught out. Sky not taking the TP.
Yeah, it did feel the TP was taken by just Gallon and Evil, and it looks like maybe Polaris were a little bit too slow on whether or not they should try to punish that Bash and Reinhardt by themselves, or maybe look to run onto the backline, because it looks like Greetings was just sort of caught out on his own there. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there from Polaris on who that they should go on, or maybe they were just sort of caught off guard by the Symmetra TP. So an easy pick onto the Ramatra means that Camp Halford will be able to flip the point back into their favor. And going into this next fight here, Camp Halford really do need to watch out for this pulse bomb from Clooney though, especially considering Silvertals has committed that lamp though. So now pulse bomb kill could be very much on the horizon here for Clooney, but Silvertals just gonna die to the Ramatra punch. Bastional will be committed there from Sky, but the pulse bomb from Clooney will take down 2, and Polaris will be flipping the point back into their favor almost immediately.
Yeah, I think they needed to stable a little bit quicker. I was assuming that Polaris were going to try to swing main with the window, but fight for White Room, I think Evil takes a lot of pokes as Overtall is kind of preoccupied, gets kind of picked off by the cleave damage of the Ramatra. And now Silvertall's with their own window, so we're going to see how this engage looks here. As,
yeah, it's a bit of a style, maybe a little bit of a late TP there from the side of Camp Halford, and yeah, we see Polaris able to make the proper kite this time. No one really gonna be caught up, but as I say that, Greetings gonna get pinned by Evil and just taken down by Sky. I'm assuming Greetings really wanted to be the one to sit on the point, but Seda able to take down Silvertals with that high noon, so no Baptiste on the side of Camp Halford means that there is a big amount of healing disadvantage here for the side of Camp Halford, and you can see the rest of the members of Camp Halford just slowly dying due to the lack of that Baptiste. Simwell will be committed though from Gallon, and that could be what Camp Halford need to stall to this point just a little bit longer here. The TP committed as well, just to make sure that Gallon can escape from the fight, but Seda gonna be able to take down the Symmetra right before Gallon can even leave, so Camp Halford gonna have to give up the point there, but they did get the flip though, so they are able to get to 60%.
if there's one thing that this Polaris comp does at Camp Halfcourt, it's that Seda can actually take angles. I think there's a Tracer that can kind of like hold it, but Seda getting a lot of opportunities to just hard swing.
Yeah, oh, but yeah, the Shatter coming out from Evil. Yeah, and Evil just gonna be able to take down Seda. The lamp was also forced though from the side of Zimziv, so it looks like that's not going to be available either. But Clooney and Greetings both getting a kill each means that looks like Camp Halford are really split right now. Looks like Evil's the only one on this point, as the rest of his team is just sort of crumbling around them. He will be getting the pin kill onto Zimziv, but it's just the Reinhardt just getting ran down by 3 members of Polaris, and I don't think anyone from Camp Halford can touch, meaning that Polaris will be taking this round unless Gallon gets a very last second touch, which he will be able to, but recall forced immediately, and Silvertall's already eliminated there by Clooney. Clooney just tearing up the back line. Very last second stall attempt here from the side of Camp Halfcourt, but it looks like Polaris will be the only ones getting the kills here, and Polaris will be able to even out Lijiang Tower 1-1.
I don't like taking that Bastion perk. I think once you swap off of the hit scan and you get the tank thing, right? It lowers your amount of front-loaded damage and replaces it with like more sustained, but in a composition like that where your windows are so very static in terms of you have form and you have TP and you just want to like go in and immediately try to blow up someone, losing that immediate threat from the form just took away a lot of the threat of that composition. And once you can tell, once they took it, as soon as they would try to like do something with the Bastion, it would just not get any value mid-fight.
Yeah, and also I think another really important part of that round is the fact that Seda taking these sort of angles on the Cassidy, definitely able to find a lot of important picks. We saw that kill onto Silvertals, and as soon as that Baptiste dies, there's just so much sustained is lost for the side of Camp Halfcourt. But we're going to be seeing them sticking to this Symmetra Reinhardt comp, but Sky will be swapping over onto the Freya for maybe a little bit more consistent long-range damage. Gallon able to charge up his beam very well to the force, Greetings back a little bit. TP will be committed though, will be going into the backline, but Seda is going to be able to pick off Sky though, so you already don't have your Freya, so Gallon needs to come up huge right now. Dorito going very aggro, looking for a kill onto someone, but Evil just getting picked by Clooney. And yeah, Greetings just going to be able to get a kill as well, so it looks like Camp Halford are just going to have to back up.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about this Symmetra is that you have to play on point and you have to try to get the fight to ramp up, but I feel like Polaris doing a really good job of not putting their eggs in too early, just kind of biding their time and just kind of holding space and forcing mistakes to happen. But
Yeah, I mean, now Sky going to be the one to get the opening pick here onto Seda, so no Cassidy for the side of Polaris, so now Polaris, so now Camp Halfcourt definitely open to just walk in a little bit more, but the window and the form committed there from the side of Polaris, able to punish Camp Halfcourt. Dorito just caught out by that Tracer, and yeah, Camp Halfcourt with what started off as a really good opening pick there from Sky, just not really going to amount to anything, as they're just going to have to wait again.
Yeah, I mean, really good window from Zimza, stops any form of momentum on the point side. And not sure if they had a TP available, but yeah, I mean, also Dorito getting picked off doesn't really help, as I mean, this might be catastrophic at this point.
Yeah, and Seda, yes, Seda just again, mechanics are just very clean from this guy. He's just able to find a lot of these opening picks here on the Cassidy before Camp Halfcourt can even walk in. So just getting that one kill, especially on the Symmetra, really slows down the push from Camp Halfcourt. Looks like they will be opting to go White Room though, but they really need to watch out for Clooney. But Seda going to fall to the Symmetra right click from Gallon. So Gallon going to be starting off the fight with a very nice kill. And now the TP from the side of Camp Halfcourt, they're switching to the other side of the map, as Window and Bullet going to be committed here from Camp Halfcourt, but the beat going to be committed from Ghost. So it looks like Polaris are finally going to be the ones walking in. And yeah, Ghost is able to find Dorito really early there, and Zim's able to take down Silvertals, but Camp Halfcourt eventually going to be able to equalize with a couple kills of their own, but Greetings going to be taking down Sky. It's just Gallant and this Reinhardt left onto the point, and Gallant is going to get overwhelmed there. The Ramslow just too much damage. Evil getting the Soul Shatter off onto Seda, able to pick off the Cassidy eventually, but it's just that Reinhardt so incredibly low. Silvertals will be back there to heal up the Reinhardt a little bit, but a very desperate lamp from the side of Silvertals will just get picked off immediately. And Greetings popping that Ramatro. Now he wants to end this round right now, and the beat being committed by Dorito, not going to be able to save Evil's life, and Gallant on the Freya now. So Camp Halfcourt just swapping to a very desperate stall comp, as Gallant will eventually fall. Just Dorito left on this point now, as yeah, his point going to be going back into Polaris, 90% now. Sky going to be able to get a pick off onto Ghost though on the Freya. That is a very huge pick here, but can Camp Halfcourt even touch? Especially with the Heinen from State able to zone off a lot of the backline here. It's just Evil alone on this point. He's gonna have to be the one to touch, but he will fall, and no one else from Camp Halfcourt will be able to touch the point. So Polaris able to take Li Jiang 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Evil had to be the one to touch just means that their team has no actual threat to walk forward. They just cut off the rotate. That fight was kind of doomed from the beginning there, and I think you can kind of understand why Reinhardt isn't played as much anymore. Like these mid fights where Greetings is just able to stabilize. I mean, as soon as you pop that form, it's just there's no reasonable counterplay on the other team other than try to blow them up as fast as possible. And on the fights where they were able to get onto Greetings, force out the shield, and then try to burn them down, those are the fights where they found the most success. But if Greetings was able to stabilize at all, it felt like the trades just always went in Camp Halfcourt's favor, or not Polaris's favor. Sorry.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like that. As soon as you know, if you're on Camp Halfcourt and your cooldowns are forced, and then now there's just like a Ram being able to dish out so much easy damage onto the Reinhardt. It's just such an easy. It's just Greetings is just so favored in that matchup, as Greetings also has the block on the Ramatra as well, so he can always go for punches on Evil, but then also block a lot of this incoming damage there from Camp Halfcourt if they try to pressure him as he walks onto Evil. So that was definitely an interesting strategy there from Camp Halfcourt. It definitely did work at the beginning, but maybe Polaris able to make the proper adjustments there to sort of counteract that playstyle, and they will be taking this first map 2-1. So what do you think that the strategy for Camp Halfcourt has to be if they want to sort of want to equal the series 1-1?
Not play Reinhardt. I
That
think
is
like
true.
and it's not like this team is an OTP team. Camp Halfcourt have quite a deep bag of hero versatility and flexibility, and they have a lot of different looks. So I think if I'm Camp Halfcourt, I'm not too worried about any sort of stylistic matchup. You just go, oh, that was an unlucky matchup map 1. We figure out what we want to play next map, which is hybrid, and then I think they'll be able to make according adjustments. I think it'll probably be a little bit more of a standard game plan. They're not going to try to do some symmetric trees on a hybrid map. So I think this will be a better indicator of how the teams just generally match up into each other, more so than Lijiang, which is kind of just like a matchup fish.
Yeah, and I'm assuming now that since Camp Halfcourt lost, I'm pretty sure they have the pick of either. I'm pretty sure they get the map pick, but I'm not so sure about like the first ban or second ban or not, because I have heard like a lot of different stuff about that system. But it looks like Camp Halfcourt will be picking Blizzard World here, maybe opting for a map that can sort of, where they can really utilize maybe more ball comps if they want to be running Evelyn for this map, or maybe if they want to try running, maybe they want to try mirroring a Brawl by putting in Greninja. But this definitely has been a map that I think Camp Halfcourt have found a decent amount of success in the past. I'm not so sure if they've played Blizzard World before, but I do remember scrimming Camp Halfcourt actually on this map. And yeah, actually, if you look at Blizzard World, that does seem to be one of their that does seem to be a pretty good hybrid map for them outside of Numbani as well, which they do have a 1-0 record on. So Polaris also have won Blizzard World when they have gone this map though. So I'm assuming this pick from Camp Halfcourt, they definitely have a specific strategy that they want to be running on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, oh, I don't know. I wasn't gonna say anything, but I think this map is very open to a lot of angles. I do understand that Seda seems to be, or they have a reputation for being a very strong Widowmaker player. Blizzard World is one of the better maps to run that hero. I don't know how the bans will pan out. I don't know who gets the first ban, but there is a realistic world that you try to shut something like that out if you're trying to play some sort of dive comp, because I feel like I trust Gallant to play Tracer. I just don't know if that's something he personally likes to do a lot. And so not having anything meaningful to mark out like some sort of super long range hit scan might be really bad. I do also want to point out the opportunity of them running double flex support. I think Camp Halfcourt, we didn't get to mention it during the roster, but they arguably have two, like, number 1, number 2 best flex support in the league. And so if they can find maps and find situations where they can put both in and let both just like mechanic check a lot of players, it could look really good. And so we'll see if we see Paul, because Paul has built themselves quite an amazing season on Zenyatta and other miscellaneous heroes, but mainly that Zenyatta. So
and the graphics are a little bit behind, but Polaris have opted to ban the Ana, and it looks like Camp Halfcourt are banning Tracer. So what are your thoughts on those bans in particular?
I'm very intrigued by the concept of an Ana ban. I think it kind of makes sense. It depends on what, because it's Polaris that banned Ana, right?
Yes, Polaris banned Ana and Camp Halfcourt did ban Tracer.
What are they planning on playing here? Because I wonder if Camp Halfcourt or Polaris are assuming that they want to play like a monkey comp, but it's not like you have to play a monkey with Ana Brig or something. And I don't think anyone's playing like Roadhog, so I don't know what an Ana pick does uniquely, and I don't think any of their players on Camp Halfcourt are like only good on Ana, and I don't think it's like the highest impact character because you can just go Kiriko. So I'm very curious. I feel like there might be more of a protect ban than anything, but I think the Tracer ban from Camp Halfcourt makes more sense. Because like I said, I don't know if Gallant likes to play that character, so forcing them into situations where they have to play off of it might be interesting. I do want to point out though, I don't know if it's Clooney or Alibi, but one of them has a really good reputation on Genji this season. So if that's...
I'm pretty sure that is Alibi, and Alibi is coming in for Clooney this map. And also, I'm assuming the Kiriko ban is maybe to protect the support ban, because we are seeing Cry coming in for Ghost on that support role. And obviously Cry, I'm pretty sure she's most known for playing Brig. So I'm assuming they just want to maybe protect that Brig ban while also getting rid of Ana. Because, you know, obviously like anti-grenades, like no one likes an Ana that can hit a lot of anti-grenades, you know, or even just like Nanobits can be like a very strong ultimate as well. So, you know, just like getting rid of stuff like that, you would obviously want to prevent that as much as possible, I guess. So I guess like it's very just like a protect ban from Polaris, but definitely a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, I find that really interesting. But yeah, Alibi coming in very much intrigues me here, because I assume, I'm actually not sure what Gallant's gonna play here, because Gallant I would call him an elevated version of Tanic-B, where he plays a lot of the weird, niche, cheesy type characters, but he also is just really solid at stuff like Genji, at stuff like Pharah, like Echo as well. So we just have to see, you know. And in this map, like I said, it's not very linear. You can kind of just play whatever you want. I do I do want to go back to the idea that the Widowmaker is open. Not sure if Seda is going to tap into that a little bit, but it very much depends. And I think, well, we'll see in a couple seconds when they lock in their compositions.
Yeah, and Camp Half-Pro will be starting off on the attack here. And yeah, we are seeing Paul coming in for Silvertails as well. So looks like Paul will be opting to play the Zen. So maybe a Zen Brig ball comp coming out here from Camp Half-Pro. That would be a very that would be a very interesting look, but definitely a very viable composition, especially on a map like Blizzard World, where the ball can definitely just can roll around the map and set up a lot of good plays. And yeah, it looks like they will be opting to play that Zen Brig, but definitely the issue for that backline from the side of Camp Half-Court is they need to make sure that they can rotate without getting poked out, because we are seeing Alibi on that Pharah and Greetings will be on the Ramatra as well. So definitely a lot of potential for the backline of Camp Half-Court to sort of get exposed and blow up if they're not careful. So I think that's the biggest thing that Camp Half-Court need to be watching out for. But obviously for Polaris, you really need to be carrying that ball engages, especially if you are Zimzif. Cry will be on the Life Weaver actually, so definitely does provide a little bit more survivability and sustain for her other support if she wants to be using that Life Grip as well on the Baptiste. So definitely different looks here from both sides, but Evil just looking to get a lot of early value here on this Baptiste, and yeah, the pull from Cry to save Zimzif there, that's exactly what you want your Life Weaver to be doing, as this was sort of denied value from that ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Polaris comp really just wants to really take their time, draw out these fights, and just kind of put a lot of poke out. They don't really have anything that can like front load and engage of sorts. Well, Camp Half-Court are the complete opposite, but if they're able to catch out Gallant, if they're able to force Sky away, then Evil doesn't really have an opportunity to do much into the Life Weaver. Pole is just such a valuable ability, and the healing makes it really hard to just get a clean hit off. So
yeah, and we're seeing Dorito actually making the swap to Baptiste here. That's really interesting. I've never really seen Baptiste Zen played with this sort of ball. Sort of working around the map comp, I guess is how I would describe it as. Definitely, I'm assuming maybe the lamp as well, or maybe also just running the Baptiste to pick off the Pharah easier, but Sky gonna be starting off a fight, able to take down Zimzif. That's so much healing gone now, and Sky able to get another kill onto Alibi. Sky going crazy on this Frey here, getting a stick there onto Seda. Sky finding 3 kills this round, getting a 4th onto Greetings. So off the back of Sky, Camp Half-Court will just be able to cap first point.
Sky has ultimate. What more do you have to say? Frey is a character of all time, but honestly, like, I'm not sure how Zimzif died there. I feel like Cry had all the cooldowns, but really good opening pick there. Just blows the point wide open. Sky is kind of uncontested right now on this Frey. I wouldn't call it uncontested, but like their ability to just like hold so much space on this map in particular is like really good.
Yeah, and we are seeing Alibi swapping off that far. Will be on the Cassidy, but Greetings gonna be able to eat the bullet shot there from Sky, but yeah, and Seda with the overclock is able to hit very good shots there onto the backline of Camp Half-Court. Will be able to clean up the rest of the lineup, as yeah, Camp Half-Court just gonna have to back up though, but no ultimates committed besides that bullet shot, and Sky, you know, since he got 3 final blows, already 30% to another one, so Camp Half-Court basically didn't have to use that much there. We are seeing Dorito swapping back over onto that Brig. Maybe since the map is a little bit more open, maybe provide a little bit more protection there for Paul on the Zenyatta.
I smell an EMP engage, but Dorito goes on early, so
I'm pretty sure Dorito actually got speared off the map there by Greetings. I'm pretty sure maybe Dorito was maybe just holding a little bit too close to the edge there, as maybe not really expecting to fall off the map. That's definitely a very rare kill for you to for I guess anyone to be getting. So Camp Half-Court is gonna have to slow down their push a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Polaris can hold the corner, but yeah, the TMP comes out, Greeting 1 HP, gets blown up, not enough support there from Cry or Zimzif, as the High Noon comes out as a response. Strength forced out, but I mean, able to stabilize them as they almost catch out Cry and Zimzif, who are both 1 HP.
Yeah, they're both 1. Backline gonna
like
fall here. The Kitsune rush? I mean, but both ulti, yeah, but Evo and Sky able to get 2 kills there, so it looks like Camp Halfcourt will be able to start pushing up, but Greetings getting a pretty late kill there onto Paul, so I think Camp Halfcourt are just going to sort of opt to stay on the payload, maybe just back up when Polaris start pushing back in.
Yeah, I mean, this is better for Camp Halfcourt. They have it in a part where the ball can actually like put more pressure on the card and maybe force a turn. Oh my goodness, Sky!
And then if you have Sky just double bolting Seda there to take down the Sojourn, that is also incredible. But Alibi getting the trade though onto the Freya, so pretty even fight for now. But Evil looking to go very aggro here onto Alibi. The mine's not going to be really able to find that much value. It's maybe in a little bit of an awkward position as maybe Evil sort of messed up the mechanics of the roll a little bit there. So Camp Halfcourt just sort of playing really slow here, not looking for too much until maybe just waiting for their Frey to come back, as Balon just poking out a little bit here. Wants to build up that EMP as fast as possible, is now Evil going to be looking for an engage. You're able to get a pretty good amount of damage off onto Cry, but the rest of Camp Halfcourt just sort of split. As you can see, it looks like Dorito very split away there from his Zen, and will just get picked off. Pops a rally as well, but Seda gonna be able to pick off 3 off the back of that overclock.
Zeta has just been so good with the mechanics here, really smart in terms of when to take these engages, and it looks like Camp Halfcourt completely changing up what they want to do here onto the Winston. I think they're recognizing that Crime might not have that much help. I don't think Kiriko aside from Bell can provide that much, and a good bubble can kind of isolate them, as them just might be trying to play a little more aggressive here.
Yeah, but Seda again is getting so many opening picks right now on this Sojourn. We'll be taking down Dorito, and Evil just gonna have to back up, as yeah, we're seeing Sky also falling. So Camp Halfcourt just really struggling to sort of even walk into these fights without someone on Polaris getting a pick.
Yeah, it is looking a little dire if you're a Camp Halfcourt fan. Polaris have a really strong defense here, and despite Gallant having an EMP, there are 3 ultimates left for Polaris, and Zimzif can just rip it as soon as the EMP comes out.
Yeah, and Camp Halfcourt, they do have, and obviously EMP is a very strong ultimate, but obviously Polaris, they do have a good amount of ultimates to sort of sustain through that. Greetings even has that Arizal just in case he falls really low, and can maybe sort of surprise Camp Halfcourt with how much value that Arizal ultimate can be getting. EMP going to be committed though, able to take down Seda, started off. The high noon from Alibi almost able to find a kill, but Camp Halfcourt already really low, and Greetings going to be able to pick off 2 right now on this Arizal, so Camp Halfcourt at a disadvantage right now, and Greetings gonna be get the Spirit Arizal, not gonna really get too much value there, but you know what? Just floor it just for fun, I guess. You know, just for style. As now it's an overtime fight here for the side of Camp Halfcourt. As yeah, they're gonna be held here on second point. Players with a very strong hold.
I don't know if it was intentional, but can we talk about the foresight of Alibi as soon, like understanding that the Sombra is trying to hack the backline. Mainly get the Kiriko, maybe get the break. They're positioned like so far like in a flipped map sense on that high ground. So as soon as the EMP comes out, they trade frame 1 with a high noon, which prevents any sort of meaningful follow-up because of the threat of just like a one-hit KO. So I don't know if who calls the shots on Polaris, but that was really good foresight. It seems like Polaris are a lot more disciplined with their ultimates than Camp Halfcourt. Especially on last map and this map as well, you can tell they kind of were haphazardly using a lot of ultimates. But generally speaking, Polaris have seen very disciplined here, and it's paying dividends. Yeah,
and also, there were definitely a lot of moments in that fight as well, where it looked like Camp Halfcourt were maybe not. I feel it looks like Camp Halfcourt maybe had an idea for what they wanted to. Oh, hello, cat. It looks like Camp Halfcourt sort of had an idea of what they wanted to do, but maybe they didn't really have like a decent counter for what Polaris are going to be doing back. So it looks like they had this idea of like, oh yeah, like we're going to go in with the EMP, but it definitely seemed like a very hasty fight plan, as it doesn't really look like they were really accounting for like, wait, what if like, you know, what if Greetings is just gonna you know, pop Fortify and just live forever and just like, you know, be able to shoot the Winston for free? Because that definitely looks like that's what happened there. As Greetings did fine too, and that's kind of what helped Camp Halfcourt, Polaris, I mean, sort of get that hold.
Yeah, it very much feels like this Tracer ban kind of biting them in the behind here. I mean, you're gonna opt to play a fall, and then you just like, obviously Sombra might be a good enough replacement, but like, against the comp with so much sustain and so much choke, it becomes really hard to like set up proper dives. I think maybe on defense, because they'll have naturally more space, they can actually hit rotates a little bit better. But Alibi gets Sky down to 1 HP, and Gallant has to... why are they on Venture?
It looks like the Venture pick most likely to maybe just a sort of... the Venture can follow up on these ball dives, but Gallant just has to play very far forward. But obviously Venture, they have a good amount of tools to sort of prevent themselves from dying immediately, because obviously the burrow and a lot of their abilities will give them shields. And Greetings will be back into this fight now, so Polaris gonna be looking to push in here, and Gallant gonna be forced to dig into the ground there. There's the fear of getting hacked, but we'll be going for an engage onto the backline. So now it's just up to the Polaris backline to survive, but Zimzef's not gonna be able to survive for that long. But while I was saying that, Greetings and Seda able to pick off the backline. Again, this Brig Zen comp really needs to be surviving really cannot be getting picked off first here, as soon as you lose that Zen and Brig, you lose a lot of sustain and also a lot of damage with that Zenyatta. So Paul just opting to swap to the Baptiste now. So maybe Camp Halfcore just opting to switch their compositions, but it looks like they're not going to be doing that.
I think them trying to take the fight in that small room there was very much intentional bait. As soon as they know that Evil and Gallant are in that room, it gives Greeting a complete green light to take all the space in the world to just walk up on that backline and force them out. The Zen Bap is very slow, so they're not able to rotate in time. And then whilst you're trying to trade backlines, I think the Bap Brig is really good at just generally sustaining that, especially if there's not like a... like, it's Venture in Fall. I think most people would say that it should be something that you can sustain, so...
Yeah. Yeah, and now we are seeing Camp Halfcourt though. Evil will be going onto the Orisa, and Alibi almost gets caught out there by Gallant, but instead Gallant gonna be the one to fall. Maybe not really accounting for Seda holding that angle, just protecting his other DPS. So already a big advantage for the side of Polaris, and they have this EMP as well, but Evil just gonna get ran over by Greetings and will fall here. So, and then the EMP to get the late kill onto Paul as well. I'm not even sure if Camp Halfcourt can get a touch right now. It's just Dorito left, and Dorito just taking so much damage, and Gallant going over onto the Mei, the Freya Bolt to be coming in from Sky, but just nothing going to be coming out of that. And yeah, Polaris is going to be able to sort of able to take this map like it's nothing.
Yeah, I think the tank dying last in that first fight for the initial point just lets Polaris get through that initial choke for free, and then they have so many ultimately ult advantage in Camp Halfcourt opting to swap their composition. Just meant that they were in a perfect position to get snowballed there. So really good look for Polaris. Kind of this is looking a little sketchy if you're in the camp of Halfcourt.
Yeah, it definitely, even though it was their map pick, it looks like they were really relying on that ball, on this this ball Zen Brig comp to work. But unfortunately, it just seemed like the backline for Camp Halfcourt were just sort of getting punished really early there, as when we were on first point, when we were spectating Gallant on that Venture when he was going for the dive onto the backline, we did see in the kill feed actually that both Dorito and Paul did basically die first and second, and that's kind of not what you want, because that means you have no Discord open. When you essentially have no healing for, I mean, even though your comp is most likely relying on health packs more often than not, it's just still really tough to sort of win out that fights and kind of burst down your opponents when you don't have your Zenyatta.
Even if the Zen was there, I don't think the Zen could get a Discord orb onto the backline in the room where they took the fight. So, I think the location of where they like chose to engage definitely a little sketchy. But yeah, I mean, obviously Seda's been doing a lot of heroics, a lot of like 4K overclocks, really good positioning, able to follow up, and I mean Polaris just have some star players, and it's all kind of arriving together in this match right now. So hopefully Camp Halfcourt can turn it around. And I mean, if you're in the camp of BPL, I'm just saying, guys, if you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription a month. We're just starting playoffs. It's about to get real hot in the league right now. You don't want to be stifled by any sort of advertisements. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free Twitch. You can use that Twitch Prime on Bad Pachimari League, or just support the community. The matches are only going to get better from here. You know, stakes only get higher, and you want to be there for every second. So, yeah.
And yeah, looks like the next map next map pick will be either Flashpoint or Push, and it looks like Camp Halfcourt will be opting for Flashpoint here, as they will be picking New Junk City as their third map. And what are your thoughts on them? Do you think maybe, I'm assuming for the side of Camp Halfcourt, they're going to be putting in Greninja if he's there, obviously. Let me check. Greninja is there. Well, in case he didn't show up, but yes, Greninja will be there. So Greninja will be going in. So it looks like they're opting to just take this Ramatra mirror into Polaris. I will say though, if I am Camp Halfcourt, I would be very scared of taking a hard Brawl mirror into Polaris, because I think Polaris definitely excel at sort of running. Based off of this series, it just seems like Polaris very much excel at running these sort of very meta stronghold comps there. Again, like they're running a lot of these very popular characters in the meta. Like we see Greetings running the Ramatra or the Orisa, two very good tanks in the meta right now. We're not really seeing Polaris sort of opting to play like something unconventional compared to Camp Halfcourt, who like to really run like the Ball or the Reinhardt. So I think this map will be seeing Camp Halfcourt sort of playing a more traditional style of comp, which if I'm Polaris, I'm honestly not that intimidated by that, because Polaris definitely do seem to excel at running these sort of comps where Greetings can play the Ramatra or the Orisa, and then Polaris can and then Seda can be on the Sojourn to the cast. Just overall, just like these very like meta, these like characters that stay in the meta. I think that's what Polaris are very good at. So Camp Halfcourt are definitely going to have to go above and beyond to sort of take them down on this map, in my opinion.
I'm very personally curious on how the bans pan out this match. I think. I believe Camp Halfcourt have the first, or do Polaris have the first ban? I'm really not sure.
Polaris have first ban because basically when the team that loses, they get map pick, and then the losing team, yes, and then the loser can picks the map, right? But then the winner can pick whether or not they want to ban first or they want to ban second. Obviously, most teams would want to be banning first, so Polaris opting to, of course, ban first on every single map. So
I'm not sure how I feel about leaving Greninja's map in this set to be New Junk City or one of the Flashpoint maps. Obviously, Greninja more of an off-tank player, I believe. You know more about the hero pool than I do. What does Greninja really want to play? Because I kind of know them as this player that plays a lot of like the Diva, a lot of Sigma. Do they play any of the ground tanks?
Yes, 100%. Greninja. Okay, so basically, when it comes to Camp Halfcourt, the way that you have to look at Evil's tank pool is Evil is way better at the Winston or the Ball comps, or even, I guess, like the Reinhardt. But if you want to be playing like a more standard traditional comp like Ram, Orisa, Hazard, Mauga, any of those tanks, Greninja is definitely the better shot there. Greninja, I would say Greninja definitely a very strong tank player on every single tank, and it looks like Polaris will be opting to ban the Symmetra. So no TP from Gallant, but obviously Gallant is no slouch on the Mei or the Pharah or Tracer if he just wants to opt to play that, or maybe even the Venture as well, which Venture very strong on this map in particular. But Camp Halfcourt going to be opting to ban the Lucio here, so maybe we're going to be seeing a Juno Brig mirror of some sorts, maybe even Bat Brig or something like that.
I just want to point out we haven't seen a single minute of Juno all match right now. So, I mean, when you see that, right? It's 7:27 p.m. You know, wonderful evening when you see it. But yeah, I see that. Yeah, they're most definitely going to be trying to force the Juno Brig. But I'm also curious because I haven't seen any Juno all match. So obviously, Camp Halfcourt probably going to put Dorito back in, and Dorito kind of the Brig player. But
yeah.
Do they play on? I don't think they play on it here, and I kind of understand a Symmetra ban if you're worried about Gallant trying to do some cheesy stuff. But at the same time, I don't know if Polaris are expecting the Reinhardt again, because I don't know if you play Symmetra with like a Ramatra or play Symmetra with like a Hazard, a Junker Queen, a Mauga. Those make a little less sense, and I more so wonder if like Gallant just locks Mei here and tries to like front to back.
That would be my assumption.
Yeah. So I'm not sure about the bans here, but obviously the team is no better than I do, and I'm very curious to see how it pans out.
Yeah, and we are seeing a couple subs in for Camp Halfcourt. Silvertails will be coming in for Paul, and Greninja coming in for Evil. So I think that we are most likely going to be seeing a Ramatra mirror or maybe even like a Hazard mirror of some sorts on this map, because Greninja obviously plays those sort of more meta tanks comparatively to Evil, and Polaris will be putting Clooney back in for Alibi, so Clooney most likely going to be in to play the Tracer. I'm assuming maybe Polaris know that Gallant doesn't really want to run the Tracer himself, so maybe just trying to force a Tracer mirror out of Gallant to sort of maybe take him off of that comfort pick. But obviously Gallant might just be opting to run the May here if possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die for Camp Half Court. Polaris one map away from taking this series in a very quick fashion. I mean, so far these maps, the first map was a little more close, but that Blizzard World was not very competitive, and I think Camp Half Court need to just center themselves and find the guts to get back into this match. Because and
as I was saying before, we are seeing Gren going to be running the I guess like the more meta tank, as Gren will be on that Orisa. A slightly different look here from both sides. So Gallant actually going to be on the Pharah, and me personally, this could be biased, but I do very much rate Gallant on Pharah. I think that's like one of his best characters, and that one time where he had to ring for Polaris actually against Spud closes, I think his Pharah looked really, really good in that match. So I feel like we're going to be seeing Gallant do a pretty good amount of stuff here, but Pharah maybe not the best on this one in particular, but Polaris going to be opting for a more standard comp here with the Bat Brig and the Soj Tracer here.
I had a hunch, and I don't know if this is true, but Zimzif seems really hesitant to run Juno here. And I'm not sure how I feel about Bat Brig in this mirror right now, but if this is like, this is something that like I think teams could potentially exploit, as like Lamp is forced out early already.
Yeah, Zimzif just taking so much pressure, yeah. I'm assuming the point of the Bat piece though is mostly to sort of assist Seda and Greetings with the help of that window. Just a ton of sustain probably for the Orisa comparatively to that Juno, but looks like Camp Half Court will be able to sort of drop onto the point. Polaris did get the first cap though, but it looks like Camp Half Court will just be swinging it right back into their favor. Greetings trying to get a touch, but not going to be able to, and we'll just back up. But Clooney basically spawn camping Gallant there, and Seda actually going to pick off Sky. Maybe Dorito and Silvertail is just sort of distracted, trying to help out the Pharah there, so not able to assist the Sojourn, but Clooney getting pressured out here by Dorito, but Seda going to be able to take out Silvertails, and Seda taking down both supports. Gallant almost takes down Seda, but Clooney with the very clutch kill onto the Pharah, and Polaris is able to flip it right back into their favor.
Seda is like really impressing me. Obviously, they were in BPL 6 for a record 30 minutes before they got grounded. Kind of was able to arrive back and build themselves a sort of reputation through some of the off-season tournaments, mainly considering at least season 3 and 4, and kind of having a meteoric rise here as someone who used to be, or was Rookie of the Year in the lowest division now, kind of proving themselves to maybe be one of the top hit scan in BPL right now. So, like,
I mean, yeah, honestly, I wouldn't disagree with you. The Pulse Bomb, Orisa ult combo coming out here from the side of Polaris. Sky going to be able to take down Clooney, but they just so much damage onto all the members of Camp Half Court. Means that they just basically have to give this point up here. So the first 5 point will be going in favor of Polaris, but Camp Half Court will be having a slight ultimate advantage going into this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, Zimzip has the windows. Seda Overclock going to be one of the biggest swing ults here. And I think that Polaris get there. No, Camp Half Court have it first, so they're probably going to have to use this window to try to swing out here. But Seda already on such an aggressive angle can just pop it and maybe punish them.
Yeah, and that overclock can be absolutely devastating, but the engage here coming out here from the side of Dorito and Gallant, and Sky just gonna sort of catch Polaris off guard. I feel like maybe the backline wasn't really expecting a rallied Brig and a Genji and an overclock to just be in their face. So Camp Half Court going to be taking a very swift first fight win here, and Zimzif actually did pop the window there, so not necessarily a big ultimate deficit right now for Camp Half Court going to this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, and Silvertails coming up on this Juno ult is going to be really big, I think. I'm not sure how the breakpoints work in terms of overclock versus Juno ultimate, but I mean, now it seems like
yeah, the overclock coming through from Seda. Yeah, that off angle was kind of getting maybe a little bit uncontested. Gren looking for something with that Orisa ult, but Seda just picking off Dorito from main right now. No one going on that Sojourn, so Seda just sort of able to do whatever he wants right now. Clooney taking down Silvertails and Gren. Just gonna have this forced to just sort of try his best there, but not going to be able to survive for much longer as Clooney able to clean up the fight, and Polaris able to take that. They did have to commit the rally and the overclock there, but obviously Camp Halford, they still do have that Juno to work with and this Dragon Blade, so if I'm Camp Halford, I'm definitely looking to take a fast fight here, but Sky just gonna die to Greetings. That's not what you want at all if you're Camp Halford. You can't have your Sojourn just randomly be getting picked that late into the fight, so Camp Halford just gonna have to basically give Polaris like a free 15-20% now.
Yeah, that was not great for Camp Halfcourt. I mean, they have an ult advantage. They could have just taken their time and looking for like a clean engage, but trying to like squeeze out some value. I mean, maybe Polaris just chased them out really far, and I wasn't expecting it, but yeah.
Now we are seeing that Juno ult. Oh, but the pulse bomb onto Silvertoes, including gonna be taking out 3 with the pulse bomb. The pulse bomb Orisa combo just so powerful. Greetings and Clooney just able to coordinate that so well. And yeah, that's just going to be a wipe there from Camp Halford, and they committed both their Dragon Blade and their Juno ult as well, so that is a devastating loss for Camp Halford, and Polaris going to be able to go up 2-0 on this flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of just sending 5 people to run at point, and I think the fact that they were able to hit the rotate there is kind of indicative. I mean, no one was really pressuring out Clooney. He just got in for free, got that amazing pulse bomb out, but it feels like these DPS are just able to play wherever they want without ever getting like pressure put onto them, and I'm not sure if how Camp Halfcourt can adjust right now. Zeta's been taking these really aggressive angles onto their backline and getting picked.
Yeah, we are seeing Gallant on that Tracer now, so I'm assuming this is maybe what Camp Halfcourt sort of wanted by banning that Symmetra. They want to force Gallant onto this Tracer, which is maybe not his most comfortable character, and yeah, we're just going to see him die there. Zeta picking up 2 kills already, so yeah, Polaris is going to be able to start off the capping off really early here. Zeta finding a 3rd sort of late kill there onto Silvertall, so Polaris just going to be building up percentage really early again.
Yeah, it is insane how well this Polaris team is playing right now. I feel like the way they're just able to capitalize off of angles is just so good. I don't think Camp Halfcourt can really adjust, as I was saying. Like, they had ultimate stuff, but they just don't have to commit them. It's just so much is getting forced. Silvertall and Dorito got isolated from the front line there, and they were just able to walk up. It seems like the comms are really good, like their timings are great, and
yeah, and Clooney just putting so much pressure onto this Tracer with that Tracer duel, and Sky just gonna fall really early. If I'm Camp Halfcourt, I want to back up right now. It's already 70%. The pulse bomb from Clooney, though, able to force out the lamp, though. Grand gonna be popping that Orisa ult, though. This could be massive, but the counter Orisa ult coming out here from Greetings. The backline from Camp Halfcourt absolutely exposed, and they're both gonna fall. Greetings able to find both supports. Camp Halfcourt just really desperate to find anything right now, but the overclock from Zeta Grand has absolutely no healing and will just fall, and Camp Halfcourt, both of their supports dying with their ultimates. That is absolutely devastating. It's just Gallant now left to touch the point, but I think this is already over here. Gallant gonna fall, and yeah, Sky just gonna get killed early there by Greetings, and Polaris with a clean 3-0 sweep against Camp Halfcourt to make it into the playoff bracket.
yeah, sucks for the Camp Halfcourt shooters. I was most definitely one of them. Have some great friends on that team. It is unfortunate that they lost, but Polaris just were the better team today. They came in and they knew what they were doing. Their plans were very solid, and Zeta just had so many hero plays. Like
Yeah.
It is crazy how hard they were just able to server admin so many fights.
Yeah, and also just like the general coordination from Polaris was just so insane. They're just able to basically just picture perfect pulse bomb Orisa ult combos, and yeah, again, like it just seemed like Camp Halfcourt were just sort of we're just very panicked there, as it looks like when Grand went for that Orisa ultimate, Camp Halfcourt just didn't really know where to walk. So Greetings able to get a huge Orisa ult to take down both supports before either one of them could have used their ultimates.
Yeah, a little surprised in retrospect that they didn't try running any double flex support maps. I think their flex supports are the highlight of Camp Halfcourt, and I think trying to slow the game down to the tempo that Polaris was playing might have been a little better than trying to play these hyper aggressive dives with the super frill backline. But I mean, this is all retrospect. Congratulations, Polaris. I mean, if we can take a look at the bracket right now, we can see some of the implications of what is to come, because Polaris, I mean, if we look at the regular season, they were very clearly like the #1 team for a good chunk of the season. I think a lot of people would be surprised that they were even in the play-ins in the first place. Obviously, we're number 3 to Frogs on Fire and Primal Pineapples. So a little bit of a questionable end of the season, as they ended 4-3. But I mean, they're back, you know, and they're a scary team.
That was by far the most dominant showing, I think, so far from the entire Plains bracket, because a lot of these games were really close. We saw a lot of 3-2s. I think we basically only saw map 5s besides maybe Log Racers versus the Bear, which the Bear were able to take that game 3-0. But outside of that, yeah, we see like 5 map series from Whoop Troop and Campfire Song. So Polaris just really showing off that they're not a team they're definitely not a team that you can underestimate, and I think definitely one of the strongest teams going into this overall playoff bracket. So, in my opinion, if you are any one of the 4 teams in the playoff bracket already, that includes me.
And me, hey, I'm the manager, bro.
That's true.
We will not be picking Polaris. We will not be picking Polaris, guys.
Polaris
Have fun, Smoke Wolves.
Polaris definitely one of the scariest teams in this bracket so far. They look so coordinated, so strong in that matchup. So I mean, like, yeah, and I mean what else is there to say? I mean, I guess we can award an MVP, right? We can do that.
You've heard me glaze Seda for the past like 5 minutes, bro. Literally.
That is true.
So like, you know my piece already. I mean, I also do want to give an honorary shout out to Greetings. Greetings, definitely the core of that
100%.
team. And if a lot of the comms are going through them, the way they call macro and the way they lead the team together, it's a very clean unit as well. So, but Seda is just so much firepower. Like,
yeah, I think just the amount of the random picks, or I guess not random, but very clean picks, especially out to very important members like Silvertoes on the Baptiste. We did see that on Leaving a lot with Seda on the Cassidy, and even Seda's able to pick off Gallon as well. Just like all these very random picks from Seda, and again, obviously like almost every overclock from Seda getting like 2 to 3 kills each. I think if there is an MVP of this Polaris roster, it has to be Seda. Greetings definitely a very close second though, because obviously, you know, the team can't be looking that coordinated and that clean with their gameplay if it wasn't for Greetings as well. So definitely a huge shout out to both of those players. But if I had to give an MVP, definitely Seda in my opinion.
Yeah, and when you're playing like these bad break comps, Seda doesn't really get help on these off angles, and they're still able to get value. I just find that so astonishing. There's not like a Lucio to sit on them, and obviously the break can pack them, but Seda's playing on the other side of the map and just able to magician themselves value. Like, I don't understand, but seriously, like, I mean, I'm looking at the stats right now, and oh my goodness, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Whatever.
Yes.
But yeah. Good job there. I guess we can. I think there are more maps happening on mainstream. We have a lot of games today, so we could talk about the schedule a little bit before we close ourselves. Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Yeah, next game on the mainstream will be Borealis versus Bluff Creek Bigmode. So that's definitely I'm pretty sure that is also a play-ins round 2 game. So that will also determine which team will also be making it to the main playoff bracket in B League as well. So
yeah,
and also at the same time we're seeing a couple more games. We have your team pair playing against Birdwatch, and then also Blind Meat Society against What's Up Doc. So a lot of these play-in round 2 games for B League here. So definitely check those out if you can, because these are the most important games of the season. And to wrap up, we do have One Sport versus Camp Halfburger at 9:30, and then back on the mainstream we'll have Chungus Fungus versus Spud Clusters to sort of wrap up the A League play-ins bracket outside of maybe Once More versus Maramellos, which will happen at maybe a different date. But yeah.
Wait, is that one actually getting delayed? Because I was supposed to stream that one.
I'm not so sure. Well, maybe it will happen today, but in that case, it's a lot of games for whoever wins that game. So we'll see what happens about that. But definitely a ton more BPL to be definitely a ton more games to be happening after this one. So do not go anywhere. Camp Half Court unfortunately eliminated from playoffs. We love you, Camp Half Court. Blessings to all of you.
Silvertoes, no! What happened?
No!
Silvertoes, what happened? No! No, those are my Pookies. Those are my Pookies, man. Oh man, it really sucks because Camp Half Court. I mean, this roster going in, I think a lot of people rated them very, very high. Like even like #1 in the league. I think their tank line is very strong. I think Silvertoes and Paul are just these like some of the best flex supports in the league, and Gallant and Sky. I mean, Sky also like coming up from C League as well, just rapid rates of improvement in Gallant. I mean, I don't think a lot of people knew Gallant. I think the team had really high hopes, and they did play really well, but something just wasn't clicking. So unfortunately, they get knocked out in the play-ins. Really unfortunate matchup for them because I think Polaris was the best team in play-ins. Hot take.
Yeah.
Not really. That's a pretty cold take, but yeah. Unfortunately, their journey ends here. There's no lower bracket yet. You don't get the security until you make it to playoffs. So yeah.
And so, I mean, do you have any other words, Para? Anything else to say?
Genesec ZDB lasted 1 hour and 29 minutes on the Marin Mellows. Congratulations for the second shortest tenure on a team.
Yay!
I don't know when that happened, but really funny there. I mean, I just want to let you guys know once again, there are so many matches today, and there are going to be so many matches to round out this season. So get your Twitch subs in. If you have Prime, use your Twitch Prime. Free subscription once a month. Use it on Bad Pachimari League. No advertisements, and you get an awesome sub badge, and you get to support the community and all the amazing producers and casters and observers that put so much effort into this league. Like, big shout out to them. And I mean, the next match is only like 20 minutes away, so just go grab yourselves some water, get yourselves a bag of chips, and we'll be right back with more action.
Hey, how's it been? It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Hey, how you been? It's been a while. I see you going to new clothes on and changed your hairstyle. You look good and go, but why do I still hurt when I see your feet? Hurt when someone mentions your name. Hurt when I pass by your old place. It's been a year, a lot has changed since then. I made new friends, I got a new pet. You wouldn't believe it. I've been on and on, but why do I still hurt when I'm driving and I'm lost again? Hurt when I'm sick and you're not here. Hurt when you seem like you're just fine without me. Oh, I'm not trying to get you back. Oh, I know we're better when we're not together. Sometimes I think of all the things that could have been different when we were in love. Hurt when I see your feet. Hurt when someone mentions your name. Hurt when I pass by your old place. Hurt when I'm driving and I'm lost again. Hurt when I'm sick and you're not here. Hurt when you seem like you're just fine without me.
Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a whirl of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
Camped out on the porch, trying to work this out. Raining in my head, but my body is a drought. I'm in the hole, just waiting for my momentary strike. Then press the other way on Pharaoh's fury ride.
the sage brings the rite of spring. Morning dove and the sparrows sing. Through the light that the sun will bring, reborn. Flocks are creeping on the wall. Swallowtail heeds the northern call. And the last of the frost will thaw, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. Heavy air and the smell of rain. Muddy grasses across the plain. Red-winged blackbirds soft refrain, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. As the winter comes to pass, every one of us is home at last. Every leaf, every blade of grass, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. In the light of the sun, everything and everyone reborn. We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that. Like summer air through window crack. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that.
Where did the time go? How do we move so far away? Holding on, how much can we both take when love isn't at home? I can't hear what you're saying when love isn't at home. I can't hear what you're saying. Strong letters burn brighter. That makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started? So what do you say to that? I know we both hurt bad, and you won't forget the facts. But I believe in what we had. Holding on, how much can we both take when life isn't at home? I can't hear what you're saying. Strong matches burn brighter. That makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started? Strong matches burn brighter. That makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is.
Hello and welcome to the play-in round one of the BPL B League playoffs. Your casters joining you, me, Salsa. We got Borealis, Bluff Creek, Bigmode. Ready to get into it. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, and we've got a good game today. It is do or die for both of these teams. Borealis got that bye. Bluff Creek Bigmode had to duel with Ignite Memories. It was a 5-map banger just to stay alive here and get their right to play in this match. And I mean, it's so critical just to be able to get to the double elimination portion. You have some extra lives to give there. You can run into a tough opponent and at least have some life here. You have to make it happen tonight for these two teams if they want to even reach that position. So a strong performance is required. And I mean, Bluff Creek have already shown that they're able to do that. Borealis was just a fantastic team throughout the entire season. So it's hard to really doubt Borealis here, in my opinion. But perhaps a little bit of rust versus rest, a couple of days not having to play and focus versus already kind of being in that mindset.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point. You know, I actually probably prefer to have played recently, just being able to like build that momentum, carrying it through. I didn't personally get to watch the Bluff Creek versus Ignite game. I honestly probably thought Ignite was going to win that. So I'm super impressed to see like where Bluff Creek goes from here, if they can build onto that and maybe catch an upset here in round 1 or play-ins round 2, I should say.
Yeah, no, it was a tight game as we looking at our schedule for today. A lot of games in this 8 p.m. block. A lot of the just playoff bracket will get filled out, at least of who's going to be in that bracket right now. A little bit later, we're going to have 2 other matches at 9:30 and at 10, just to kind of finish things up, because after this, that's it. We'll actually get our selections and a real playoff bracket for the next 2 weeks or so. We take a look towards that Borealis roster. Just, you have K-Mac really filling in there on the tank roll, have a couple eligible tanks as well. With the Roadhogs.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think
K-Mac's been really, really solid on the tank roll this year. PJ and Alfredo have been really good on the DPS as kind of that primary line. RX is also part of that flex fill. So just really solid from this and Borealis team as a whole.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of K-Mac on the Hazard recently, I believe. That's been a problem. K-Mac is a problem. You've heard it here first on the Hazard. It has been a problem for teams to deal with. Just that character has so much just inherent value. Like that character gets value from just being picked. So the threat of Hazard, and K-Mac has shown a lot of great things. He's impressed me personally, and then PJ obviously. PJ Braun.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a really solid team, and I mean they got 3rd in their group. Very little reason to doubt them going forward. I'm trying to see, because these teams are from different divisions though, so
yes.
we don't have previous match history between them. So there's still a potential chance for Bluff Creek Bigmode to kind of punch above their weight as we look towards their roster. With the 2 tank setup, Kernick and Water there as the primary DPS duo. Just solid. I don't think there's a clear weakness. I think it's, if I'm trying to remember correctly, I did not get to cast many of their games personally, but I never thought that their DPS line was the key weakness. And part of that is just when you're towards in this B League level, just having a good DPS line that you don't have to substitute out is usually a good thing.
Yeah, both their DPS are very flexible players. They both kind of can play everything. I know Parker, our PC nerd, kind of just plays every character in the game. So it's really nice that you can just kind of pair him with really anybody. And then they have a lot of flexibility with their tank line. Like we actually scrimmed them recently, and Donk on the Reinhardt was definitely some interesting. There was some he's kind of farming. I can't lie. So I think I hope they play Ryan. I'm as a Ryan enjoyer myself, I'd be very excited to see that.
Oh, I would love that too. As we're just waiting for the lobby to get set up. Really waiting for our match set, as you see down there. Nice long one. Ilios, Hybrid, Pusher, Flashpoint, Escort, and finishing up with Control if we get there. I think maybe having Escort towards the back, but not guaranteed to play it, could maybe be difficult for one of these. I'm trying to see if I can get the full map history of all these teams and which of the modes they like more. And it looks to me that honestly neither of these teams particularly like Push or Flashpoint that much. It looks like maybe Flashpoint slightly more for Borealis, so if we get to that point, that's probably what they'll be picking. As we also have our character bans. Borealis got Bluff Creek Bigmode actually got to ban first. They banned Tracer, and then Borealis followed up with Baptiste. On Ilios, that's an interesting character to ban, I think.
What, the Tracer or the BAP?
No, the BAP. The Tracer makes sense. That's just a standard ban, I think. Like, that's evergreen. If you told me that gets banned any patch ever in the game's history except maybe Goats, that's a reasonable ban.
Yeah.
But BAP, I think, is interesting. I don't know how much you'd want to do that on Ilios anyway.
Yeah, it could just be their backline prefers to play Lucio. I mean, that's probably
It's probably it. But
BAP has been rising heavily in the meta. I saw OWCS today. There was an incredible amount of Baptiste played. So I think it might just be a comfort thing. I'm pretty sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know exactly the hero pools of everyone, but yeah, that would probably be my guess.
yeah, as we now are hopping into Ilios, it'll be interesting to see how that if that comfort pick really plays out for them, especially because this is their map pick as the top higher seed in this match. So just kind of dictating. You already have dictated the map. Now you're dictating the support ban, because it's not like BAP is a high enough impact character where you're not just going to ban that as a like a protect, just burn a ban off type of slot. So it'll be interesting to see, because we're seeing this Kiri Lucio.
Yeah, this is kind of what I expected from Borealis. They're getting Kirilu, Hazard, and I think that's where their comfort is. They're going to try to set up angles. And I'm curious to see what I'm seeing on Bluff Creek Bigmode. Is that? Okay, no, we're not playing Bastion. We're going to get a TP out from both sides.
Yeah, real quick, and then switching back. So the key difference here is just the tank play, which I think is slightly favored with the Hazard, but also the Cassidy versus the Freya here. That's just such a big difference in how that kind of, I'll say, hit scan roll, though Freya's not hit scan, but what they serve in the composition kind of do.
Yeah, Donk is trying to take early control of this Mega. Gonna just try to keep this Hazard in front of him here. Gonna try to get a little bit of point control. Taking a lot of damage early, has to use both cooldowns immediately. Has to give space.
Yeah, just having to manage these cooldowns is so difficult against Hazard, because your cooldowns just, the Hazard gets them up faster with at least that block just always being able to pop it. And we see Bluff Creek Bigmode, they will get an exit frag, but they will have to go out and just concede the point.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a little tough. You're playing Orisa into this comp, and you kind of want to try to like do something. You want to play the game. And the issue is that into the comp you're playing, it's like there's really no one that you can kill. Like you're Freya, Genji, like I love Orisa, but trying to hit spears against those characters is so hard. But they go early here. They go super fast getting engaged because they were up 1 on the pick, and they get a quick flip.
Yeah, I mean, just capitalizing on that pick they get as they left, getting everyone up to speed, and just not letting Borealis get the positioning that they want because they're down a player is an easy way to get this flip back, even though it's still very even overall in the game. Whoa, Sandy actually hit 1 HP and is able to still survive. That's insane.
Yeah, we're getting on these both of these rushes come out, and Parker dies first. K-Mac falling low. This rush does come out for Borealis. Orisa ult comes in to trade. PJ finds one, but then the tank, Donk wins the tank battle. It's still super scrappy, but Borealis do end up coming out on top. They did commit the rush, and Bluff Creek did not. So you go into the next fight, and you're probably trying to get a rush there early from Bluff Creek.
You almost certainly are. It was a good a call to make, though. You see the Kiriko have to already burn the Suzu and just be out of position. You get the pick onto Parker, and then just using it to clean up the rest of the fight is a good use of aggression here. Bola getting used does not find anything, and here comes the Blade trying to shut down that rush, but it just gets completely destroyed by the spear. Oh, it's nasty. And now just Bluff Creek Bigmode has just gotten to burn off stuff from Borealis without having to even do anything. And Beat was used as well, and Blue will still fall despite it. The rush gets committed, and that's it.
Donk just walks in, gets a huge value sphere onto the Blade, gets 3 quick ones, and you win that fight, and it's pretty inexpensive for you. You only use rush, and Borealis uses both Blade and Beat. Yeah,
and the Bola, you wouldn't believe it based on the ultimate percentage. That's just what Freya does. But yeah, getting to keep your beat and not even have the Blade ready to go, and you kept that in this fight as well. It's just something that can keep this going and get you to last fight. But water falls early, so you will not be able to use that blade. Now you have to rely on this Deadeye. That gets nothing, just as a reload, basically. And here comes that beat trying to stay in this fight for now. Downpour is used, and both supports for Borealis fall. And this should be a quick retreat or die on the point because they need to get one more fight in here quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great turn. You know, that's kind of the benefit, right? You get to save your beat, and then you get to use it to flip the fight.
Oh, that's a big stagger. Not like
Yeah.
already Alfredo or sorry, PJ was already on the way out, but I'm trying to see if they catch the wave. They did. Okay, so you're up 90%. You have the rush. That's kind of your key thing here. But this blade could just shut things down so quickly if you get that kick onto the Kiriko or the K-Mac. Oh, that's so brutal before the rush is even used.
Yeah, they're just up 2. Rush comes out to try to save this. It's going to be a 5v3, and it should be all she wrote. And that's it's only 1 point, but that is a map point win for Bluff Creek Bigmode, and I like to see that. You know, you're building momentum. I personally think Orisa versus Hazard is Orisa favored. I think it's slight, but I think it's slight Orisa favored, and I wonder if Borealis at any point decide like, hey, maybe we want to make some swaps. It's a little early for that right now, and on this point specifically, Hazard might be a little bit better with the high grounds, but just something to be, keep in mind.
No, absolutely. It's such an interesting dynamic between the Hazard and the Orisa. The Hazard, you have less high impact cooldowns, but you can use them a little bit more. I want to say aggressively, but you don't have to necessarily manage your cooldown usage quite as much.
Movement versus sustain.
Exactly. It's the Orisa. If the Orisa gets to do her cooldown management really well and just cycle them consistently, just kind of run over the Hazard because it's just strictly better than what Hazard can do.
Yeah, also it's early. Bluff Creek looking go really aggressive. Gets a pick onto, I believe that's Mariposa early. And yeah, Bluff Creek looking really good. That's a huge fight win, especially on Orisa. Like, winning first is so huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Just not allowing the Hazard to get into position, not allowing the Genji to get in position as well for Borealis. Just, it's so difficult when you don't win that first fight. And it really came down to Mariposa just kind of getting caught out by that, caught out and just getting picked off super early there. The rest of the team doesn't have the healing support needed to maintain that fight, even if you had a chance to stay in it.
Hey, Mac, they get something here. Gets speared. It's kind of caught in no man's land, and now Bluff Creek has rotated their entire core to point, and Borealis just has to give. I mean, that was a super weird fight where Borealis forced point early, but Bluff Creek just didn't care. They just let them go to point and then wrapped. So yeah, really an interesting fight.
It's like the team wanted to get an engagement on Kiriko, and then the character just teleported because that's something she can do because she's a fair character and balanced. And then everyone was just kind of is there getting shot at because there's no one to shoot, and they are in the middle of nowhere.
And he has this rush. Yeah, likes to go early, and they have this ult advantage. And this fight's just already over because they get ult first. And now, this is kind of approaching last fight territory.
I mean, yeah, it's not officially. Technically, it's like one and a touch, but you're getting there. And Bluff Creek have only used the Kutsune Rush. They have everything else either in the bank or about to be up against Borealis, who still will not have beat or overclock, and maybe even downpour during this fight. They'll probably get it halfway through.
Yeah, Rush comes onto point, looking to try to get point control early. Cass on this off ankle, uses the Deadeye. PJ deciding what to do, peeks with the deflect, and gets the kill. Parker just shoots himself. And that actually is huge. I mean, that's kind of just the fight. That was really funny. But Bluff Creek does save their ults. They didn't blow their entire their lunchbox, as Greetings would say, of ultimates.
Yeah, and unfortunately though, it's that you did not get to force anything out of Borealis. Only the rush. That's it. is kind of the difficulty in it. In the technically, they use 2 ultimates if you want to count the reflect, but still not just not getting to burn away that ultimate bank is so important. Suzu getting used there to help keep K-Mac topped up. Just trying to get this move
really low. Big hazard ult, but the Orisa counters and he can't follow up. Oh, gets one beat, comes a little late. And the Oddeye has this beat to kind of continue this push. OC is used from Alfredo on the high ground. And the blade comes out, and Bluff Creek is now up 2, and they still have the beat.
Yeah, just saving us in the bank forever. K-Mac falls, and it looks like Bluff Creek Bigmode will get this flip. We do have Blue touching just for a second there, but now it's just who can keep this pressure going. Blade is pulled.
Yeah, it saves that. But make sure that Blade doesn't get any value.
There's the beat and the Kitsune Rush to deal with it, and that'll do it. Bluff Creek Bigmode take map 1 of this series.
I'm shocked.
Getting off. I mean, just looked after the first maybe like fight or 2 on Ruins, they just looked in control for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm very impressed by Tong's Orisa gameplay. I thought this was really good. He was really just holding space, making it hard for Borealis to take any map control. Just was controlling, especially on that lighthouse round, just controlled the entire map. And now you get like, you know, I don't, obviously there's not nerves yet, but it is kind of like, you know, Borealis was probably considered the best team to not be in the top 4. They were probably the best team. And Bluff Creek was kind of more like, you know, in the bottom of their group, but they've now like, this is a huge map win. You know, it's just control, but really curious to see where Borealis pivots from here.
Yeah, I mean, just getting, you've kind of undermined the effects of your being the bottom seed. You've gained kind of that counter pick advantage just from breaking this first map. And, excuse me, just being able to kind of keep the momentum going, you have put them on the back foot to start off this match, and you can maybe have some control over where you want to go when it comes to both. Now, if we go to 5 maps, it should be Flashpoint and a Flashpoint or push, as well as the other control map. Just being able to dictate those games pretty reliably is such a blessing. Especially that control map, because you've already shown you could win on it. Now you get to go to the map you want to go on.
Yeah, and you won the one, like, you know, I mean, at least from what we've seen so far, it seems like Bluff Creek is the brawl team, and Borealis is trying to play a more kind of divey style. You've now won on the most divey control. All the other controls are from here on out. Like, if you get to map 5, you're going to be able to probably play a brawly control map, which should favor what you want to play.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look. It looks like they played Li Zhang on their game against Ignite Memories. Yeah, Li Zhang and Nepal. They won both of those. So they already are in position for the map, like just kind of what they get to decide on. They can say, okay, we're going to Li Zhang. That's done deal now, as long as they can stay competitive as we look towards our next map. Borealis gets to pick. It is Hollywood, which I think goes into our idea where if that's the divey kind of map, I certainly agree with that kind of call. You can really be monstrous on something like Hollywood second. They just kind of shut down the rushes that Bluff Creek Bigmode want to do. It'll be interesting to see if they still want to stick with the Orisa, or if they're making that tank sub. Or no, this team does have a tank sub. They have Tally. Yeah, Tally. So see if Tally is going, like, has that response.
I would
maybe a
expect
Diva,
Tally
maybe a Hazard, something like that.
Yeah, because I think Tally has played Hazard. Like, that's kind of been one of their picks. So maybe it could be a Hazard mirror here. I personally have been, like, I know my team, not to, like, league our strats, but we've been playing, like, some weird stuff on Hollywood to, like, get out of playing Hazard. Like, we'll play, like, Sigma, because we just, like, are trying to not play Hazard mirror, because it's boring.
Fair.
So I don't know if they're going to get creative, but I don't hate it. Like, I think Orisa on Hollywood is fine if you want to play it. I don't think it's, like, hard. It's not hard to play. You just play corners. But
Yeah.
I do think there is like, obviously, like especially second point is just like a big high ground.
Yeah, I think Vrisa's good on first, good on third, but it struggles on second, and it's can you bridge the gap between first and third without kind of just hitting the wall. Bluff Creek Bigmode get to ban first because they won, and they'll be banning Sojourn, just another evergreen ban, so that's expected. It'll be interesting to see that the Tracer getting thrown in now on Hollywood, potentially.
Yeah.
If Borealis choose to do that.
We saw Parker on basically cast that whole map, so it makes sense that they want to ban the Soj out on a more longer map, or maybe I don't know.
I mean,
Borealis
do you ban the Sojourn or do you ban the Freya? Which one?
Yeah, it's like
on a map like this. I think personally I would lean a bit more towards the Freya just because the extra verticality of her movement. But I think either one is just let's ban that, fine. Borealis banned Brigitte,
Right.
so just trying to stop maybe some of the ways to get their dives stuffed. Just having to deal with CC, the character, is a good call to make there. It also means you have less direct high ground control, which can be a good thing or a bad thing.
It's another kind of Curie Lucio force ban. Like by his eyes, it seems like they're like wanting to lean into this Curie Lucio stuff. However, Lifeweaver in the game, so there could be a Lifeweaver from Bluff Creek if they wanted to run like a Bap Weaver and play still kind of more brawly sustained. That is an option.
Yeah, and on particularly Hollywood, that's not a bad option. Just because Lifeweaver can pull people back up to the high ground and keep them in the fight. No other support can do that. So just having that extra control and capability to do that is gonna be an interesting thing depending on what these teams want to go with. But really, it just keeps options open in such an interesting way because we know what Borealis want to play. They want to play the Curie Lucio. Unless they're forced off of it, it's going to be how does Bluff Creek really respond to that and keep this momentum up.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks they could do to try to counter, or they could just take the mirror because they have Tally and they want to just play Tally on what they were comfortable and what they've been practicing on. So I'm interested to see what subs they do because I believe, I'm pretty sure playtime is just one map out of the three. It's not like if it goes to map 4, it's not, you don't have to like split it. So
yeah, it's one map as long as everyone's played in the series. That the requirement is met, so we could just see no subs this map, expecting some next map, but that's not. You have to get it done somewhere in these first 3 maps before you. Though I think actually, if Bluff Creek Bigmode actually win this map, you technically could wait until map 4 because you're guaranteed to get a map 4 after that.
Borealis.
Borealis, excuse me, yes.
Yeah. And we're, no, Donk stays in. So, or maybe Tally's not there. That's also, like, I'm not aware.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just took a quick look and counted, circles in the Discord calls, and I counted 7 for both teams, but that might be coaches or something.
Yeah.
It might not be all the players. So, I'm not 100% certain. Looking to, for Borealis, Big Brain is subbed in for Mariposa.
It looks like Tally is not there. So, I guess it's going to be a full donk. We're donking it up.
We're donking it up. And we also don't have no substitutions in the support slot either. Fungus is not here. So... looks like it's just could just be this set of 5 for Bluff Creek. It's interesting.
They're just electing to play the Orisa here. Just run it back.
I mean, it worked for you well last time on a dive map. Why not? Why not again?
Yeah. And looking to take this early high ground control, trying to force this Hazard House. This Freya though, is going to be a real problem. Donk does end up getting a force. But PJ in the back line, a little uncontested there, gets 3 final blows, maybe a 4th here?
No. Kill stolen, unfortunately. But, I mean, just a fantastic shutdown of the composition that the Bluff Creek Bigmode is rolling out on. Like, it's just you have to take control of the high ground, and if you get killed on the cross, you lose. And really, it's not even if you get killed on the cross, it's if too many cooldowns are forced on the cross. If you force out Suzu, if you force out the beat, or not the amp early, or you just get a pick like that, and Parker is already dead, just, alright, see you in the spawn room, everybody. And we're gonna have to take the 20-second, 30-second, whatever it is. Just reset.
It actually might came back here. Nah, it's just unkillable. Yeah, it's tough. Like, I think these it seems like Bluff Creek is trying to go really fast, right? Because they're worried about getting hit on the rotation. But sometimes when you do that, you're a little unorganized. Somehow they get two there. I don't know. But the spawns will come back. It won't matter. But something you need to be careful about is going too fast, letting your backline split off, because then the hazard kind of just eats.
Yeah, it's really everybody. You've already gotten picks on somebody each time this has happened, and now Donk is just having to take pressure onto this point. And
comes out, that's
what a nasty old submit. The downpour just gets basically everybody, and they all fall one by one. Now 2 minutes already burnt off, and it's just looked completely hopeless so far. And you've used your Kitsune Rush as well. That just such a key ultimate to break things open is gone. You have to rely on your DPS ultimates, or just getting such an immense tempo with your beat, but they have a beat to counter it.
Yeah, they're not in a great spot right now. They're gonna have they can kind of double support Altier and just guarantee win the fight. They just rush. They don't find anything. But Donk falls so low. Donk was like 1 HP. But they do get, that's a good kite. That's a good kite from Bluff Creek. They're going to be able to engage here. This Orisa ult could find some crazy value, especially if they force Suzu out.
Yeah, they have to get that out, and that's just getting that pressure on the big brain is going to be super important. Here comes this Deadeye early, trying to find something. The only person you can see is water. Oh, a great splash.
Doesn't find anything. But Bluff Creek gets the beat out. They have point control. This blade comes out from water, finds Big Brain, and now they're in the driver's seat. They're up 2. Bola comes out from Alfredo, gets 2. Very scrappy, but Bluff Creek is in the advantage right now.
It's just K-Mac, and K-Mac will fall by the time PJ gets here to be able to touch. You've gotten now, there's 2 ticks, and almost certainly to get this third one. Unfortunately, the defense just not quite able to hold, just barely though.
Yeah. Now kind of is where the map begins. Second point is the make or break point on this map. Trying to get a snowball fight is like the key. And you can see Donk, he's already, look where he's at. He knows. Donk is on their high ground trying to push tempo here, trying to create some sort of an advantage because they don't want to be stuck in that like spawn hold, like just like hellhole that is this map.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not just that, it's just trying to get so you have a reasonable chance to kind of like cheese a 1 fight second, maybe a 2 fight second. But the downpour just, it's so brutal. How are we supposed to beat that?
Yeah, I mean, that's huge, and yeah, they didn't really get anything. They got the cart a little bit, but now you're kind of stuck in what I was just talking about, where now you have to choose. Do you want to send your whole team as 5 up the high ground? Do you want to leave someone on cart? There's just a lot of like decisions that you have to make extremely quickly on how you want to approach this point.
Yeah, you do have a slight advantage in your Kitsune Rush, but not a meaningful amount where you're actually going to be able to put any pressure, like force out, kill the Kiriko before it gets forced out. Now both are online, so that's completely moved.
Early. Donk is kind of this hero on by himself. They just use the, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
They just can't do that. Donk tried to kind of walk up by himself. It forced Sandy to use the TP early, and then Sandy had a drop, and then Donk's kind of just by himself with there. They do get the cart. Now is where you can kind of make a decision to ignore high ground and just go lower and play under them. That is kind of possible now where the cart is. But
yeah, but you also have that. You have the Kitsune Rush right now, and it's uncontested. Yeah. I think you have to take the high ground and just you take that leverage, force them down, and then actually have a fight there. But this Bola could just cleave you before you even get the ability to do that, and you have to fall back.
Yeah, they are forcing 5 as lower, but this Hazard poses such a threat. The Bola comes out. They do Suzu it. They're already up 1 though. Parker does fall.
Ooh, there's Alfredo finally fall.
Trades 4v4, but the rush did come out from Sandy. Blade is popped from PJ. Oh, the Ajax from Oddeye. That is rough. Brutal Ajax. I mean, there's not much you can do, but that is brutal.
No, this is basically last fight. You have to just.
Yeah.
Someone kill Dog. Can someone kill Dog? Please. Please. That's so mean.
Sandy
Yeah,
tossed him to the Ana. It's a little too late. They might get a touch here, but it's going to be very, very tough.
There's a touch, yeah, but the downpour will keep 2 away from the cart. Just Parker.
Into the high noon. Water with a blade here. Not over.
Yeah.
It might be over.
It might be over. I mean, well, look, the tank is back. You never know. You can spin to win.
Yeah, it's going to be a little late for them. I think, like, if I'm talking about, you know, improvements, I think Sandy probably should have swapped off that Curie earlier. Even on first, like, I thought a BAP might have been better just to kind of play more sustainy and not have to feel like you have to go 100 miles per hour all the time. And then it's just second is tough, man. I think you got to swap Orisa on second.
Yeah, and
I would have gone something else.
Second is tough, but it's tough when you burnt all of your time bank on first. If you got through first in a minute or 2, it'd be like, okay, yeah, it's fine, and then you can make your swaps and be fine. But because you only had 2.5 minutes on the clock, essentially, you had to keep with your same composition. You could not say, you know, a BAP and the Life Weaver will work better on to deal with the high ground on this part of the map. You just have to lock it down and keep it going.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to whip out. Yeah, this makes sense. They want to play really, you know, sustaining. They're going to try to make it hard on KMAC and PJ to get as much value as they're getting. I mean, as you just saw when we were holding tab, KMAC has 7,300 damage. He's farming. So trying to play these more like, you know, bunker kind of comps to try to disrupt the flow of Borealis does make some sense to me, but I don't understand playing Kiri with it. But
yeah, I was gonna say, why are we playing Kiri Lucio here on defense? Like, just play the BAP Life Weaver, just go with that. Try to really commit to this bunker and keep yourself protected. Why are we trying to pretend that we're engaging in a rush game when that's clearly not the rules of engagement? They're going to beat you in that kind of regard, at least on second and really on first as well.
Turret falls early. They're trying to control this kind of left side flank. PJ looking to try to find an engage. Can't really see anything and does fall. Kind of comes to the territory and Torb. And KMAC trying to bunker himself on point. There isn't much there. The Torb turret is back up now, so now it's like quite a big a loss.
You know, both DPS have fallen for Borealis, either in the spawn room or on the way back, and it's just keeping the DPS in line is kind of the key that this composition has been doing, and they've been doing it well. It's how much can you mitigate KMAC, and I think that's the problem we're eventually going to run into. It hasn't happened yet, but it's kind of a at what point, and yeah, there it is.
Almost killing them on the other side. Luke gets a kick on the Oddeye. Sportborn falls really low. I mean, now they're up 1. They kind of just got high ground for free there. KMAC has the whole map to play with. Orisa uses all her cooldowns, and Borealis gets this pretty quick first point cap. I think if they had to do that fight again, I think Donk wouldn't have given them that high ground. I think Donk would have tried to hold that space a little more, but it's just tough. You know, there's a lot of ways that you can lose against Hazard.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're seeing, like, on one hand, I think you have to switch, but also you don't have the time. You have to make sure you don't lose initial control of this high ground, and the continuity rush is not up for you, and it is up for them, but KMAC getting really low, forced off the high ground. Okay.
I don't know where our rush went. I'm going to be honest, chat. I don't know.
I also don't know where the rush went. I was like, I know they used it, but I also did not see it at all. So, okay. Maybe did we use it on the elevator and it got caught in the building?
Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of ways it could have been beefed. Unfortunately, we beefed our rush, but we got this next fight going. A lot of ults coming here for Bluff Creek. They've done a decent job with their ult economy. I like what Donk's doing. I think playing lower here is definitely the play.
Yeah,
The
you
hazard
get,
ult comes out. Odd-Eye.
oh, the Suzu's early. The Suzu's early. And water gets caught out. Oh, no.
They still have the beat. If Odd-Eye just doesn't beat, I guess we're saving it for later.
I think you have to save it for later, but also you don't have the time to save. Like you're already halfway to the to the cart, so it's just such a hard decision.
Tunneling on the blade. It's something from last round too, like or earlier. I think Odd-Eye is trying to save beat for blade, which I get it. It's a call, but in that situation, you might want to try to flip the fight. Borealis has a huge advantage here. They have this entire high ground map to play with. Bluff Creek it's gonna be really hard for them to, you know, kind of contest them up there. They do take the elevator.
Yeah.
Florball comes out onto high ground, and Alfredo gets a huge pick early. TJ does play, the beat is forced, and now Bluff Creek is in a rough spot. They're down to PJ on this point, trying to get kills. Alfredo gets 3 kills this fight, does fall. Dong has no cooldowns. Rush comes out. This should be cake for Borealis.
Yeah,
And it's
the
just
Tracer
a train.
trying to stall. There's also Sandy, and Sandy has gotten 2 picks so far, but that's not a lot of point presence. And now somebody has to touch. Nobody is there, and that'll do it. Borealis even it up at 1 map apiece. Yeah, if Bluff Creek Bigmode was dominant in the first map on Ilios, Borealis was equally dominant, if not more so, on this map of Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely... I think there was good stuff shown from both sides. I think it is obviously a composite. It's obviously a map that favors the hazard. I just would have liked Bluff Creek to be a little more proactive with their swaps and just trying to, you know, maybe show a different look. But they do, you know, they have this map pick going into next map, and it is that push flashpoint, which will kind of favor the kind of Orisa brawl that they've been doing. I don't know in particular which one's the best one. Maybe Cervasa, but you know, there's a couple options.
I'm taking a peek now because it's just I mean, no map really is a clear advantage for Bluff Creek. The only map they have an explicit advantage on is, I guess, New Queen Street and Atlas in push maps. Everything else, they're either equal or like there's no data. Like New Junk City, Bluff Creek is 1-1, while Borealis is 0-0. Like,
yeah, I think
so
they
you could see
probably
it
go
that.
like they might go Atlas. You know,
Yeah, they went
are
Atlas
people-
in their last match, which is what's key here. They went Atlas against Ignite Memories. So we could just see that again because they were able to pick that map up. They got to choose it. They won that. And that does seem to fit with what they would want to play.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've seen Atlas a few times now. It is worth mentioning some insider information. During our scrim, School of Rush versus Bluff Creek Bigmode, the map that we lost the hardest by far was Atlas. So I would not be surprised. And that was the map they played Reinhardt. So I would not be surprised if it's Atlas. I'm expecting Reinhardt.
Look, I mean, anything to get a Reinhardt on the game server, it does not matter to me. Though I imagine what's going to happen is they will ban the Reinhardt character if they see Atlas get picked.
Yeah, we can look at our other scores here. I am interested about that Birdwatch Daybreak. Birdwatch up 2-0.
Yeah, up 2-0, and just I'm trying to see. I think that's just a straight up play-in, not the best, not the like the play-in round 1. Yeah, all those have been played, so that will just Birdwatch on the verge of making it to the main bracket. Blind Music Society, what's up, Doc? That's the other match that's been seeded. So Blind Music Society is the other 3rd seed in the pool.
And it is Atlas.
These map stats. Atlas is the pick. So, excuse me.
Excited.
Yeah, Atlas is brand new. And for these, for Borealis is our first time seeing them on this map. And we've already know Bluff Creek Bigmode has been able to win on this map before, so it's a good map pick. Just kind of waiting for these bans to come through and see where people want to take us. Venture is banned. Water, I think, is a Venture place. That's not a bad ban.
they played Venture against us on this map, so they must have done their research. They have done the scouting, because the Venture did cause us some problems, and this does make sense if we're looking to see a Reinhardt. Ram.
Yeah, they say the Ram
has the
ban.
worst
I know we're
matchup.
playing a Reinhardt. That's what. That's exactly what I expect to see if I'm wanting a Reinhardt on the server. Raymatra, get him out of here. No one wants to see him. Let me see the big hammer man, which is what's going to happen if things are right in the world. And it'll be interesting to see Borealis, like, they got to choose, do I want to deal with the Reinhardt or do I want to deal with this Venture? Because, and I think it actually is smart to get rid of the Venture. The Reinhardt is the one trick pony of, you know what he's going to do, so you can play around that. Venture can fit into a lot of compositions.
Yeah.
Just kind of working around that is kind of the smart call when it's, okay, we can go Ram until it was got banned, or okay, we can just still try to play Hazard. We can play an Orisa, play something like that, just kind of stuff out the Rhine, try to play the poke game a little bit more and not necessarily have to engage them with the rush where they might succeed more, which is where like Venture can help kind of bridge the gap. So it's a good call there. Oryx will be coming in for Alfredo, so there is the other Borealis substitution. And we should also, if they have players, expect to see Bluff Creek, but they do not. No substitution still, so unless they're waiting for the fourth map, that'll be locked in. Oh, you can't do this to me. No, you can't do this to me. You can't.
Wow.
You can't do the ban Reinhardt or ban Ramatra, and then show up with the. No, boo.
Maybe they're just trolling.
Okay, thank you. We're trolling. We're trolling, and the people get to be get that fun.
2, 1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. Orisa, you know, everyone talks about how good of a matchup like Orisa has in a Rhine. I really don't think it's like that. I think Reinhardt, it's kind of not fun to play Orisa into Rhine because you're just shooting a shield all game. So I am curious to see like what they do to like try to create an advantage. Donk playing super aggressively. This is how he played it against us, where he's just running it down. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie. We're just playing Ring Around the Rosie. Donk does use the pin to try to make up some space. This is hilarious. They are just running in a circle. Water cannot get in range to try to get a May wall. It does seem like Donk is still going.
Yeah, but now Bluff Creek Bigmode just gets to sit someone on the point, and now they have forced the action. Somebody has to come down, which means you now have a target to rush onto.
This Lucio is super caught out.
Oh, and the Lucio gets to clean that up.
They get a trade though.
Oh,
they're
and they're up. They're up. They're just straight up a DPS player. What a silly interaction. This game makes no sense sometimes.
I don't particularly understand playing Moira for Borealis. I think if you're trying to play longer, it makes almost no sense actually to play Moira in this matchup.
I mean, I think part of it is, okay, we're going to be playing Rush. We're just trying to out-sustain them. But part of me is like, okay, why are we not playing then, like, just play, like, Juno Brig or something.
Cole is going to get a lot of value, but the Shatter!
Oh
my god! The fat Shaddy in 2025!
I needed to see that. I needed to see that today. Everything's fixed in the life.
We saw Fat Shatter in the OWCS game. We see Donk. You know, honestly, same caliber of player, if you ask me.
Yeah. And now we see, the Moira does not work out. We're on to the Juno. I still think you probably want a Brig here more than you want Lucio, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's just maybe you wanted us to have the extra speed to deal with the May walls and trying to route around those
comes
more.
Out big Orisa. Orisa does force the MO. Blade comes out.
Parker falls.
They should have this fight.
Yeah, they should have this fight. They will get this flip, it looks like, but it is taking quite a while. Water will finally fall, and now Oddeye last to go down. But
I actually kind of like the double speed, because if you remember from the first point or the first fight, you know, when we were playing Ring Around the Rosie, they were able to, albeit took a while to close the distance. Now you're on double speed. Now you're never going to be able to close the distance.
True. I mean, I think part of it is when you're especially on the defensive, you're willing to play the ring around the rosy game. And I don't even think you're going to do that necessarily when there's not a point like that. K-Mac gets caught out though. Immortality Field gets burnt down. Odd Eye will fall as well. Insanity dropping really low with no lamp. That can be really dangerous for Bluff Creek.
4v4 situation. Blue does get the picks, and yeah, they will win this. And now this has become kind of flipped into Borealis' favor. Obviously, this is one fight territory for this point. Sandy does have this window. Curious to see how they use it.
Yeah, it'll also be interesting. Do they try to really get Donk into position, get that charge up, and try to push for Shatter? Or if you're just saving that for the next fight, regardless of what happens here.
Yeah, lower here. You gotta. This is a cool idea. You know, you're gonna set up your window on lower, forcing point. PJ looking to get some deflect damage. Does end up dashing out. They don't want to give this flip. And this is just a really, really slow fight. Nurik has this noon. Trying to take some point control. Donk decides I've had enough. Donk is outfitting in, and it kind of opens the space for Nurik to get that kill with the Deadeye. Super scrappy still, but it does look like Bluff Creek Bigmode does take this first point.
Yeah, it's interesting because Bluff Creek Bigmode, with their composition that clearly favors the rush, kind of said, we're going to opt into the poke game, but they could because they had Deadeye and Windows, so they could set up in a positive position for themselves and win the poke game, even though you're playing against an Orisa, Cassidy, and Genji composition.
Yeah, this is like the worst point on this map, by the way, just so everyone knows. This point sucks. I don't understand why it's in the game. And Donk is looking to get a shatter here. And they get this Ray Orisa combo. No! The shatter goes straight into the May Ice block. Not what we want to see.
What are we doing here? We're trolling our own team.
not what we wanted there.
It's I don't know what's worse. That there's a May block in the way of that shatter, or that the block was already there. It's not like an accidental troll. We just threw the shatter into it for no reason.
But they're up really early. This window, I mean, this new comes out with a great Immor. With the Immor force, PJ elects to use the blade, but doesn't really find anything. Donk does fall. They get a trade. It does look like Bluff Creek might have to back up, and that should be it. Now they have no tanks, but they can't really walk in.
No, they have to just kind of slow their roll. But, I mean, it doesn't look... I'm trying to see where that Lucio is. If Lucio's trying to taxi, yeah, we can see that in the background. The Lucio's there. But still, Bluff Creek Bigmode is in position to at least get some engagement before they're back. So, having to concede a lot of position here just because of that one loss of K-Mac there.
Yeah, and they just get the point for free. Because of the respawns and the window placed on point. They get the flip where only one ult used. Bluff Creek still has a huge ult advantage, but it doesn't matter. The beat is just a little late. They are down, and now Borealis has a much better beat. K-Mac gets a nice spear onto that Baptiste. They're trying to get this point control. They are now up 2. And that should be this point flip, and this will just be the point. Borealis does end up probably evening up here. Yeah, I don't see anyone touching here. And yeah, Bluff Creek doesn't really get to use some of their ultimates. They didn't get to use either of their DPS ultimates there.
Yeah, I mean, it's still getting to save. That's not a bad thing for the upcoming fight. Deadeyes staring at each other could really bog a point down. And Blizzard can just outright win a fight on
Water
its
is
own.
just out.
What are we
Water's
doing?
across the map. Water is not in this fight. They caught him on rotate. That's a heads up play from Borealis. Water just did not walk with this team and kind of walked up ahead and is now just, you know, super staggered. They aren't going to get wave. That's rough. Borealis is going to get this. You know, when you win the point, it's expected the other team is going to be there first for the next point, and now they get to be the person there first. They get to cap this objective first and start this this clock.
Yeah, and now see the Deadeye is just trying to gain a little position. That's all you have to do just to maintain this position here. Now here comes the other one just trying to break open the same strategy, but it's going to do the same thing. But oh, nice PJ too!
Wow, I can't believe PJ. I can't even see him. And yeah, I mean it's just a huge fight, honestly, for Bluff Creek. They there's a great noon engage, kind of brought me back to the old days of Overwatch 1 with the speed Noon Reinhardt plays. And Ray used is huge. Like, Ray is probably, you know, one of the more valuable ults between both of these teams, and using Ray in a losing fight, not ideal.
Absolutely, and like not just a losing fight, but one that gets turned around like on a dime. You didn't even have a chance to really take advantage of it. Is so brutal. In addition to just being down in the ultimate trade, you took 2 to 3. So now the window gets used great. It's a fantastic spear, but the window is just so brutal. Sandy will fall in the meantime, but on the shatter and the charge just completely cleaves open Borealis, and it does not matter. And now Bluff Creek Bigmode have a good chance of holding this point, but they don't have the ultimates really to back that up. It's just
a rough stagger. That might just be the point.
Down, but that staggers, yeah, that staggers just so brutal. Who's really here to touch the Lucio? You have to if you want to save this point. It might just be time to concede it, but we are engaging early.
PJ does try to get this touch, does have to dash in. Now they get Water. Water does not ice block. And now we're, the spawn's coming back. Earthfall super low, great Immor.
Used.
And
wow, there's a shot on the PJ there.
Kill.
Wow.
Lucio's just a little late on this. They have this high ground. V comes out. They are super hard committing, and Oryx is just there. Gets 2, kills both of the people on the high ground. Came back, has the Rizzle just in case. And Borealis ends up winning that kind of 4v5 fight. Now, Bluff Creek did kind of save their ults. They only really committed the window there. But, you know, you don't love that. You probably would have liked to just win it there.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm pretty sure the window was used actually in the previous fight even. It just didn't, Sandy's just haven't been able to grind that up fast enough here. And now that's Deadeye for Bluff Creek trying to get back in.
Deadeye is running a box head. Gets to the back line. Big Arisol comes out. Lamp is used. Does find someone. Now we're trading. Blizzard used, but it's on this Orisa. It doesn't do anything. And Borealis wins. They somehow clutch this scrappy fight. And it's more of just like a mechanics off where they just get to show, you know, we're going to stand on point and click heads. And despite them getting the first blood to Bluff Creek, Borealis is now up 2-1 in this point. And Water swaps off of that Mei, I believe, and onto the Genji.
Yeah, swapping off that Mei is such a critical pointer for what the rest of the series is going to look like, just because we've conceded that we're going to play really good rush here. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to be trying to play your game better with the Reinhardt instead. I mean, so far that Shatter just a complete work of art, and should be able to take Bluff Creek Bigmode to this point uncontested.
Yeah, a lot of ults use that fight for Bluff Creek. They use both supports, they use Shatter, but they did get some value from it. Borealis used their Blade and their Ray.
Yes, yeah, so roughly equal. Obviously not the actual even trade. It is negative for them, but you will take it ultimately. Yeah, exactly. You'd rather win and just stay alive in this map because you can't really afford to give up much there. PJ will fall early to Water, winning the Genshin duel, and Blue falls right behind, and Borealis falling down quickly as we're now looking maybe at 60% before we're even getting other engagement. What could potentially be last fight territory if they're not quick about it.
Yeah, I mean, you see the value right there from the Genji. Water able to contest PJ on that side fight, gets an opening pick, and their comp is now a little more malleable. They're playing more of they're kind of playing the style of Borealis. They just have a Reinhardt.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't respect the Reinhardt, you just will get cleaved into. The
huge oversold.
Oh, it's nasty. Finds 2. PJ with the follow up there. Sandy will fall. It's just donk. There we go. 99-0, but Borealis will get this flip, and they do have a slight ultimate advantage. They have that beat and that Deadeye ready to go against Shatter and Blade, maybe this window as well. So it's just, can you mitigate one of those? Can you mitigate the Shatter, or can you mitigate the Blade and not have that matter? Because the other two can kind of trade off with the other.
Looks like Deadeye is used. Crazy pin. Dunk, we're even in this fight, but Dunk kind of leaves the rest of his team. but somehow they're trading. The Shatter comes out into a Fortify, and Borealis ends up winning this. And now, I mean, Dog has to swap. I think you have to swap Ryan on this kind of like scrappy fight situation. Elects not to.
I mean, I think it's a, do you want to do that, or would you rather just hold on to what your perks are? I think that's part of it. Like, you don't have an ultimate, but you can at least salvage that. The blade is here for Borealis, and the window has to be used early. Water trying to bait the blade. Both blades pulled now, just having a duel, but PJ wins that duel.
PJ focuses on Water instead of the other team, and they end up on this fight up 1 already, and they have the Ray here. And now it's, the beat comes out, but it's, I mean, you're already down 2. It's going to be tough. They are looking to get a swing onto this Juno, but Sandy now falls, and it's over. And Borealis ends up winning this map. And I honestly thought that Bluff Creek played pretty well, but Borealis ends up winning those critical fights.
Yeah, the critical fights on 3rd and 4th here, just so important. And just you get those slight little edges, just their mechanical ability is slightly more, so even if they're maybe down in the raw ultimates or maybe even some of these numbers, they're just able to get the job done. It's just been so fantastic to see how they're playing, but it's really brutal for Bluff Creek Bigmode, who now have their backs against the wall and kind of lost that advantage they previously had of that counterpick advantage. Now, to be fair, I also think you're probably fine with playing any of the remaining control maps, so getting to dictate where you're going on escorts is not the worst thing in the world. Maybe get to avoid something like Gibraltar, perhaps.
So all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough situation. You definitely wanted to win that map if you're Bluff Creek, because now you're kind of entering into a Borealis domain. I don't know if Donk is a Winston gamer. I assume he has a Winston on him. So I don't know where we're going from here, but it's probably going to be Dive, just because I think the map pool. I mean, it could be Rialto, but
I think Rialto has to be the pick, just to avoid, unless you have something in your pocket. The escort pool is just so heavily favored to Dive, or at least extremely mobile compositions, not maps that you'd want to be playing Orisa or Reinhardt on, or things of that nature. So yeah, you just have to think about that. And we will see what their map pick is, how they want to define the second half of the series right after this quick break.
It's been a while since we last spoke.
Well, welcome back. And the teams have chosen to leave us in the suspense during this entire break period. We still do not have a map pick quite yet. So we can get back to kind of our discussion on what map we expect to see here.
Yeah.
Because it's just so
interesting.
critical to get this right if you are Bluff Creek Bigmode. Because you just haven't played the mode that much, and you've only won it once. Just only winning Gibraltar once. Nor, to be fair, nor has Borealis. They've only played it twice, but they've won it both times. So maybe just try to. This is where you say, okay, neither of us have played Route 66. Let's play some Route 66. But
Yeah.
I don't think that's good for what your composition wants to do. I think that the map that's best here is probably Rialto. It's just, can you then get the job done there? And Rialto is not an easy map to do that.
Yeah. Backs against the wall. Season on the line. You probably want to go to what you're most comfortable with. And it
And the
seems
call
like
is Junkertown.
they have chosen Junkertown. I don't know. I think maybe we haven't seen Sigma yet today, so maybe it's going to be a Sigma whip out. I mean, Sigma's kind of dropping in popularity on these poke maps. A lot of people, especially at high level, are just saying like, we're just going to play Ram Orisa because it's better. But I think if you're picking this, my guess is because you don't want to play against Hazard, and Sigma is good into Hazard, especially on this map. Greetings was saying the other day about how this is the worst Hazard map in the game. So I think that's more where this pick is coming from. You're just saying, hey, we're going to make you play something other than Hazard.
I think it's actually fair as well, just to try to if all of these maps suck for us, we can either pick the map that's best for us in such a bad scenario, or pick the worst map for you and just kind of force to make it work. The problem is, I think you then still will get the Hazard, or not the Hazard, the Sigma ban.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on like what they want to play, because maybe K-Max just like, I think there is some like mental part of it where if you're a tank player, you're like, I don't want to ban a tank because that's like, I'm admitting that I'm worse than them at it, right? So I think it might be just like, it might just be end up being like a DPS ban.
Potentially, but I mean, I understand there's some ego to it, but that's part of the tournament. You got to take those. Just
yeah, I think the ban that would make the most sense would definitely be a Sigma ban and then playing Hazard.
Yeah, it's just so hard to deal with, like how the calculus of the bans kind of factor in to this set, and where you want to go in terms of maps. I'm still waiting on that first ban. I think Borealis, because
yeah.
they won the last map, so they should get to ban first. If you're Bluff, I'm trying to see. Part of it is what do they ban first? That depends on what you actually do, but I honestly probably it's just a ban Freya. Obviously, I don't. If the tank role is open, you ban Hazard here. Borealis ban Lucio. Interesting. I think then if that's the case, you have to ban Hazard here. You have to stay alive. You have to make that happen.
I'd probably ban Freya. I felt like the Freya was a problem for them on Hollywood, and I think maybe
it
just
absolutely was
to just get rid of it. And it's like, it's almost like if you're banning, because I think like Hazard's so bad here that like leaving it open is almost good for you, because you're just like, hey, if you knock yourself out, like play it if you want. I'm gonna rock you every time you go in, kind of thing.
That's fair. Yeah. Maybe see the wild card. They ban like Wrecking Ball or something.
Yeah, something weird.
Just it came back and just let you have no fun in a different way. But yeah, Freya probably the ban target here, I'd imagine.
This might have
just
been
get rid of that.
protect. This might have been a protect from Borealis, because it did seem like Bluff Creek took a while to decide. Maybe they were looking to ban a support, and that protect kind of altered their plans. They do pick Genji, which makes sense. They're trying to, PJ has been doing well, so I get it.
Yeah, we've had three evergreen bans and then Ramatra from Bluff Creek Bigmode, just characters that are really, really good and pretty much all the time and are very good right now. Makes perfect sense to ban them. And Genji is no exception to that. Just what PJ has been able to do on that role has been absolutely fantastic. And just getting him off of that is at least some pressure let up off of their throat as they are in this do or die scenario.
Yeah, and Genji's had a lot of play on this map in particular. There has been a lot of Genji played this season in B-League on Junkertown. I think it's something, it's just kind of like you run out of characters to pick. Because there's like, you're going to play hit scan as one of them, and then the other character, it's like, do you want to play double hit scan? Do you want to play Tracer? Tracer kind of sucks on this map, so it's like, well, I guess we're playing Genji. Like, that's kind of what ends up happening. So, that makes sense. I think it's a good ban.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly going to be part of it. Also be interesting to see if we, how the sniper duel kind of comes into play here. That is absolutely a defining part of Junkertown. Widowmaker not touched in these bans, so might see some of her here. Probably will see Alfredo on that role, I imagine. But so far, not the case. Obviously, or no, they're on the defense, so they actually do not want to engage in that sniper duel outright. They're just going to kind of try to hold the pressure with what Freya can do, and otherwise just using the lamp and Sigma shield just to create space. But that can be really dangerous.
I get it. Borealis banned Lucio to protect Zen or whatever because they're playing double flex support. So they've taken out Blue and they're running double flex support, which makes sense. And then,
that actually does make a lot of sense, yeah.
Yeah, and then we're gonna get Bluff Creek is electing to run this, double sniper, kind of the OG, and Borealis is going on this more what we've seen recently, which is kind of that Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to justify not playing, at least not double sniper, at least not playing the Widowmaker still on this type of map. Just
yeah, it's true.
It's you have to be so sure that you're able to make the difference if you're playing not Widowmaker, just because you will get a head chopped off in an instant. Sandy falls early. Yeah, the BAP of all characters. You're right. Like, how does that happen? Recall forced out of PJ, so might have to be a little more passive right now.
Sandy goes Zen. So now they're running on a Zen, which is a little interesting. I mean, it's definitely playable, but it's a little weird.
Little is an understatement. Just this looks like the composition of like a silver match. Sandy will fall once again, but PJ falls after the very nice sleep dart from Odd Eye. She's making work on that Ana. So, I mean, it's really whenever it comes to a map like Junkertown, it's kind of a small positional battle surrounded by which team gets someone's head chopped off by a sniper. Because once that happens, then the fight either completely comes to a halt, or the game map just breaks wide open.
Yeah, I'd like to see Bluff Creek kind of take control of this left side. It looks like Sandy is looking like they're trying to, but they aren't getting much help. That left side of that coast side, super important. PJ double blinks in, gets that kind of half clip on Parker, and I actually felt like Bluff Creek had the advantage there, but they didn't really use it to their advantage. They kind of just lollygagged and sat in main. I think that's the situation where you want to start setting up your angles.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And now 2 minutes on the clock, just trying to find something. You've swapped off of this Widowmaker that has been conceded as a loss, and now that, I mean, I still kind of am of the opinion, I think you want the Hanzo less than you want the Widowmaker. Why are you keeping that around? But we might see that swap coming in potentially out of the spawn room here, but 70% to
this has
your
been quite
Dragons.
They're going back to BAP, so now you've kind of admitted to yourself that was a mistake. This Ana is just weird. Like, it's just not a pick that you see often. It's kind of hard to like get in a nade situation. Sigma can shield the nade, eat the nade. So Borealis, like, look at the ult bank. Like, we got a window, flux, strength. Like, we have so many opportunities. This window comes out earlier. You know, they have to control this whole main, and as we can continuously see, like, the right side of the map is completely unoccupied from Bluff 3 Bigmode.
Yeah, and that Flux doesn't get anything, and immediately Donk will fall to the other side of the Flux, and Trank forced out for Borealis, but then you absolutely will take those trades right now. Water falls too, and now here comes more swaps for Bluff 3 Bigmode, still just desperately trying to make something happen. They've only got 56 meters and a little bit of extra centimeters of change to go. And that really puts them into a one-fight territory, maybe two on their defensive side.
Big Ren is just uncontested, like, never force out on the right side of the map because we've never taken it. Finally, he has to bag, but they end up getting a kill for it. They end up beating
3, 4, actually. 4. They get 4 for that. That's
it. I mean, that's the map. I mean, this is gonna be like, no, they get a really tough touch, but oh no, they don't. Yeah, that is the game. And Bluff Bigmode season, you know, they did well. Like, this is not like a performance that you want to be like mad about. I mean, obviously, like, they have to, you know, they still have to attack. I'm counting my chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they have 59 meters they are allowed to give up. 1 more centimeter after that they cannot, but they can get that there. So do not count them out just yet, though I understand that it's very easy to do so.
Don't turn off the stream, please. There's still a game. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. You almost, like, I actually don't even think you can spawn hold, because if you spawn hold, you can't get back in time. So you have to play normally and, like, just never lose.
Yeah, it's a spawn hold in that you cannot lose a fight, but you actually can't literally spawn hold, because if you do, you don't get to recontest.
Yeah, am I wrong? I don't know. I don't know.
No, I don't disagree.
Knows.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't think you can. So this is tough. I mean, you're gonna have to just play perfectly from now on. They really need to control this right side of the map. Water goes Torb, which could help with that if you play correctly. But it does kind of seem to me that there was a misdiagnosis of, like, what the problem was. Like, they made swaps continuously on that attack side, and none of them really were actually diagnosing the problem, which was that PJ is on right side and he can do whatever. And
yeah, you know, and Big Brain as well.
From the start, like, they're all kind of positioned in main again, which means that PJ is going to have the left side for free and be able to pinch.
I mean, yeah, you have a little bit more pressure in the form of a turret, but and that, I mean, that is a pick that cannot happen, and now you have just conceded all of the aerial control. Yeah, it's absolutely nasty. Yes, and we already see just a match rotation back, because you have lost. You have to just respect all the high ground or the sight lines now. And now you have no ground to give. Alfredo gets the trade. It's 1-1 now, and PJ falls. So there's a little bit there, but Odd Eye going down is really bad, because, I mean, just you can't afford to lose anybody at this point.
It does look like Bluff Creek have salvaged a fight win here. That they made some plays. They're DPS players. That's a nice pick on the Widow. And I liked kind of what Water is doing, kind of just being weird, like flanking on Torb. Like, just do weird shit. It probably will work.
Yeah.
But again, like, it's just continuously like, look, PJ is just on, like, yes, that side of the map. We're not playing on that side of the map, which is a problem.
Big Brain does not get killed, goes down to 50. Would be dead in like a 2019-2020 world. But
yeah,
not
Parker
so.
is in this back of the map trying to find something. But yeah, like, the Widow is already, like, Alfredo is staged on right, has that sight line. Oh my god, he does it again.
Disgusting.
And, I mean, Parker, like, didn't even get to react. Water does get a pick, though. We're even.
But I think at this point, the Tracer's less impactful than what the Widowmaker can do. And with walls up, I mean, it just could be so disgusting. The Discord orb is currently on that. Oh, how does it happen? How does that happen? Wait a minute.
Kind of back there. I mean, K-Mac, in my opinion, had to push a little bit to give space for his Widow. but then he backed, so the Widow kind of just is caught out. I like this flank though from Big Brain. This could be a C9 opportunity.
Does not happen. Good.
Big Brain is taking
land.
matters into his own hands. We're
And he
pushing this
eats the
Widow by
bolt.
ourselves. Okay, we'll Trank to get out. I like it. But Bluff Creek still has this Trank. Sandy Falls, like, Oddeye has to Trank.
Oh, and I mean, we have to stall for time with the trans. But, we're not even there. We're not even there. Oh, it's over. Borealis get the job done. It was a rallying effort of defense for Bluff Creek Bigmode, but they fall just short, and that ends their season in a tough loss to Borealis here 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Bluff Creek, they impressed me today. I expected this, honestly, to be even more one-sided, just because I respect Borealis that much. But I thought Bluff Creek looked good. Like, they had opportunities to win, but Borealis clutches it out. I'm curious to see your opinion. Who would you pick as your MVP of this game?
I mean, part of me wants to say part of the DPS line for Borealis because they were just nasty, but I think it has to be K-Mac just because of the amount of pressure that was put on the single tank in this whole game. And just being able to survive all of that has been just so important.
Yeah, I agree. I thought K-Mac looked really good, especially on Hollywood. Those ults were so huge, and the Orisa ult he had on Atlas was massive.
Atlas and Hollywood just are such different maps without K-Mac on the server. I like the DPS line played really, really well, but it's hard for me to shake that from my head of just what would this be like if you put just anybody else on the server other than K-Mac there. As we now look to our bracket, Birdwatch has won 3-0 there in that game. Blind Music Society also won 3-0 there. And I think Requiem's not updated, but I believe that was at least last we heard was 2-1 in the favor of Requiem. So that'll probably be coming in really soon. So we're almost done with our B League playoffs, and really waiting in for those selections coming in, because that will kind of determine how all of these teams shake out across the rest of the playoffs, and how that, especially now that we're in that double eliminations part of the bracket.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. Is that do we pick today? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if that happens today, but yeah, we'll see.
We don't know is the call. So yeah, I think otherwise we have just a couple more games. I think 2 more for tonight to finish off the play-ins. So once more in Camp Halfburger, that'll happen on BPL 3 in just a little bit, couple of minutes before that one gets started. And then we're going to be on a little bit of a long break for the rest of the night. But at 10 p.m., Chungus, Fungus, Spud clusters will finish things off. That will be quite a good one. Just trying to see who's really on top for the A-League playoffs.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, excuse me, I am mistaken, because that once more Camp Halfburger game has to still feed into Marin Malo's winner of that plays there. So there might be some more matches coming up on like Monday or Tuesday to still fully clean up our play-in rounds. So maybe a little bit more action to go, but that's it for the rest of the night here. I mean, just a lot of good Overwatch we got to see here. There's other 2 matches that you were able to watch as well. So study on some VODs, and still some great games left to go tonight. So I think that's it for the rest of us, other than just saying good night, and it's been a great game. Fish, you have anything?
Yeah, no, it's always a pleasure doing this. I enjoyed it. It was a good game, and I appreciated casting with you.
Yeah. So shout outs to Fish, shout outs to the production team. And shout outs to these 2 teams just creating a great game. And congratulations to Borealis on making it to the main playoff bracket. And that'll be it for a good little while. Stay tuned, though, at 10 o'clock for one more game here on the mainstream for this, at least for during this weekend. That's Chungus Fungus Spud Clusters coming up. about half an hour from now.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wander? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
he was the same rank as Anstein.
What the hell? That guy. Like, surely he is just queuing.
Well, he
he's
has the
in like
game-
the
he
South
has the
American
games-
servers, right? Queuing with
he ha-
e-girls.
He has the game from like last season or something, or like the season cut. Like how many like seasons is it? Like 2 seasons ago or something, or like however it was. Like he has the games from that season, just like barely.
They're like trying to figure out who's hosting lobby. I think I might have to host it
That's
because
crazy.
I don't think either team like really wants to or really gives a fuck. Fuck. Sure, I'll do it. So that's another workload. We can actually like we're starting to get in the lobby, so we could probably pivot. Welcome everyone. Hi, I'm joined with some awesome friends. We got Laura and Wi-Fi as the evil voices today. You guys want to say hi?
Hello.
Hi. I'm not actually here. That's why you can't see me on screen. I'm
Yeah,
just
you're like
inside
the
your
evil
head.
cryptid.
Yeah. I'm just the voice inside your head.
Yeah. We have an awesome banger match today. I believe this is a round 2 play-in matchup. I can take a look at the bracket right now.
It's just to get into round 2 plans, I think.
Is it? Oh, it is. Oh
Yeah.
shit! What? Oh no, Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the winner,
The
of this
winner
game
plays
me.
you.
I
Yeah.
know.
How are you feeling? Like, obviously, I'll ask you once again after the match happens. Like, how are you feeling about these teams? You know,
We're beating both of them, no question.
I was hoping you'd say some shit or some shit talk, but yeah, really. I don't know. I think a lot of teams are scared of you right now. Like, you guys are
Really?
like a dark horse. Yeah. I think because of the person I was talking to, they're on one of the top 4 teams, and they're like, dude, they got Genesect ZDB on tank. We are not picking them. You know?
Oh, really?
They're like, I will pick any other person that makes it other than Marin Bellows. That's what they told me.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you guys got hype moments in aura. So
I figured we'd be forced selection anyways. Even if whenever we went, or maybe Polaris will be forced.
yeah, if
selection.
you guys are Polaris, either way, I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, I wonder if my team gets first or second. Like they
I
haven't
think
figured out what
you
I
get-
think the thing with the A-League bracket, in my opinion, I think the which group am I in? Aspen or Ash? I can never remember. I'm in Aspen. I think the Ash group is significantly weaker than the Aspen group.
I think what
um,
my group is in yours as well, right?
Yes. I think our group is like everyone is way better than the other teams. The other groups like skill level is really low, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think the funniest thing is just to flip a coin.
That's
no,
true.
no, I want the first pick. I don't want second pick.
Okay, fine.
get- you
Torb
get
Hammer
f-
1v1.
Wait,
Can
what?
we-
So you
can
get
we
first
lobby as
or
the-
you get first or second? What? Wait,
Because
what?
they're tied. We're tied in map diff and in map score and
Oh,
yeah, both are I believe like 6 and 1
I see.
and plus
We
like
should-
7.
We should lobby for BPL to hold a Torb 1v1. And both teams have to nominate a player for it. Just Hammer only. That's how it's decided. Who gets first seed.
Okay. Oh, I'm lobby admin, guys, so I guess we can keep going. I'll put up the rosters. I'll let you guys talk if you need.
Mhm.
Oh, the rosters have been up. What the hell?
All right. Well,
Oh.
Cranberry told me that Akioto isn't here today, I think. And then something he just said that. And from the sounds of what Cranberry has told me, it feels like their team is kind of clocked out, you know?
Oh, really? That's not a good look for them.
Yeah, I think Victory hasn't shown up to a single scrim in the past, like, since they started losing. He just dodges all scrims, doesn't care.
Just a match day. Just show up, clock
Match
in.
day demon. But my boy Ethan, my boy Cranberry, I believe
Clock
in him.
in, clock out, no overtime.
I believe in Camp Halfburger.
Yeah.
They cannot lose to Epic Shock on tank.
But they also have Helios, who
Who's Helios?
someone in their collegiate program, I believe.
Oh, is he on their collegiate team?
Yeah.
Yep.
It
Okay.
was them and
Oh, it's like Nodi.
Bar of
Nodi
Soap and
Osiren.
Nodi.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to figure out the lineup. Oh, I'll do lineups in a
Helios,
second.
I believe, actually is coming from CGL and that group, I believe.
Mm.
I'm not mistaken. It could be a different Helios, but I remember there's a Helios over from the CGL that was playing that swept over.
Oh, fuck, dude. I'm like, I have to like lobby admin, so I'm sitting here like trying to like guide everyone through the arduous process that is this setup because during the regular season you all played in BPL. You know that like the maps are predetermined and then the ban order was like pretty simple, right? But because
Yeah.
we're in playoffs, it's now like the KL stuff where like you choose for map ban or ban order. So some of the people that didn't play in KL or anything are like, what? You know? Yeah,
Yeah,
it
there's
is
just
really
some
like it is a
learning
lot to
pains.
yeah.
It's understandable.
I mean, I feel like most of the time you want to take first ban. In a situation like this,
Yeah.
like you're not really there is no like trade off, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like the ability to protect one of your roles as a whole is
Mhm.
like so incredibly strong. Especially if you're protecting something like tank, where it's like that determines everything that your team can do, and then it's forcing them to basically ban a DPS a
Yeah,
lot of
and
times with
you
how
get
flexible the supports are.
you get free protects as well, you know?
Mm.
I want to ask you a question. Since we're kind of burning time here while we slowly trudge through the bans, what team in BPL history has had the most aura?
In history, has had the most aura.
Yeah.
Are only like actual BPL teams or subset tournaments as well?
You can do weekend tournaments.
I
Stick to
really
like
want to say drums roulette. I really want to say drums roulette. That
oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
like that the
Oh
amount of
god.
aura every single time you tapped in to see them take a moment to spin the wheel, like that was powerful. Like you were shivering in your boots.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about map right now, I guess, because we started the bans. First to three as always. We're in play-ins, so no more first to two bullshit. And we have Ilios as our first map. What do you guys think?
I'm not a big fan of that map, you know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's because you just played it and you just got.
Yeah. But also
Not a
in
big
general,
fan. Not a big fan of the map. Why'd you pick it?
we
Did you pick it?
didn't pick it.
Oh.
No, we were lower seed, so they picked it. I believe. But it very one-dimensional once you get to a certain point.
Yeah, sorry. It is a map of all time. I just want to follow up. We'll get to the bands when we get into the map. What do you guys think that the bands might look like?
I have no clue. Maybe just some default bans, like ban a hit scan, ban a Orisa. I don't know.
Ban a tank, ban insert hit scan here. Either between Freya, Sojourner, Cass, I'm guessing. Maybe a Tracer if they're feeling frisky. But like I don't expect either of these teams to be really like freaky with it.
What team is Turgan on again? Can someone remind me?
He's on once more, isn't he?
Target's on once more.
Okay, just thank you. I just didn't.
Did he join late and you wanted to make sure he wasn't
know,
just tagging along?
I'm
or-
like
No,
doing like
he was there
spectators
since
and
the
stuff,
beginning
and
of the season, I think.
Okay.
well, no, just like I keep forgetting because I need to do spectate red or blue only, and then
Oh.
Oh.
roster. Oh god. Why is this like so? It isn't organized by role. It's just like.
Are they gonna go in lobby? Are they gonna? We're gonna get in game.
Yeah, sorry. We're doing. I'm just asking about one random player in lobby I don't recognize. So. Right.
What
We're
a
about it,
responsible lobby admin.
dude. Sorry, I'm not a great lobby admin, but I'm trying my best here. We're about to go in, by the way. Just letting you know. So, action very momentarily. Camp Halfburger once more. This is gonna be freaking epic. I'm just waiting on ours right now. We're loading in.
Now arriving
Oh crap!
at Helios.
Oh man, here we go.
Initiating match.
So, have the band showed up yet?
No.
Oh
No.
my god, I didn't fucking save them. 1 second. There we go. They should pop up. Oh shit, my bad. Bang!
Hey!
Wrecking wheel.
Any noticers of the Wrecking Wheel band?
Where's Epic Shock?
Epic Shock's
What
not
happened?
even in. They just put the other tank in
Ready for
on the
battle.
map that Ball is banned, and now they
That
can't ban
is-
Ball for the
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like of the maps, like
Okay, now to
you're
be fair,
starting on
I'm
Ilios.
I'm
like-
banning ball here too. Fuck ball on this. map.
Yeah. I mean,
Is Ball
like,
particularly good?
I
here?
don't think anyone wants to deal with
Yeah.
that on this map.
This is like one of the ball maps.
Yep. Makes sense. And as
5,
Camp
4,
Halfburger
3.
rolling out on this on this
One.
JQ comp, this looks
Round
tough.
1. Capture the objective.
I'm gonna follow them out here.
Go,
I'll-
my
You
God.
guys can kind of lay it back half. I'll just be focusing on food safety stuff.
I'm very surprised to see.
Let's go!
Nina getting first blood.
Oh shit! Wait,
Yeah.
are you a half-burger, bro?
Are you a half burger right now? Where's the
Yeah.
bag?
If they win this and they cement themselves as the better camp team, because the other one got eliminated today.
I want to shout out Dustdale, by the way, who, like, before the match even started, said, I need to give Nina all my power. She will get her one aware, and then she gets the first hit. Like,
That's real.
That's manifestation right there.
yeah, like,
We're watching Cranberry. We're watching your guy.
That's my guy.
Yep. Oh, get him. Get Dodie. You win that. Oh, maybe you don't win this. You gotta run. Oh, and then they have this on his Freya, the honorable Sojourn. The honorable
honorable
Sojourn.
Sojourn is crazy. Dishonorable Freya versus slightly dishonorable.
Slightly less dishonorable
Unless-
Sojourn.
Yeah. Like, I feel like you would have to see Cass for it to be honorable, right? Like,
I feel like Cass is still like dishonest. Like Flashbang is.
I mean,
stupid.
like, yeah, but like,
No,
I mean,
Ghost
he
is
is
dead.
like,
The dishonest part about Taz isn't his flashbang, is that he can, if he just gets the
Right
pocket, he
click.
walks around the map and two tabs.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like his right click first now, especially as a monkey. What do you do? That's like 450 every single time you walk.
Oh. Fury, 1 HP. Did he get the
No way Helios didn't die.
Well, he just had Nora. High most Nora didn't even need Primal.
I get,
And now
got the
we-
wave respawn.
Yep. I mean, now they have Curicle, so we'll see what that does. Actually, over under or Siren Ajax?
Is it this like this map or
Just this speed. This speed.
I feel like an Ajax might be coming.
Oh,
I
Cranberry!
feel like
Cranberry!
Cranberry!
Do we
Wake
need to
up!
pause? Do we need to pause?
I don't know.
I'm waiting for a call.
Cranberry.
Oh,
I think he,
what the fuck just happened?
I believe he might be playing on a weird setup. So he might have done over there.
Dude, he's about to pop off here, watch.
He's in the gaming cafe. He got that on his shoulder.
Abel, unfortunately. No, Abel's still in BPL. I think
Bear
their
one.
team. The Bear, yeah. Bear Bros. So bad. No, Borrow's still currently fighting demons right now. Good job. The Burger team still locked in.
I believe. Where's our burger munchers at?
Burger munching. Yo,
We at McBarrows support
Yo,
the burger.
My badass gotta DoorDash some burgers.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so hungry. I need a DoorDash. I got a DoorDash.
You have to DoorDash. They give you the discount.
Who do I DoorDash some food, bro?
Actually DoorDashing food?
Should we DoorDash some food right now?
I don't got time to cook, bro. I'm observing. I got my priorities straight. BPL over making food. Oh shit, good kills by Nodi.
No, Nodi killing everyone.
Oh,
There is.
that was tough. That was
Talk about dishonest sojourn and prep. But like,
Tracer,
Yeah.
Tracer.
take away her 0.5. Take away the 0.5. She doesn't deserve it.
Was it 5.5 before and then it changed to 6?
Yes.
It's literally been going back and forth like 3 times now.
They can't decide. Okay, Nodi Loki won that one by himself, so.
Yeah, he willed it into existence.
At a certain point, we just have to like eventually try like 0.25, right? Like surely.
I don't
right?
think the issue is I don't know if the engine is set up to do like increments of 0.25.
5.75.
I was thinking that, yeah, it's like right now
Yeah,
I think
like,
5.75 is a
It's
sweet spot.
weird. I would lean and try like 5.7 at least, like at least one time, because like
4,
I mean I think she's fine at 5.5, right? Like she's still really strong. She has a lot of value, especially with the turret being some of the strongest turrets in the game for a DPS. But like, then like, I mean we see her at 6, and like she can just 1v5 like at 6. It's insane.
Oh my god, Baro's so good.
On the defense,
Yeah. Oh, surface though. Holy crap.
Hey, we do see the Cassidy come out. Let's go. Spreading
Victory. Sorry. I don't
we
know.
out here spreading the Cassidy propaganda one flash right like at a time.
Siren's about a boot Falcon, of course.
yeah, we're looking for a beat up on that one.
Oh, but they got a filter. Good deal. That's Nodi. Ooh.
Bro.
I also think Nodi is just a really good player. But also, yeah, they are server.
But like, it's a good character, but if you have someone that can take her to that next level, it's like, what do you do against it, right? Like,
yeah.
Nodi's just like anywheres and everywhere, just chasing that gears along, and that is like.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh, whoa, my god.
Like, what do you do against that? Like,
Yeah, if your backline isn't like loaded, your team just goes to the tracer.
I think I think Nodi is very like unquestionably punching down, like playing
Oh, yeah.
BPL and shit.
In BPL, yeah.
yeah.
So I think it's just like if you're punching down on Tracer, you could just like pub stomp, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's like a better way of putting it. It's not. It's all relative, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not sure why. I feel like every other series they played mid is just not
But it's playing, you know, they gotta log in.
they're lucky now.
I mean, they lost the deal to deal without Nodi. Doxon, however, you know, however, the event is still there, might be Dr. Doom at that point.
Yeah, I think this is gonna have to be a gap the rest of once more, like the rest.
Oh my
of
God,
the team.
Mina! Wait,
Like you're
Mina
gonna
did.
have to the rest of the team's gonna have to step up massively when playing.
where have I
versus
seen
just-
this before?
I don't know.
Watch the Mina Kiriko.
Soothing your wounds.
This is Kiriko game.
Actually, you know what? We're gonna watch Cranberry finish this full bomb. Watch it.
You're going to struggle so much to get value out of this. I mean, they could just sit back, poke you. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, like, you
wait,
can
get
wait
Nodi,
for
get Nodi.
Nodi to kill.
They didn't give the foot though, but they should be coming back into this really easy.
Nodi got caught in a really unlucky place. They were like trying to do the weapon thing, and then the rest of the team just respawned. They happen to like catch Nodi while they're trying to cut out.
Yeah.
Helios is dead. Wait, and they capped, so that's really bad for.
And he used primer.
Like the contest is gonna be so sketchy right now. Oh, bar of soap.
Staying on the...
Oh,
That's huge. Oh my.
surface. He just killed 5, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And he's rewarded with 50% to another roller.
Going up.
This character is awesome.
This character is awesome. I love using my ultimate and getting 25 ult charge instantly back. And assuming I kill 3 that fight, I'm now at 50 ult charge, if not more.
Ooh, good pulse bomb onto Helios. Where's the out? They capitalize? Oh no.
1 HP. He's still so low.
Surely!
They beat to try to kill him.
Please! Kill
Someone
Helios,
help!
please!
Someone
Please
help
kill
Cranberry!
Helios!
Kill that!
No way Cranberry dies. Oh, Osiris just like...
And then the
Mina,
cast like
yo, Mina clicking.
Oh my god, yeah. Real. Who is this person? Let's check.
Let's go, Camp Halfburger!
Oh my
Not
god,
nice.
this is awesome. Wait, F1 but
Wait.
GM4 open queue, noticing.
Yo,
Also a
GM4
top
open
300
queue.
tank.
Game 4 OPQ. That's like really good.
It's open,
Dude.
66.
How did I just check their profile on stream?
The
Check it,
honest.
that's fucked.
I was just a little curious because they're looking
Imagine
really good
if
out
you
here.
open that up and it's just like boom Moira hours or something. Like, how would you deal
That
with
would be a
this?
crazy plot
You
twist. That'd be a
or-
crazy plot twist.
Like,
You open it up, they're just like diamond.
Yo, actually tap check.
2, 1. Round
What do we
Oh
notice?
my.
Capture the objective.
Surface has got 11k damage. That character's fair.
yeah.
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 Victory actually did pretty well as well.
No, not Nog friend. Stop playing Overwatch. You have one of the fake Nog friends added.
I have the fake and the real one added.
Oh, you have the real one added too. Okay.
Yeah, the real Nog friend is like a Pokemon bot.
Yeah. Well, I know the new. I don't know who the fake Nog friend is.
It's LCS.
It's just like.
One of them is LCS.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it was like someone like. Something like that.
It could very well be like.
This is taken down, but they did trade for
Good headshot onto the.
Relock in.
nice boot from Almond.
Wait, Almond is in there like swimwear. Good too.
Just right click. Just right click.
Oh, Cranberry
but they-
back on the point. It is Loki just in the. But they are all 1 HP. Loki,
yeah.
the ones who can.
Romeo, he could go crazy right now.
They're all running away from him. He can't do anything.
Oh, Almond! Jesus Christ, where'd you come from?
Run away, bro! No, watch you move that way.
They got
No,
Giga
we're
Boot.
gonna-
They got like quadruple
Oh, they're
boot.
staggering. And this is feeding so much ult charge over to surface. Surface is about to have a roll here.
Yeah, but
They have
Nodi has a
pulse
pulse
bomb
bomb, and they're in the BL.
They've been marked. I know they're there.
What do you do when like Nodi sticks your tracer? The victory goes for the high noon. Get surface.
Roll. That works too.
They got Bella. Yeah.
That's the other part. I
roll,
wrote
that roll does damage. That gives you damage resistance.
If it was like 25 or something, where it's like it's noticeable, but it doesn't.
I think it needs to be a. I actually think it should beat pulse bomb. I feel like it's actually it's like a good it should like when you pulse bomb and it should leave you at like literally 1 HP.
The issue is that you can do it for like, I think literally like every
Like bomb as well, you know?
Yeah, I think you can live
like,
Diva bomb, which might be an issue. But I think living pulse bomb isn't.
it's a major. I think you have to have cast to be able to take
Yeah, that should be a minor perk.
that would actually go crazy. You move the right click to a major.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Oh, Cracker, that was tough.
That's
That
my
was
go.
so tough.
That's my go. That's my go.
And they have point cap, they're getting the back. Surface has died, right? Or part of Soak, maybe?
They dash 5 times and get out and stuff.
Honestly, I need Camp Half-Burner to win because turn masters like Freds can already be like completely wrong based on just like he paired the other team to win the other game was the other A-League game, and then once Camp Half-Burner win this one,
I get the one because he wants to pred for his team to win, right?
that is true. That's true.
I mean, if you aren't betting for your team to win, like,
Yeah, what are you doing?
are you really a player? Like,
That's real. No, that's real.
like you
Wow.
gotta believe in yourself. You have to
Chat,
walk
chat,
into
holy
every single
fuck.
game. Like, we can win this. Like the second you give up, like it's over. Like you
Wait,
can't
think
come
about
back.
it. They won the not Epic Shock map. Now they have to play a map with Epic Shock and Target.
Surely we see a Tracer deck come out. Right?
Does
Like,
Camp Half-Burner have any meaningful slots?
I don't think they're here today.
they're down.
Oh wait, no, Illuminous.
down
Illuminous
though.
is gonna come in.
Oh, Illuminous is the dagger. They're gonna save him for map 3. He's gonna be like, I'm the closer.
The law showing up.
The law.
The law showing up with his controller.
Yo.
Nah, I didn't get a chance to order DoorDash. I love DoorDash, guys.
You love spending money on instead of like overpriced.
Camped out on the porch, trying to work this out. Raining in my head, but my body
What is up, BPL Nation? We are back with more BPL play-ins. We got Chungus Fungus versus Spud Clusters. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the final game of the day, so hopefully it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and especially considering that this is the play-ins round 2 game as well, so whoever wins this game will be one of the 4 teams that are going to make it to the playoff bracket. So if you lose this game, you are out. So this is definitely a very important game for both teams because, like, obviously you want to be able to make the main playoff bracket where it's double elim. So like when you make the playoffs, like, you know, you can. It's okay if you like maybe take a little bit of a hit because you still have that lower bracket to go off of as well. So very important game for both sides. Who do you think has the upper hand here in this matchup?
I feel like this is going to be a very even matchup. I don't really know. I can see this one going pretty far possibly, but I think this is honestly a pretty even match with both teams. So I'm not really quite sure. I think it just depends who is going to show up more on Chungus Fungus or Spud Clusters, who really wants his win more. And I think it's just going to come down to like the few small mistakes from each team that could cost them their game.
Yeah, and even just like based off the standings, both teams are 4-3, so both teams played pretty solid in the regular season as well. So you can't really like, I guess, base off of like the record of like, I wonder which team is better just based off the record, because it's literally the exact same. And here we have the lineup for Chungus Fungus. Obviously, Pengulik's known for his Bastion. Definitely, I guess that's his most known character, and Otters, one of the best flex supports that we have in this league right now. So definitely 2 very strong components of Chungus Fungus for people to be watching out for. And then their opponent is Spud Clusters as well, who are a team in the other group, and I think they've shown a good amount of promise as well throughout the regular season. They do also have some pretty promising players. I think Pinecone has been a very good tank this season so far. I think Star Potato has also impressed a lot with his flex DPS play. So I think, you know, I feel like there, in terms of firepower, there's definitely, I would say there's a pretty even amount on both sides. So I think it'll mostly just like come down to what comps the teams run, and I guess just like coordination, just like the small things I think will really go a long way in this game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that I'm unsure which these teams want to run composition wise, but I'm assuming we're gonna probably see a few swaps here and there, but I do think it will come down to just a few small mistakes that teams are gonna be able to point out and notice between the 2 teams. So we'll see how the teams adjust to each other over this course of the series. Again, this is going to be a 1st to 3 series, so we'll be guaranteed at least 3 maps here. Could be going to a map 5, who knows? And it is a little bit different on how the pick and ban system works. The higher seeded team, I don't know who will actually pick a map or not, but one of the teams will pick them.
So the higher seed can pick the map, and then the lower seeded team can
choose if they want to ban first or
ban
ban second. So
yeah,
Chungus Fungus, they picked their map already. They are going to be going to Lijiang Tower here, so it gives Spud Clusters the opportunity to either ban first or ban second. It's really banning first or second really just depends on if you know what you want to play. You might just want to ban a counter, or you just want to see what they might play and counter or ban with that. But
yeah, in my opinion, I think majority of the time it's definitely smarter to get the first ban, because I also think it's good that you can, you know, maybe protect protect one of your own characters. You can basically protect that role if you just wanted to, right? But yeah, I do think the idea behind the second ban is you just want to sort of read what the enemy team is going to play, so then you can sort of adjust your own ban around what they're banning.
Yeah, you want to be able to adjust your team composition, how you want to play the game. You know, you don't want to base off of who they're going to ban first. So I don't know who they're going to ban. Obviously, like Chungus Fungus, they have some notable like characters that they probably will play a lot. Obviously, there's Bastion, and then Otters on the Baptiste as well. So maybe we'll see something early like that. Lijiang Tower is a pretty known, especially right now, with this current meta to be very brawl heavy. So you might see like one of the brawl tanks get banned. You might see a support, but
Yeah, and honestly, I'm assuming that the strategy for Chungus Fungus with their bans, I feel like they're not really like gonna ban a specific character for the start of Spud clusters, because I feel like Spud clusters, they are like a very flexible team, and I feel like their players can just like sort of flex around to whatever comp they want. So I feel like if Chungus Fungus are going to be banning, I feel like they're mostly going to be banning counters to what they want to play, or they're just going to like go for, I guess, like pretty like solid good bans, like tanks that are meta or DPS that can be really annoying, or like a support that that you just don't really want to be going up against. So like that's what I would assume that would be the ban system that Chungus Fungus are going to be going for, or like that's like I would assume like maybe like their thought process behind who they ban. So I mean, I guess we'll just find out who they ban.
yeah, we'll see. I feel like throughout the series we're gonna see. I'm not sure what kind of maps they would want to do. Looks like we do actually have our first ban here. We got Spud clusters picked to ban first, and they picked Freya. That is, that's a pretty solid ban, especially on possibly Legion Tower. Freya's are pretty good at just spamming down like small corridors and tight areas with her bullets, and can just be really annoying, do a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe Chungus Fungus, I don't feel like they really play the Freya. I feel like Pangolix usually opts to play the Bastion, and if it's not Bastion, I think he usually likes to play the Ashe. But I feel like I do. Yeah, I'm assuming that the Freya ban is just more like again, like just like one of those like solid DPS bans. Like you can't really go wrong with just getting rid of a Freya, because I mean, Freya is annoying in my opinion. No one really likes getting double bolted, especially if you're like not on tank. You just get double bolted and die. It's definitely not fun if you do that. So I mean, I guess it's like definitely, it's just like a overall good ban there from the side of Spud clusters. So now we're just waiting on the ban from Chungus Fungus.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're gonna go for here for this. Possibly a maybe, I think I don't know who's gonna be playing tank first or puts for Spud clusters, but you could see like maybe like a Ramattra ban. Obviously with the Freya ban, you probably are gonna play like a Cass, or maybe a Cass. I think that's what Spud clusters might try to go for here. I'm assuming like we're gonna see like maybe like a Bap Lucio from both teams. I think that's probably one of the best support backlines that you can actually have right now. So, but it looks like
Chungus Fungus do have their ban in.
They decided to ban Lucio.
I think Lucio is always a really interesting ban,
especially on control.
Yeah, because I feel like Lucio has definitely been like a very mainstay character on that map type, especially just like considering like on a lot of these control maps, I would say Brawl is definitely, it's pretty common to be running Brawl. So when you ban the Lucio, you're sort of maybe forcing a team to run like Juno Brig probably, or maybe Bap Brig.
They might be playing Bap Brig. I feel like I think is honestly better than the Juno Brig in my opinion, but Juno Brig I think can still work. This is just gonna be a nice slow map. You might see some sim TPs that actually be able to get around the map a lot faster, throw people off. But
that's true. Yeah, sim TP strategies are definitely, I feel like they've sort of had I feel like they've definitely seen a little bit of a resurgence, especially I'm pretty sure it is played in OWCS, right? Like
EMEA loves it.
Yeah, just like running, just obviously because teleporter is such a strong ability, because you can just sort of, you have vertical mobility, you have horizontal mobility, you can just sort of place your tank like a more, I guess, static tank like Orisa. You can just, or like Ramattra, you can sort of just insert them anywhere on the map, basically. Especially with the perk on Symmetra, where you can get a 50% longer TP. I feel like that is, I think that's like definitely one of the strongest perks for Symmetra. Just considering it definitely increases the amount of like opportunities that you can have to surprise them.
It is very crazy, especially on like control maps. Like the TPs out of spawns are like actually like so like funny, because you don't realize how far that 50% really is until you like fully TP out of spawn and you're already at choke within the first like second. Like you're just instantly there. It's like kind of crazy. Like you just
Yeah,
get activated so fast. But we're gonna be going in the map now. We're here.
Yeah, and it looks like Chungus Fungus will be, the lineup will be Pangolux, Mafia, Last Night, Honors, and Lylums, and Spud Clusters will be running their, it appears Penguin SF is not playing this. They're actually, their support line will actually be Austin and Agua. Penguin is like their main support player, so I'm assuming maybe with the Lucio ban, they're gonna try to just run it. Oh, never mind, they're calling for a pause. They're calling for a pause. What has gone awry?
I wonder what happened. And somebody's AFK. They didn't realize they weren't there. You know, something like that. Who knows? But we kind of saw a little bit of a sneak peek of what they were running.
Yeah.
Tiny bits. They were on like, it looks like Pinecone was on the ball. We'll see if he actually sticks with it or not. But
okay, yeah, turns out they were not actually are, but the comp from Chungus Fungus, it did look like the Chungus Fungus were opting to run a sort of very standard Ramatra brawl. They do have the Lifeweaver though, but I'm assuming the Lifeweaver is just there to sort of, obviously the pull is a very good just get out of jail free card, and I think Tree of Life is also really good if you for just holding space, especially on a map type like Control, where maybe you want to like have someone on your team sticking on the objective, and then the Tree of Life can just sort of sustain them through a ton of damage. So
yeah, I think Lylum is definitely known. I feel like a little bit more for the Lifeweaver. I feel like we've seen Lylum play Lifeweaver a lot recently. I think Lifeweaver Baptiste is pretty good. It's not that bad, to be honest. It can work. You just, obviously you just pull your tank and pull your Baptiste, and Lifeweaver just has like really good survivability just by himself. So
yeah, and also I think the pedal platform also does provide a lot of opportunities for plays, especially if you are going to be running that Cassidy. You can always, pedal platform him up, or maybe just like pull him away while he's nooning, so you can like bait out like a spear cooldown or something. Just anything. Also, just like we are seeing both teams on the sim at the very beginning, but that could also just be to TP out of spawn. I'm assuming both Mafia and Star Potato are going to be opting to play that Tracer instead.
I
and it
think
looks
they
like
would be more known for their Tracer. I feel like Mafia could stick. Star Potato definitely seems like somebody that would probably go Tracer, but
yeah, and Pinecone will be opting to play the Orisa now, and I think Orisa is definitely one of the strongest tanks in the meta right now. I think her sustain and her damage output is just absolutely absurd, and I think Last Night might struggle a little bit into the Orisa, especially when you don't have that speed boost. It can be a little bit hard to sort of run into the backline, and yeah, we're already seeing Last Night taking a ton of damage here, but it looks like Chungus Fungus will be taking White Room control pretty early, forcing Spud Clusters back a little bit, but Spud Clusters just opting to play main instead, but that's a huge slow. Spud Clusters just playing really, again, with the lack of the Lucio, both teams are just playing really slow here, not really opting to go first yet, just sort of poking each other out and waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be trying to look to be pretty slow here as Spud Clusters. They don't have the speed, both teams on the Lifeweaver, so they're going to be trying to just go in and engage, but just pull back whenever they need to.
Yeah, and we do see Chungus Fungus able to take point first, though, because it did seem like maybe Spud Clusters were just a little bit afraid of the Ramatra form, so they're just sort of opting to wait a little bit. Star Potato is kind of in a world of his own, but will be able to, but yeah, no one's really looking at him, so he can just kind of sort of chill out for a second. Window going to be popped by Austin, so Spud Clusters looking to push it now, but Pinecone going to get eliminated early by Pangolux on the Cassidy. Star Potato just alone on that objective will get eliminated, so Chungus Fungus just this very slow playstyle for them overall, just I guess paying dividends more to them.
Yeah, both of the Baptistes, they both use their windows here to try to keep this fight alive. Chungus Fungus with the window surely just kept the team alive. It worked out really well for them. Chungus Fungus, they have this high noon ult up already, so they might be looking to push in with this with Spud Clusters. They might be looking to try to Orisa ult to try to counter or whatever Chungus Fungus might be doing.
Yeah, but we are seeing maybe Spud Clusters playing a little bit split, but Last Night is in pretty deep, but again, the life grip from Lylum is just really good at preventing people from getting punished. That noon had the potential to do a lot, but only is going to be breaking the lamp, and Last Night going to be walking back in with the Ramatra ult, but that tree of life from Penguin is absolutely massive to help Spud Clusters sustain, and Mafia going to be the first one to fall to Austin. The pull onto Last Night to basically keep him alive for now, so it looks like there is going to be a fight on the point here, but the blade from Star Potato Last Night going to eventually be overwhelmed and taken down by Kademon. down. Star Potato just looking for anything else, but doesn't really seem to matter there, as Spud Clusters will just be cleaning up the rest of Chungus Fungus, and we'll finally start to get some percentage on the board.
And the Tracer here, the final last stall, got the 84%. Their Chungus Fungus is down to final fight territory for this point. So Spud Clusters, they're gonna need to be able to hold this point for almost the rest of the time.
Yeah, and and the window is committed there from Austin, but Chungus Fungus doing a good job of just cutting that window from Otter. So Chungus Fungus now opting to walk in, and Penglux going to be able to pick off Austin, having no bad pieces. Really bad right now, especially when Urissa is so low HP, and Mafia just going to be able to clean up the kill. Kidmon looking for anything with that high noon, but just so many people shooting the Cassidy will just get taken down, and Chungus Fungus will be able to flip the point, and 85%. Spud Clusters might need to like maybe swap to a stall comp if they want to be able to get back quickly, and yeah, we're going to be seeing them on this Tracer Sombra comp.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to look to stall here, but it's going to be pretty close. Pengulex is going to be using the high noon here to try to back off his Orisa.
Yep, oh, the spear. The spear from behind is actually very huge to cancel the high noon, so... And Pengulex just gets overwhelmed, maybe not expecting all that damage coming in from Kademon. The Tree of Life is committed though from Lylan, but everyone from Chungus Fungus is just falling. So Spud Clusters will be able to actually flip off the back of that.
Yeah, I think Chungus Fungus, they might have pushed up a little bit too far. They might have just thought it was already over when it really wasn't. And then let Spud Clusters get the upper hand there. And now they have the point. They have to flip, but Spud Clusters, they're going to be on the Somber Tracer with the Orisa. They're going to have to look to play fast with the hack and possibly with this tree here.
Yeah, and I do think as well that last fight, Pinecone did do a really good job of sort of preventing the high noon, because he did use the Orisa for a ton of survivability and then just speared Pengulex out of that. So, but now it looks like Spud Clusters are just opting to push up with that Tree of Life. But Chungus Fungus are able to mostly survive the engage. Pinecone taking a ton of damage. Life Grip will be forced by Penguin. Gonna get stuck with a pulse bomb and actually taken down by Mafia. So no tank on the side of Spud Clusters. They really need to find something with this window from Austin. But right now, Chungus Fungus have so much more space, but the virus through the window actually doing a ton of damage onto Last Night, giving Kademon the EMP. Austin gonna be able to take down one. Pengulex will be getting the trade onto Kademon though. It's still a very even fight, but Chungus Fungus will be able to flip the point, and Last Night will be in that Ramatra form now. And I think that's just so much space and so much, I guess, pressure to the backline, but Pengulex gonna get punished for the high noon by Pinecone, so Spud Clusters do have the advantage now, a 2v4 I'm pretty sure, and yeah, Lylan's gonna fall, so Spud Clusters will be flipping this point back in their favor most likely, as long as they just clean up these last final players correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of like snowbally at this point for a little bit, especially for this. Yeah, it looks like Chungus Fungus is gonna be leave up the point. They still have a little bit more time to be able to like realize what kind of touch they kind of want here, but they're gonna have to go in fast.
Yeah, we're seeing Pengulex on the Sombra now, so I guess right now there is a Sombra Tracer mirror coming out here from both sides. Pinecone going to be popping the Orisa ult, and Star Potato using the pulse bomb. No kills found though, and Austin actually going to fall the dive from Pengulex, and Mafia good to take down the Baptiste, but Last Night going to fall too, but Mafia taking down Penguin as well. This is a very back and forth fight as Kademon able to take down Pengulex, but Pinecone able to take down Otters. That is a massive pick for the side of Spud Clusters, and I think off the back of Pinecone and Kademon, it looks like Chungus Fungus might be out, but Mafia able to take down Pinecone and actually getting a pretty good amount of sustain. Last Night on the Doomfist actually going to be able to take down Kademon. Very last second touch here from Last Night. It's just the Doomfist though against this Tracer, and this Juno will eventually get overwhelmed. Pengulex last attempt here from Chungus Fungus, but Spud Clusters is going to be able to take the first round in a very close affair.
Yeah, that was really close there from Spud Clusters. Chungus Fungus, they looked like they had the point already won, but then I think they got a little bit too egregious there during those final few minutes that they had, or seconds they had on that point, but which lets Spud Clusters actually be able to regroup and be able to go in. But the swaps that Spud Clusters had with the EMP, like K1 had a massive EMP there during that giant stall fight, which I think really led them to winning that point. Chungus Fungus, they weren't really able to recover from that. I think they used a lot of their ults there, and they were also swapping, so they were losing a lot of their ults and ult charge that they had. So I think a lot of the teams going to be trying to look like they're going to be playing very similar comps here. Price Pengulex is going to be going on to his Bastion.
Yeah, so maybe looking to opt for his signature character. The Spear almost spears him off the map, but Pengulex will be able to hold on. But yeah, we see a ton of pressure onto this Bastion, but Pengulex is going to have to play really safe from the Orisa and the Cassie that can just deal a ton of damage. But Kademon sort of exposed out in the open, and last night we'll be able to take down the Cassidy and Mafia, doing a ton of work right now on the backline, going to be forcing out the life grip. So now Pinecone just sort of alone on point without that good of a free card, but looks like both teams are just looking to sort of sustain for now. Spud Cluster's just looking to live through the push, but it looks like Chungus Fungus do have the point control. Mafia going to be getting even more value here on this Tracer, able to take down Austin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if Spud Clusters. I feel like a Bastion usually is a surprise. Oh my god. They insta swap to a Malgafara after seeing that. I feel like
they
a little bit of a surprise
understand the counter.
At first, so they just decided to just, you know, we're going to full counter swap and just shoot the Bastion.
Yeah, and Mafia does get hit with the Hinder Grenade, but we'll be able to back out though, so luckily the Tracer for the side of Chungus Fungus will be alive, but Star Potato raining in a ton of rockets there, definitely to be pressuring up Pangolix, but Star Potato needs to really be aware of Otters, as Otters definitely has the mechanics to just snipe out a Pharah in the air if he wants to. And yeah, you're already seeing Otters sort of taking a couple pot shots at that Pharah to sort of pressure her away from the fight. Mafia able to avoid a lot of these cooldowns, and looks like Star Potato looking for a flank with this barrage, able to bring Austin down, Otters down really low. Will be eliminating the Baptiste. Pangolix with that Bastion ult, able to trade onto Austin, but Pinecone on this Malka getting a ton of value with 2 kills there, and yeah, now it's just Lilam, and she will eventually fall, so Spud is able to flip the point.
It looks like these swaps really did work out in their favor. They really didn't have to use too many ults there, just to had to use a window there. Pangolix is going to be opting to stay on the Bastion, it seems like. But we're going to be going to the rest of the try to keep this Malka a little bit more in check. Spud Clusters, they have this high noon, which I'm assuming they're going to try to use pretty early, possibly, especially with Otters with this window. It might be pretty difficult once they window to make this space.
Yeah, and I think also Chungus Fungus really need to watch out for Star Potato with that barrage, as if Star Potato can sort of flank it from the side, that would work, but Mafia actually going to be taking down the Pharah, and Kidmon just holding on to this high noon, doing a ton of damage to last night, and Pinecone actually gonna be able to take down Pangolix, then knocks off Otters with the charge. That is an insane play, Pinecone, and now he's just tank shooting last night to get all that healing done, or you guys just a ton of damage. That is what Malga is best at, just shooting the tank, and yeah, last night just sort of alone, just sort of on his own right now. Maybe just looking for the life grip from Lilam, but Lilam getting a touch, just taking so much pressure from Pinecone, but Pinecone in very deep will be pocketing that cardiac arrest to stay alive, and also the Lamb committed as well, so Pinecone will be able to back out successfully, and Spud Cluster's looking really good right now in terms of their ult bank.
Yeah, Spud Clusters, they haven't had to use too much to win a lot of these fights. They've been doing a very good job just preserving a lot of these ults. It looks like Barrage is going to be coming out, but great pull there from Lilam, keeping the tank alive.
Yeah, Mafia gonna die to
they're gonna be trading
Kidmon. Yeah, so it currently isn't even fight, but Pangolix able to snipe out Austin with that, but with the Rocket Bastion. Definitely a very deadly form if you're not paying attention. Kidmon trying to kill Otters, high noon and life to keep the Cassidy alive, and he could get 2 massive kills here, but last night getting a perfect 3-time spear to shut down the Cassidy. Cage still committed here from Pinecone, but the window from Otters to just do so much damage to that Malga, but Pinecone doing a pretty good job of staying alive, but Chungus Fungus eventually will be able to flip the point and clean up the rest of these Spud Clusters players.
Yeah, I mean, that barrage there was just basically completely nullified after last night was started to use spin, and then Lilam pulled away, but Spud Clusters are going to be swapping to the Orisa, and Star Potato's going to be going back into the Tracer, looking to try to collapse on the team a little bit more. Just going to brawl on them, wait for the Bastion form to come out. Yeah, Spud Clusters, they're probably going to be trying to use this window here to try to make some space. Last night can probably use the Orisa ult here to try to make the window less effective.
Yeah, I think Penguin really does need to have. I think Penguin does need to have a really good tree of life there to keep the team sustained. Last night, popping the Rizzle, but just gonna get burned off the back of that window from Austin. Pinecone can be able to find the first kill, but Pangolix able to take down Penguin through the own tree of life. Kidmon gonna be able to get the trade though onto Pangolix, and Spud Clusters just cleaning up the rest of Chungus Fungus. And looks like they will be able to flip the point in their favor now. Last night, now on the Doomfist 2 for a last second touch for the pulse from Star Potato. Absolutely massive to just really chunk down the Doomfist, make sure he can't really sustain for that long, and yeah, last night gonna fall. Pangolix looking for a last second touch here. Lamb gonna be committed though by Otters to keep up that Bastion. He's trying his absolute hardest, but Pangolix eventually gonna fall to all the damage from the side of Spud Clusters. It's now just Otters and Mafia. Lilam gonna be coming in from the side, but it's not gonna matter, as yeah, Chungus Fungus unfortunately not gonna be able to find the kills, as Spud Clusters will be going up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, like I was kind of saying in the beginning, I think this game is going to come down to teams just kind of swapping around and adjusting to what the enemy team was doing. And that's exactly what Spud Clusters was doing. They adjusted what they wanted to play when they saw the Bastion went to the Malgofara, and it worked out very well for them. The points have been still pretty close, even with these like swaps that Spud Clusters have been doing. So I think that if Chungus Fungus can be able to adapt to a lot of these changes and maybe ban certain heroes to make the swaps less effective, I think Chungus Fungus can probably bring this game back.
Yeah. That was still overall though. I think just the adjustments there from Spud Clusters definitely did help them a lot. Just just running the Pharah Malga actually did look really good. I think that definitely did help Spud Clusters a lot, and I think Pinecone as well, just getting a ton of value on that Malga as well. Because even though like when he used Cage, he did just like sort of die, and I guess they did lose the fight eventually. Before that, he was able to actually able to charge otters off the map on Malga, which is not something you normally see a Malga player being able to do, is get charge kills by booping them off the map somehow. Even if it is accidental, that still is a ton of value for Pinecone to be getting there. So
yeah, I mean, because like the Malga boop, like it does move you a little bit, but doesn't move you too much. So,
maybe I'm not
kind of unlucky there. I feel like that did happen, but I mean, I feel like the Bastion pick was definitely working. It definitely made Spud Clusters have to like start swapping around a little bit, but maybe Chungus Fungus, we're also doing a little bit. I feel like this will come down to who's going to be swapping more, who's going to have the better comps at that uncertain points on time, and just these ultimates will come out.
Yeah, but again though, I do think especially Spud Clusters, they are like a very flexible team, and like I think we saw that a lot too. We saw Star Potatoes sort of go from that Tracer to that Pharah. We saw Pinecone just sort of flip flop around between the Ursa and even like the Malga too, like because I think Spud Clusters are a team where if their comp, if the comp that they're currently not running isn't working out very well, they can just swap to a comp and still basically play just as well as they would on their original comp, in my opinion, which I think is definitely one of their strong suits.
Yeah, definitely. I think that if they can keep up with this and then keep up with it a little bit more, try to adapt to what they're going to be doing, but we will be going to Numbani, which is something a little bit different, I feel like, to what Chungus Fungus might want to pick. I mean, obviously you could run like something crazy with a Bastion on Numbani, definitely can, but I'm gonna be assuming they're gonna be trying some sort of sim comp, maybe not.
I'm assuming maybe like TPing a Bastion around, because I do think symmetric comps have been very popular on Numbani, especially Numbani first point for attackers, especially considering I feel like you can sort of walk under and take that early high ground. And I think if teams aren't really prepared to sort of shoot the teleporter, I definitely do think that is a very good way to just sort of take a ton of space and pressure out their backline, because that's usually where their backline is holding as well. So it sort of helps. It sort of, I would say definitely simplifies your fight plan a little bit more, because you don't really have to set up super hard. You can just be like, okay, we're gonna walk here, and then we're gonna TP, and then we're gonna shoot whoever we see. So I think if they do try to run the symmetric here, I do feel like a symmetric Bastion comp could be in the works for Chungus Fungus on this map, but we'll see what happens, because again, Spud Clusters could just ban it.
You could just ban it. I mean, obviously Spud Clusters, they have another tank player they could always swap in. I feel like Spud Clusters, they're probably going to be trying to run some sort of Tracer dive comp. That's with a Honor Brig backline. I feel like that's probably what they would do, I would assume. I feel like they play pretty traditional. Like some maps they will be. Like I feel like they're going to run like a normal Winston dive. Chungus Fungus, I feel like they definitely have been they've been pretty creative with a lot of comps that they've been running throughout the entire season. So I feel like anything's in the air for them, I feel like. But
yeah, and we do actually have the bans. We do have the first ban from Spud Clusters. They are going to be opting to ban the Orisa. And I feel like it's mostly because I think Orisa pairs pretty well with Bastion. I think the fact that Orisa's ultimate actually combos really well with Bastion's missile form. because I think like you can pull them together, and then the Bastion can just do a ton of sort of splash damage onto your team. So, and then we are going to be seeing a substitution in for Spud Clutches. Blobs will be coming in for Kademon on DPS, and I think Blobs has definitely been known to play the Sombra. So I think maybe Blobs is trying to play that Sombra to maybe sort of counter the Bastion comp.
Sort of like Sombra dive, perhaps, but they did ban the Ana. I think Chungus Fungus did know. They do have Austin, who does like to play a lot of Ana, so I think that is a pretty good ban, especially on this map. I mean, you basically just can't play like that stable Ana Brig backline anymore. It's completely gone. You're gonna have to run like maybe like a Lucio Kiri or something. I still think if Blobs is going in to play the Sombra, maybe like a Sombra Tracer, I think the Kiri and the Lucio still works out very well for them.
Yeah, I'm assuming, but again, you can always assume that Penglix is going to be on Bastion, because obviously that's like his favorite character, right? And Symmetra is not banned either. So I feel like it definitely is possible for Chungus Fungus to maybe like try running like a Ramatra or like a different tank with like a TP. And I'm assuming the Ana maybe just there to sort of prevent anti-grenades, because I feel like anti is definitely one of the best counters to take down, I mean, I guess anyone, but especially a Bastion when he's not very mobile, and you anti him. It's really hard for I guess to keep him alive, because it's not like you can just sort of easily walk behind a corner, because Bastion has a really big hitbox, and when he's in his turret mode, he's really immobile as well. So I think maybe that could be the strat on why they banned Ana, or they could just be trying to prevent like maybe like a Nano Orisa or like a Nano Monkey from sort of tearing up their backline. So I think Ana is just like overall a pretty solid ban.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to shut down that dive, but we will be heading in the map of Nimbani very shortly. So we'll see what kind of heroes people want to run. Let's see.
Penglix actually opting to play the Ashe. Maybe so they can't sleep dart the Bob.
Oh, right. That's actually
or no, the Ana ban. I would assume it's so they can't go Ana to shut down the value that Tree of Life can get, but it does seem like that Austin is just opting to run the Baptiste. So it looks like both teams will be mirroring the Bap Lifeweaver. Definitely a very popular support
that
comp
we are
nowadays.
honestly is just straight up seeing a Bap Weaver here. I feel like, I mean, I wasn't really expecting it, but like also like I do think that with both teams running it, it's pretty even with how teams are going to want to try to play this.
Yeah, and last night we'll be starting out on the Diva heroes, and I think the Diva Hazard matchup is I would say it's like a decently fair one. I think the best thing that Diva can do is she can DM the Hazard ult for herself, and then she can also actually eat Hazards also, which can definitely deny that sort of one-shot combo potential that Hazard has. But obviously the Diva is just a very solid pick on Doombani in general to also just provide a little bit of disruption and pressure onto the DPS and backline if Last Night wants to be doing that. So it looks like Spud Clusters will just be taking this high ground right now. They're just sort of looking for a dive onto the backline, and Pinecone will be going in, but Otter's able to sustain pretty well there. Blobs is hitting a couple of good bolts here on this fray, but will be lit on fire by Pangolix. So a very slow fight, but Pangolix's Dynamite eventually will be taking down Star Potatoes, so Chungus Fungus can now push in. No real Tracer to sort of pressure out that backline. Both life grips will be committed though, so it looks like both teams are just gonna back up a little bit.
Yeah, nothing too much have happened here so far. A lot of teams are just trying to wait for that like invitation to be able to go in onto somebody, but I think Chungus Fungus is doing a great job just negating any sort of dive that Spud Clusters has been trying to do here. Obviously, Otters already has this window. Austin just built it as well, so I feel like we're going to be trying to look for like a window engage coming up shortly.
Yeah, and we're seeing the window coming out here from Otters, but Otters kind of getting pressured out really early. Maybe not expecting Pinecone to be playing all the way over their life grip. Going to be applied onto that Hazard, but Pinecone is still incredibly low, but Last Night taking a ton of pressure while trying to boost her over to that high ground. We'll have to play that for cover, but Mafia able to just flank in from behind and take down two on that Tracer. That is absolutely massive to sort of shut down this already very slow pusher from Spud Clusters.
Yeah, I think that was a very good play there from Chungus Fungus there. With that, yeah, they have me coming up with like a Diva Bomb, and yeah, the window. I don't know. I just cannot think right now. But Clusters, they're coming up on 5 ults right now. They're gonna be hopefully they're going to be going in with something really shortly. Hopefully they don't use too much as well. With Chungus Fungus, they have this tree of life. I think they're going to be trying to use to like help a lot with the sustain. We're going to be trying to run for.
And we're seeing this Tracer duel between Mafia and Star Potato, but Star Potato's recall going to be forced pretty early by Mafia. Window going to be committed by Austin, but the Tree of Life from Lylam, again, just really good at keeping the team alive, but a counter Tree of Life from Penguin, so now Chungus Fungus want to be sort of looking for any tools to sort of contest the point, and they're going to be doing exactly that with the help of the bomb and the pulse bomb, just sort of clearing out Spud Clusters. They're basically telling Spud Clusters like, we don't want you to play where your Tree of Life is most effective. We're just gonna zone it out.
Yeah, I think we did see every single ultimate get used besides Blobs that fight. I think there was like at least like Blood Clusters had 4, Chungus Fungus had like 3. So that was just one big giant all fight. Spud Clusters, they only have a minute left to push in. They do have this Bola shot, so I do think that Blobs is gonna have to look for some sort of big play here with this to try to get a pick onto somebody. I think that they really need to try to like, Last Night really needs to look to eat this.
Yeah, Last Night definitely needs to be looking at eating that, but it doesn't really matter when Pinecone already picks off Pangolux, but Mafia already doing a pretty good job of pressuring out Blobs. You can see him just firing blanks, just expecting that Tracer to be there, but Mafia now trying to stall the point. Recall going to be forced, the Pinecone able to land the slash onto that Tracer, and now recontest attempt here from the side of Chungus Fungus, and Blobs again getting pressured out by Mafia, but the land from Austin and just the bullets from Austin, good to take down that Tracer. Last Night going to be eating the bullet shot, but it doesn't seem to matter as Buck Clutches have too much space for Chungus Fungus to be going for recontest, so they will be able to cap the first point eventually.
Yeah, that was a great pick there onto Pengolex to open up this entire fight. That's exactly what they needed to take the space to be able to cap this point. They finally capped with about like 10 seconds left, so not too much time, but Blobs was caught out there by Last Night. That's something you definitely do not want to see right now. Austin, he has his window up and ready to use, but
yeah, and I think especially
big shot there from Pengolex, just basically making that window kind of useless, and it's just moving around along on the car.
Yeah, I'm assuming just again, like when the Baptiste is jumping in the air, very predictable for hit scans to sort of hit their shots on that Baptiste. So very unfortunate window there from Austin, and Last Night just going in really deep, able to get a kill onto Blobs in the lamp from Otters. Good to keep that Diva alive, and Mafia getting another post-bomb kill onto Austin as well. So Chungus Fungus doing a really good job here. They're definitely doing a good job of dragging these fights out as long as possible, because Spud Clutches, they don't really have a good time pick. They only have a minute 30, and they haven't really pushed it past the first corner yet.
Yeah, Last Night just pushing up a little bit, trying to see if they can be able to spawn hold just a tiny bit. I think they're going to be really holding this corner here. The window come out from Otters here, trying to find some sort of value, but you know, the Spud Clusters, they have a lot of ults up to be able to push through this. They're gonna have to just start doing something soon. There's only about a minute left.
Yeah, there's a defensive Tree of Life committed there from Penguin SF, just looking to keep their team sustained through that Diva engage. Hazard going to be coming through here from Pinecone, but not going to actually find anyone. The Diva Bomb not going to find too much, but the Remag able to bring Pinecone down really low, so they can actually pressure out this Hazard lock, your life grip. Going to get forced, but Mafia and Last Night not giving up the chase, but Austin actually going to be able to take down Mafia. But Pengolex with that trade though, and with that, Pinecone has absolutely no healing and just going to get taken down by that Bob. Only 40 seconds left here, and Spud Clusters, they really need to find something with these ultimates here, or else it's going to be looking really bad for them on their defense.
Yeah, I mean, Spud Clusters, they're both the DPS ults. A window's going to be coming up. They want to try to force this tree. They know they have, Fungus has this tree. That's the one thing that's going to be stopping Spud Clusters from using their ultimate abilities. But if they can at least force this tree, they'll be able to use at least one of their DPS ults to try to push this card to cap the point.
Yeah, and we're seeing that window going to be committed there from Austin. Blob's doing a ton of damage, able to shoot through that window, but Chungus Fungus just doing a pretty good job of backing up. I guess the window definitely did do a pretty good job though of giving Spud Clusters that space to finally sort of play on card here. And Star Potato has his Dragon Blade here. He has to come up absolutely massive, but Mafia going to be the first one to fall here actually. So Spud Clusters have an early advantage. Star Potato just slashing away at the Life Weaver, eventually going to be able to take down the Life Weaver. The Tree of Life not going to be able to keep Lylam alive, and the double bolt from Blobs onto Pengolex to take down the Ashe, and Spud Clusters in overtime will be able to cap second point here. 1 minute and 30 for them to push it all the way.
Yeah, Spud Clusters, they've been really slow with a lot of these pushes. They've been doing great once the overtime is about to hit, but before that, they just seem a little bit not exactly what they've been wanting to try to do for this map. But clusters, they have a lot of these ults coming up, but Chungus Fungus, they just need to kind of stall this point out for a minute. The more fights they can get in here, the more time they kill, the less of a chance they're going to actually be able to cap the point.
Yeah, you can definitely see last night really trying to take down blobs on this area, but I think like while he was doing that, it's just so easy to pressure out a D.Va who's just kind of in by herself here. But again, last night does have the D.Va available, and looks like he's just looking to hold down the point. So definitely a very smart play again, just to sort of drain that time bank. Window going to be committed though, but the Bob from Pangolus to sort of try to deny that window any value. Bob will eventually go down, but again, that D.Va bomb is still available here for last night. Last night will be forced to pop that D.Va bomb though because of the window, but last night actually able to take down 2 with that bomb, so Spud are just gonna have to back up off the back of that. It wasn't even like a booster bomb too, that was just a bomb to reinvent, but last night getting maximum value out of that.
Especially from Spud Clusters. It's coming down to the final 10 seconds. Spud Clusters, there looks like Star Player's gonna be trying to look for the touch here. He is caught out by Mafia here. But
yeah, so we got a little bit of a flexi pistol here. Only 3 seconds left. Star Potato, you have to hurry. We'll be able to get the last second touch in here. But Pinecone on that Doomfist for this final fight. Mafia going to be able to break the lamp. Placed down by Austin. Blobs does have that bullet shot available though. He has to get a ton of value out of this bullet shot, but it's going to be looking a little bit hard here with the Tree of Life. Going to be committed. Ghost of Furls actually from the side of Chungus Fungus and Otters. Going to be getting the first pick, and with that, all of Spud Clusters will be falling here. Looks like they will be getting held on this third point here. Not really going to be able to push it very far, but overall, it's still a pretty alright push there if you are Spud Clusters.
yeah, for Spud Clusters, you do take those after being in overtime for the first 2 points. Getting in there isn't too bad. You just got to be able to lock in onto this defense and try to hold Chungus Fungus down. I mean, Spud Clusters, I'm assuming they're probably going to be trying to run something. They might want to switch something up here, to be honest with you, just because of how much it seemed like they were kind of struggling here over time with some of these with this composition they had, because it just took them so long for them to actually start to see any momentum to start pushing the payload or even capping the point. So Chungus Fungus, I think they've been doing a great job so far on this map doing that, just holding Spud Clusters just back. They have not been able to really push in too much.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting start here from Pinecone. Pinecone actually going to be opting to play the Zarya. That is definitely a very unconventional pick on Doombani, because unless I do see Zarya played maybe a little bit on third point maybe, but on first point I feel like Zarya is really hard to play, because again, I feel like Zarya as a character, it's just she's just really inaccessible to those high ground areas.
You
and get forced very early by.
You really gotta rely on your like DPS to be able to actually get picks from your bubbles while you possibly just sit on point. They try to like cap it. Obviously, you can force point pretty well with those 2 bubbles, so you can live for a decent amount and try to force a tank on the point. But last night's just on D.Va. Like last night would just touch point, fly away, you know, go into your back line while you just sit on the point and are kind of like stuck there. So I mean.
Yeah, and now we see, we're gonna see how this Zarya pick really pans out here. I do think obviously the bubbles are gonna be pretty good to shut down the initial dive engage from the side of Chungus Fungus. Also really good to sort of assist your backline, especially if they're getting pressured out a lot by that Tracer. It also gives you a ton of charge for the next fight, and Blob's gonna be able to get the first pick off onto Pangolus. So I think with that, yeah, Chungus Fungus are just gonna be opting to back up here. Maybe a swap from last night, as it looks like the D.Va again the D.Va does struggle a lot to sort of hold her ground into a Zarya when you can't really DM her beam obviously, and then also Zarya can just build up a ton of charge from your primary fire and also your micro missiles. So definitely going to be a little bit more of a challenge for last night.
Yeah, I mean, this Zarya is just doing so much damage, just forcing the pull early, and they're gonna have to like wait a little bit. They're gonna have to try to force some of these bubbles to try to blow up the Zarya here, but I think the Bastion's doing a great job of trying to blow up the Zarya, forcing all the bubbles out. I mean, they really had to use a lot of like cooldowns to try to keep them alive.
Yeah, but Austin almost was able to hide into the health pack, but just gets picked off by Pangolus. Pangolus not letting that Baptiste live, and Pinecone just taking so much pressure, maybe not expecting the instant bubble break, but you kind of got to be expecting that when there's going to be a window committed there from Otters. And yeah, just overall, very clean fight when they're from Chungus Fungus.
Yeah, I think that just overall, that extreme high damage that Bastion has just kind of just bursts through bubbles so quickly. Even though you do get that like 45 energy, you're just gonna still get shredded by the Bastion itself if you don't get saved by your Brig or your BAP. So I think that's what we're trying to play for here. Try to bait a few bubbles. Try to blow up this Zarya.
And I think that's what Pinecone's going for. Pinecone is just basically just telling the D.Va, hey, shoot me. I really need energy for this next upcoming fight. But Chungus Fungus, they do have a good ult bank going into this next one. They even have the Tree of Life, and I think Tree of Life is one of the best counters for Graviton Surge, or even just the pedal platform. Pinecone taking a lot of pressure here from Mafia. Grab going to be committed though from Pinecone, but Penguin's just popping the configuration tank, or not the configuration tank, what am I saying? That's Overwatch 1. Going to be popping the That's true. Going to be popping the Bastional. I forgot what the name was called just to get that overhaul, but will eventually fall though. But Rally going to be committed from Penguin SF, but Mafia is still going to be able to get the kill onto Pinecone. So Chungus Fungus still very much in favor of winning this fight.
Yeah, Spud Cluster is going to be trying to just go Doomfist here. I guess to try to stall here. You know, they don't have that much space on third point to actually like play the game, to actually push the point. So I think we'll be trying to look for a stall here, try to look something really quickly here with this window.
Yeah, and I think that window from Austin is really good at just sort of forcing Chungus Fungus into a little bit of an uncomfortable position. We're seeing Lilam actually getting punished for that. And window going to be coming out here though from Otters, so now it should be the time for Chungus Fungus to sort of walk in, but again, Otters and Panglo's just sort of pressured out there by the back of that bomb, but Pinecone in a little bit too deep, going to get punished by the windowed Bastion from Pangolux, and now Chungus Fungus is going to be pushing in. That Spud Clusters do not have a tank, but last night taking a good amount of damage that they're going to have to really pocket this D.Va to stay alive in the life grip. I'm pretty sure it actually saved Pangolux from that pulse bomb damage, so Chungus Fungus just really good cooldown users to sort of deny these ultimates here, but is currently still a 5v5 on this point. But Austin just going to get one clip by Mafia. Mafia coming up huge there in Pangolux with a kill onto Penguin as well. No supports on the battlefield here for the side of Spud Clusters, and it will just be cleanup for the rest of the members of Chungus Fungus. They will have almost 4 minutes to push it, only 32 meters.
Yeah, they do not have that much time to actually stall the points. Spud Clusters, they're gonna have to come out pretty fast here. I mean, this is why they're gonna be on this Doomfist. I feel like the Doomfist is blown up pretty easy by the Bastion, but you know, Spud Clusters, they don't have any ultimates to work with here. They just have to be able to look for an opening pick. Mafia has his pulse bomb, trying to fight, trying to use it early. But just shooting down Austin.
Yeah, Penguin's just doing
open pick. It looks
like
Penguin
has just been doing such a good job of taking down that Baptiste to sort of basically when your Baptiste dies, like the fight's just basically confirmed.
Yeah, you kind of forget you might forget sometimes how much damage Bastion actually does, and because he just shoots right through your lamp, and he just shoots you a bunch, and then you die. And it's like, wow, I'm dead. But then yeah, but Chungus Fungus, they just looked so in control in this map. I definitely understand why they would choose this map. I mean, they just looked like they knew exactly what Spud Clusters wanted to do, and they just executed everything perfectly.
Yeah, and I think definitely a highlight player for that map is definitely Mafia, because I think Mafia always doing a really good job. You're always seeing Mafia sort of in the backline pressuring out both Austin and Penguin, and I think that's just kind of what you want to be doing on Tracer. If Mafia is not just straight up killing the backline, which he did do on a couple of occasions, he's just doing such a good job of just making some members of Chungus Fungus, not Chungus Fungus, it's just some members of Spud Cluster sort of turn around, sort of forcing them to mark the Tracer, or else their backline just will crumble. So I think Mafia definitely played a really good Tracer that map as well.
Yeah, because Tracer just is in a really good spot right now. If you're able to harass the backline and force a lot of cooldowns early, especially just like letting your Baptiste get a little bit of tension away from your tank could just be enough for you to be able to capitalize on killing the tank. So, I mean, I will agree with that. The Mafia did have a very good game, or a very good map that on Tracer there. So, I do think that Spud Clusters. I think the next map type is like Flashpoint.
It's either Flashpoint or Push. You can pick either one or the other.
Wow, that's nice. That's very nice of them.
Yeah, wow. Thank you. We have freedom to pick our maps.
Yeah,
woo!
So I'm not really sure what they want to go for here, but I feel like since they might go for a Flashpoint, I'm just kind of saying that because it's just one of the modes. that you could pick. I have no reason for that, but they might.
Do you really like Flashpoint?
I really like Flashpoint. But
I mean, also, I feel like Flashpoint would be picked just because, I mean, I think it's like a very mixed bag, right? Because obviously Spud Clutches did win on Lijiang, where it was like a sort of brawl mirror, but also I feel like the Flashpoint definitely does benefit the sort of Bastion Diva comp as well. If Chungus Fungus want to just be running that as well, so I feel like on paper for Spud Clusters, you could be like, yes, you know, like I would want to go Flashpoint because, like, you know, I think our brawl looked pretty strong on map 1, and maybe not as good on map 2, so like maybe we go there, but also definitely does open up the opportunity for Chungus Fungus to sort of run their specialty Bastion comp if they wanted to. So I think it might be a little bit tough for for Spud Clusters to pick which one, to like pick which map type.
yeah, I mean, I think for the push, that definitely revolves a lot more of just setting up in positions instead of just trying to run it down on people. So maybe they want to go for the push, just because push I think is overall a little bit of a slower game mode than Flashpoint. You can definitely make the pace a lot slower on push, and I think that's probably what they would want to try to do here, is just try to bait out the Bastion form, and then they're going to be trying to go in. But it looks like we will be getting the map selection soon.
Yep, and we will be going to New Junk City.
Junk City, so they will be going Flashpoint. I think that I'm assuming they will be trying to opt for Orisa, because I think Chungus Fungus was the Orisa banned already. I don't remember.
I don't think so. Okay. I'm pretty sure there was actually a ban. Yeah, Spud Clusters did ban Orisa, but obviously, I'm assuming that what Spud Clusters want to do is they really want to be running that brawl comp, maybe put Pinecone on the Ramatra or the Mauga, because I think that definitely has been his strong suit going into this game, and he did look really good on those two characters on Lijiang Tower. So I feel like they're just sort of trying to play around that, just make sure that, you know, they have the most comfortable time, because obviously Chungus Fungus, they don't really play the most conventional comps, so obviously, you know, you want to maybe have yourself feel the most comfortable on whatever map you're choosing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming Spud Clusters is probably going to try to run again the Mauga. They might run the Orisa or the Ram, one of the three, you know, main big brawl tanks, maybe even the Hazard here. Spud Clusters, they try to do the Hazard on Nubani, but I think Hazard could also work here pretty as well. But Chungus Fungus, they will be banning the Orisa. I was thinking about maybe an Orisa ban here, just because it definitely helps with the just shutting down a certain type of brawl. But Spud Cluster is going to be countering that with a Bastion ban. It has been done.
Yeah, so now Pangolix can't play the Bastion, but obviously Pangolix is no slouch on other characters. Like Pangolix can very easily play the Ashe or the Cassidy as well. So I feel like banning Bastion, yes, it does take away his best character, but you definitely still need to watch out for Pangolix on hit scan.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna probably be playing something a little bit. What Pangolix is probably going to be on like a Sojourn or possibly a Cass. One of those two. I think we're just gonna be seeing more standard, you know, like a Cass with a BAP Life Weaver. I'm assuming. You know, I think they're probably gonna stick with the Life Weaver. It's been working out very well for them, especially on that last map. I think they had a lot of really good pulls. That last map on Nubani and Phylum. So they'll probably be trying to stick with that. But I'm assuming we're gonna have a pretty similar map to Lijiang Tower. That's what I'm thinking. But
yeah, maybe both teams will just, I think I would assume that both teams are gonna maybe play the Ramatra, because I do think Ramatra is one of the, I think if Orisa's banned, Ramatra is definitely the second mainstay on these sort of brawlier maps. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw just like a very, I guess, like Ramatra mirror with the sort of like meta, because I'm pretty sure because it did seem like that like both teams are just sort of because like no supports were banned also, so if you want to be playing the Lucio Baptiste, you can always be doing that. And so I feel like, you know, we could just be seeing like maybe just like the Orisa. Oh, okay. And
wait, what?
Bastion unbanned. I'm cool with this. Oh, awesome. Looks like
It looks like
There might have been a little mess up.
Never mind on the Bastion ban. They don't care.
Maybe they just forgot to do the bans. It's okay. It's just a minor slip up. It's like really late. It's like,
I think Bastion and Baptiste are pretty close on the keyboard. I feel like it's pretty easy to mix up sometimes. But
yeah.
But I mean, obviously, I do think Baptiste is honestly a really good ban here as well, if that is, going to be allowed. But because especially on getting otters off of the Baptiste, because Baptiste is just really strong right now. So get otters off of the Baptiste, force him onto like some. Obviously, otters needs to play other heroes, but I think Baptiste is just the best like flex support right now in the game, especially with these brawl compositions that a lot of teams have been playing. So looking to play probably a little bit faster. Baptiste does want to play the game a lot more slower. Maybe they won't play the Life Weaver anymore, so it kind of maybe that's also like it's gonna affect that as well. But yeah, I think that's just gonna play a lot more faster with this Baptiste ban.
Yeah. So I guess we're just waiting to go back in here. So I mean, so I'm assuming so if it was a Bastion ban instead of a Bat ban instead of a Bastion ban, then like yeah, I definitely do think we're going to be seeing the Kiriko or the Juno. So definitely a little bit more faster, faster, I guess, play style from both teams here. It looks like awesome. We're going back to the map set. Awesome. We can hear the New Junk City music again. Yes. Yes. Definitely sounds like Australia.
It definitely does.
This is what Australia sounds like. If you ever go to Australia, this plays permanently in the background, I've heard.
Really? I did not know that. I might have to go to Australia and find out.
Yeah, and then you're gonna get jumped by a really big spider.
I probably would, to be honest with you. I definitely like. So
yeah, and also
maybe they lied to us. I think they said
I'm
no.
assuming I'm assuming what actually happened was they meant to ban. Maybe they didn't switch the bans. I don't know, because it looks like Bastion is still banned. All right. You know what? If they want to roll out with this ban, we'll see what happens. It looks like, however,
maybe
looks like there is just no Bastion.
It looks like they might have said no to the ban swap, but
yeah.
So sticking with this Bastion ban here.
So it looks like Chungus Fungus opting for that slower composition here with the Baptiste and that Life Weaver. Compared to Spud Clusters, they do have that Juno, so the speed ring could definitely really help Pinecone sort of go into that backline super deep if he wanted to. Last night will be popping the form first though, but not really able to walk on anybody, just sort of standing out in the open. The Pinecone taking a ton of damage, gonna have to form himself in the speed ring. Gonna get popped there from Agua, but also gonna be the first one to fall though. Again, Mafia just doing such an incredible job on this Tracer, just to pressure out the backline, and Pinecone just getting overwhelmed sort of by himself. There's Star Potato able to get the trade onto Mafia, but doesn't seem to matter as Chungus Fungus will be able to get the first cap.
Yeah, Pinecone, when he went out to actually swing to engage, he just took so much damage, was forced to just back up instantly, which gave Chungus the opportunity to move in even more onto them. Because Spud Clusters are going to be playing this Juno Brig. They're going to be playing a lot more faster than Chungus Fungus. They're going to be trying to just move in a lot more, while Chungus Fungus is just going to try to just sit there and take their engage.
Yeah, and we're seeing the really early land force there by Otter, so now Star Potato definitely has an opportunity to get a kill here, but again, just the Life Weaver doing such a good job of keeping Otters alive on the Baptiste, but last night gonna fall to Mafia. Again, getting a first kill onto his support. Mafia doing such an incredible job of that so far on this Tracer. So it looks like both teams are just not really opting to play super aggro, just sort of maybe playing a little bit slow. The pedal high noon, able to take down two. Going absolutely insane on that Cassidy. That's exactly what you want there. If you are Spud Clusters, they will be
using the enemy team's pedal platform to fight to high noon. That's pretty tough from Inmon there. But
yeah, that's exactly what you want if you are Spud Clusters. But again, Chungus Fungus still do have a pretty solid ult bank to come to for this next fight, and I definitely do think Austin and Agua, they really need to make sure that Star Potato can mark this Tracer, because Mafia has sort of been able to get a first pick onto the backline, but now it looks like Star Potato doing just a good job of watching the Tracer, making sure that she can't really get into the backline as easily. But Mafia is still looking for something there. Gets the pulse bomb stick onto Austin, so actually a trade for both sides. But losing a brick when they're 97 to rally is not really good for the side of Spud Cluster, so Pinecone will be popping that Ramatra to sustain just a little bit longer here. Pangolux with that high noon. Tree of Life going to be committed as well from Lylam though, so now Chungus Fungus have so much sustain, and they're just looking to maybe slowly burn down this Ramatra. Pinecone eventually will get taken down by Otters, as Spud Cluster is just maybe looking to stall at the point as long as possible here. But if the point does go in favor of Chungus Fungus, I don't even know if Spud Cluster can get a touch in.
Yeah, I mean, once the point is around 80%, it does tick up pretty fast. I do not think they're going to be able to have a touch here. It looks like they're possibly are going to be just playing for second point, and unless Mafia goes for a touch here.
Actually, Star Potato will be able to tag it in, but... And actually, if they can keep this point contested, this is really massive, because Spud Clusters have ghosts and portals to work with, but when you lose your Tracer a little bit early, it might be a little bit harder. And Agua, I'm pretty sure he might have gotten Juno Jax. Not going to be able to... Yeah, no Juno ult on the field, so that ultimate will be canceled. Their last side going to be able to shut down that Juno ult. And High Noon going to be committed by Cademan, but not finding anything in the last side, just able to walk onto that Cassidy for free. It's now just Pinecone, and Pinecone will get taken down, so Chungus Fungus will be able to take the first point in a very close affair.
Yeah, I mean, that point went from 99%. So, I mean, Agua is going to be... Looks like Spud Clusters are going to be opting away from the Juno Brig backline to the Bap Lucio. So they're going to be playing a lot more faster here with the stability of the Baptiste, trying to keep up the team alive just a little bit longer, especially trying to help this Cassidy here. I think Baptiste and Cassidy, when they stick together, they can just really keep each other alive, and the Cass can just put out infinite damage.
Yeah, I will say though, I do think this is maybe not really the adjustment that Spud Clusters wanted to be going for, because they do have Austin on the Lucio, and Austin is obviously a flex support player. So maybe this is like not really like his most comfortable pick, but obviously probably serviceable enough. We are seeing a very even trade right now. The Mafia able to take down Austin, but Lylam falling down on the other side. But that high noon from Pangolux able to give Chungus Fungus the space required to cap, and Pangolux getting a really clean pick there onto Star Potato, and Kidbon just getting ran over. Pinecone going to be able to get a couple of trade kills, actually taken down two, but I do think the Ramatra here will just eventually be overwhelmed. And I think if you're Pinecone, you might want to just die fast here, as yeah, Chungus Fungus still have control of this point, so you're just sort of staggering yourself out a little bit. Austin trying to live, but again, just gets chased down by that Ramatra slow, and Mafia
already at 50%. They really just stalled out this fight. Chungus Fungus with that early cap there was super beneficial for them. At the point, there's only going to be about one more fight left onto this point, and Chungus Fungus could just cap it already. So, you know, they have this, they have the Spud Clusters. The only ult they have right now is going to be this Nemesis form in the high noon. They're going to be trying to look into pushing pretty fast with it to try to maybe possibly just force this Tree of Life and just try to kill through it.
Yeah, and we already seen the early high noon, but Pangolux again able to take down the Tracer, so no, Star Potato means that Mafia can also be very uncontested here if he decides to look for a play like that. But Ramatra ult coming in from last night to take down Austin, and everyone from Spud Clusters is just all falling. Pinecone commits the Ramatra ult. I'm not so sure if that was really worth it unless Pinecone was looking for a swap.
I'm assuming possibly a swap. Maybe not.
Malka? No.
No, it looks like Star Potato said it's winnable and then ulted and then instantly died. Which is quite unfortunate for them, because I honestly, they really do need this. I think they needed this Ramatra ult for this final point right here. I mean, Chungus Fungus, they've been so dominant so far on this map so far, but losing that Ramatra ult is not what you really want to see. But the window comes out early here from Agua, trying to find some sort of like value with space.
The window coming out from both sides actually. The pulse one from Mafia, not gonna find too much, but no picks on either side, so it looks like both teams are just sort of opting to hold their ground for now. But Chungus Fungus will be looking to push again, but Star Potato just gonna get picked by Pangolux. Pangolux just finding so much value on this Cassidy, able to take down Austin as well. Catamon will be getting a trade though onto Mafia, but I don't think it's enough right now. The entirety of Spud Clusters are just so overwhelmed by just this sort of fort that Chungus Fungus have on this point right now. The Ramatra and Cassidy just able to put so much damage into Pinecone. Will be taking down the Ramatra as well, so Chungus Fungus able to take the first cap again.
Yeah, Pangolux has been just finding these constantly opening picks on the Star Potato. It looks like Pangolux knows exactly how Star Potato wants to play and wants to do, and just before the fight even begins, just instantly finding that pick. And honestly, Spud Clusters it's been really struggling for them in that fight. But
And we're gonna see the high noon coming out here from the side of Kidmon. Not gonna be able to find too much, and now counter high noon from the side of Penglux. The beat from Austin, though, they're sort of sustained through that, but you still need to watch out for Penglux, though. He could be running around that corner any second. But Mafia, again, getting Sharp Potato just not able to find that much value right now on this Tracer. But Kidmon gonna be able to get the best of Penglux, so an even fight. And last night just getting overwhelmed. They're maybe not expecting the entire of Spud Clusters to turn around there, but Mafia still getting his value on this Tracer. But Agua able to snipe out Otters from long range with the help of that window. So finally, Spud Clusters will be able to flip the point in their favor.
Spud Clusters is finding new life onto this point, onto this map. Finally going to be capping the point after unable to get any percentage from the last one. Hopefully they can be able to, they need to keep this point. They cannot lose another fight. They got to reverse sweep this map. So Pinecone has his Nemesis as the Ramacha ult once again, trying to be able to use a little more successfully, trying to maybe push past the window with it.
Yeah, Pinecone able to avoid a good chunk of the window. How does they say that though? Never mind. I was gonna say he was able to avoid the window damage.
He's blocking the Ramacha.
It's just preventing Pinecone from walking onto the team. So now he's just in a really awkward position, but Kidmon gonna be able to get the kill onto Penglux. But Mafia, again, so good at eliminating these supports, and last night just punching Kidmon to death. But Pinecone getting a good amount of trade so far on this Ramacha, and Star Potato finally getting the best of Mafia. That's exactly what you want if you're Spud Clusters. And I think Chungus Fungus are just gonna have to go at this point.
Yeah, that was a great play there from Star Potato, finding those picks that they needed onto the final point. It looks like Chungus Fungus will not be able to touch this point, and they're going to be going on to the next one. So Spud Clusters, they are still in this game. They are still in this map. So it looks like Spud Clusters, they have this pulse bomb. Star Potato might be trying to look for a early pulse bomb here, try to look for an opening pick. Chungus Fungus, they don't really have too much to work with here. They're going to be trying to play this fast. But
yeah, definitely some heroics coming out there from Pinecone as well. I almost thought that Pinecone was gonna actually die because of the Tree of Life body blocking him, but he actually manages to basically pick up 2 to 3 kills onto the backline just basically by himself. But Star Potato again just getting punished here on this Tracer. This has not really been the best map for Star Potato right now, and Mafia just taking full advantage of that now. Just you see him lurking in the backline, no Tracer to really mark him. So Chungus Fungus just gonna be able to get the first cap again.
yeah, Chungus Fungus, they've been really good at getting these first opening picks and caps. So I think it just definitely helps Chungus Fungus so much having these early caps, these early percentages. Keep trying to push forward to this map. Great pull there from Lylan, keeping Penglux just alive.
Yeah, B gonna be committed by Austin. Both of is actually from the set of Spud Clusters, so they want to be pushing up super aggro. Last night gonna fall, but Penglux able to take down Agua. That's not how you want to be dying to a high noon. Especially your Baptiste just so much healing out of the fight here for the side of Spud Clusters, and they just have to back up now as Penglux able to get a lot of kills there on that Cassidy. Oh, and Austin gonna die really late as well. That's really unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. He's got the long spawn. They only have, this is the final touch for the point, and Austin is super late, unable to speed the team back. They're gonna have to look for some sort of touch. I think they definitely have enough time for another good solid push onto this point, but it's gonna be pretty rough for the Spud Clusters without any ults.
Yeah, now we're gonna be seeing Chungus Fungus popping that window first. They want to just walk in super aggro, but Pinecone just walking right past the window, and with our Ramacha able to take down Otters. So looks like that's a very fast, clean fight win there for Spud Clusters, which is exactly what you want if you want to start kind of getting a comeback on this map.
Exactly. I mean, the last point that we had was also 99-0, and Spud Clusters capped. They got the point, so maybe they're just trying to do that again. Star Potato just respawned, so they are down 1 right now. They're gonna have to look to play a little bit farther back, try to maybe force some cooldowns or an ult early, but Spud Clusters, hopefully they're able to use this high noon to his full advantage to try to get a kill on somebody. Yeah,
and we are seeing Star Potato just now. Star Potato, of course, doing his job, making sure that Mafia can't really get his value, but Lylan's going to be popping the Tree of Life on this objective, but that's a great stick from Star Potato, and Kmon with the high noon able to take down 2. That's a third Kmon going absolutely insane on this Cassidy, basically single-handedly winning the fight there for the side of Spud Clusters, unless there could be some heroics from last night, but Lion just getting overwhelmed with that Ramattra slow, and Spud Clusters, they're pulling off a reverse sweep right now on Flashpoint.
And another great high noon there from Kademon. I mean, using the pedal platform, I mean, you can just see so much more. I mean, but it looks like they will be able to have a little bit of a stall here going on, but I think that was just about it. But we will be going to the final Flashpoint on this map. Spud Clusters, they have the momentum so far. I mean, they capped the last two. Chungus, Fungus, they might be looking to just, they might be scrambling a little bit here, trying to make sure they don't lose the map, because this is very much slipping away.
Yeah, I think Kademon has definitely really turned up this map on that Cassie. The amount of value he's getting from these high noons is absolutely absurd. Same with Pinecone as well on the Ramattra, just able to find able to find a lot of these important picks when the fight gets really scrappy, and we're seeing a lot of ultimates converted by both sides. The last night popping the Ramattra, Pangolus popping the high noon, but on the other side, Algo popping the window, but will die to the high noon. From Pangolus, and Kademon just getting chased by Mafia will eventually fall. So Spud Clusters, unfortunately, that's not really a good fight loss for you, because you did have to commit both support ultimates for that.
Yeah, I mean, Spud Clusters, you know, Chungus Fungus, again, they got the first cap on of the point. We've seen this about almost every point so far, I'm pretty sure, but I think Chungus Fungus, they're gonna really try to look to lock down this point. They're gonna need to. I mean, they have this window once again. I think they're looking to possibly win down this high ground with this cast here, especially since Spud Cluster is going to be on the other side of the map. But Star Potato finds an early pick on the Mafia. Caught out a little bit there, but here comes the window from Otters.
Yeah, and that's a great pulse bomb. Lamp going to be forced, but still, yeah, that still is a very high value pulse bomb, just getting rid of such an important ability, and Pangolus just going to get overwhelmed there. The slow from Pinecone actually going to be able to deal the finishing blow, but they really do need to speed up the spy win if they want to be able to take this map. But Mafia going to be able to get the pick off onto Kademon, and now the Tree of Life from the side of Chungus Fungus. So Chungus Fungus actually turning this one around in the favor, but as I say that, the Ramattra ult coming out here from Pinecone, he needs to come up huge here with this Ramattra ult, but it's just so hard to kill people through that Tree of Life. There's running so much to stake. He's just trying to kill Lylan, but the Tree of Life doing such a good job. But eventually, though, Otters will fall in. I'm pretty sure
it's already 99%. I mean, it's just the final point.
Yeah, but last night actually getting 2 kills. This fight has been so chaotic right now.
It's going
they're
able to touch the point.
Yeah.
Wow,
that was such a back and forth fight.
Yeah, the final fight there. It looked like at the beginning it was going towards Spud Cluster, but I think Mafia there finding 2 picks there just really made Chungus Fungus win that point right there. Even, you know, Pinecone tried his best with, you know, that Ramattra ult, but was unable to find any kills. That was a huge Tree of Life there from Lylum. The healing from that Tree of Life is just way too much. You're just unable to kill anything.
You were watching Pinecone. You were watching Pinecone hit every single pummel on the Life Weaver, but it's just the pedal platform and like, nope, I live forever. And then even though Star Potato eventually did get the kill onto Otters, it was just such, man, I just think the amount of sustain, I feel like the ultimate fight just definitely just benefits Chungus Fungus more at the end of the day.
Especially since that point was basically just one big long fight. They had the initial point where they capped it, and then after that, it was just that fight right there. I mean, that fight went back and forth. The sustain of that tree just definitely helped so much with that. It brought down all of Spud Cluster's cooldowns and resources. They had nothing left once the tree went away, and Chungus Fungus were full HP, so they were able to just capitalize and win this map here. It's 2-1. I mean, it's match point here for Chungus Fungus. Spud Clusters, they're going to be going to a escort map. They're going to be able to try to pull something up here. I mean, perhaps they want to switch something up a little bit. They're down 2 maps. I mean, they got to do something here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it still was very close to from Spud Cluster, so I wouldn't count them out just yet. I have a suspicion that we could have like another map 5 series, simply because like I feel like Spud Cluster is almost reverse sweeping Dujung City. I think it definitely does prove that this is like a very capable roster. So I think like if Spud Clusters can really pick a map and a comp that goes in their favor, it could really just help them win.
Honestly, I definitely agree. So especially since Escort is a very different type of map. compared to the last one. So compared to New Junk City, it's pretty similar to Nubani, but I mean Nubani. But even though Chungus Fungus though, they were very dominant on Nubani, especially when they were pushing that payload, and Escort's all about pushing that payload. So we will really see. I mean, here's the map stats and the maps they are actually able to pick. Not too many Escort maps played from either Chungus Fungus or Spud clusters, but perhaps they'll go Watchpoint Gibraltar here, just because that's the only map so far they've won on it. But yeah, we'll see from that. But
We shall see what happens.
yeah, unless they want to go some sort of brawl with a root, try to play a little bit different. Maybe they want to go root and try to play Hazard. Hazard's pretty good on root, so they might want to try to do something like that. But I do.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think Pinecone has definitely played the Hazard before, and he's very capable on that character. So if they wanted to play a more dive-oriented map, that would be I would say a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if they have any more swaps that they need to be doing here. I think a lot of the players have played already, so I think that they're just going to be trying to sticking with it. We haven't seen too much Winston gameplay, so I'm not sure if we will actually see it.
That's
Perhaps
true.
they might try to ban Baptiste on this map point, on this map. If they go root, I think Baptiste is really good on root, on Rialto. So if they want to go to one of those maps, they could do that, ban the Baptiste, or maybe Chungus Fungus will try to prevent the Baptiste ban. Obviously, since they know now they want to ban Baptiste, they're gonna maybe protect the support, but it looks like they will be choosing Watchpoint Gibraltar. They will be going that map. So I am very curious on what they will be banning. Maybe Chungus Fungus might try to protect the support here.
Yeah, or maybe last night definitely does play a good amount of the D.Va, so if they want to ban a tank to kind of force a D.Va mirror, that could also be a possibility for Chungus Fungus.
Banning D.Va, getting him off of D.Va, maybe forcing... I'm not sure if last night plays too much Winston. So that could be a good ban as well. Forcing maybe Winston or just Hazard, or maybe even a ball. That could be funny. But it looks like we will be into the ban phase right now. We see here about kind of characters we could be choosing here. I'm not quite sure. I mean, again, Chungus Fungus cannot ban Ana, which I don't know if they would want to do that anyway. I don't know if they would really want to ban a support. Possibly maybe just banning a Kiri just to protect support so Spud clusters can't ban. Or maybe they might think they might ban D.Va, ban Hazard. I think that would be a pretty good ban as well, possibly.
Yeah, definitely. I think if for banning a backline, maybe they would want to ban maybe they want to get rid of this Lifeweaver, kind of force teams to be running the Brig, potentially.
That could be a pretty good ban as well. I think the Lifeweaver has been getting a lot of value, especially with those trio lives. And I'm assuming those pulls are pretty annoying to play against sometimes, especially when you think you got somebody killed, but they just get pulled away and then they just live. So I think the Lifeweaver has been pretty annoying so far with for Spud clusters. I mean, that trio life, especially that last point, really just clutched up there. But also, I'm not really quite sure if they will be going for any DPS bans here. I think that they're going to probably be sticking with maybe a tank or support, just to try to force something away. But
yeah, looks like both teams are a little bit indecisive about their bans. I mean, I get it though. It's kind of hard because it's
before
just
we get into a series.
Yeah, it's really hard to.
It's kind of
they're banning Widowmaker
now. Abandoning Widowmaker. I mean, I could see. I think Star Potato plays Widowmaker, or maybe Blobs, but I think that that would be. I think banning Widowmaker is pretty safe, especially since a Widowmaker could take over an entire lobby and is just can be just really annoying to deal with. So
yeah.
But
Looks like the Diva ban will be coming out here from Spud Clusters. They definitely, I'm assuming it's because I think Last Night has shown a pretty solid Diva so far this series. So obviously you want to be getting rid of that.
I do think that is a very good ban there for Spud Clusters. I'm not quite sure what else Chungus Fungus they will be running. I'm assuming maybe they just might try to force the Winston here, or maybe go for like a Hazard or something like that. Or maybe they'll go Roadhog. Pull out the biggie.
Yeah, true. I love playing Roadhog on Gibraltar. It didn't really work the one time I tried to play it, but it was a little bit funny.
But looks like we're going to be going into the map here. But, you know, this is going to be match point here for Chungus Fungus. If they win this map, they're going to be moving on to the playoffs. Going to be one of the 4 teams selected by the top 14, by the top 2 teams in each seed to move on to the playoff bracket. So the Spud Clusters, they need to win this map to stay alive. They got to pull out everything they have left in them for this map. They got to be able to win this. But Chungus Fungus, they are looking pretty confident.
Ramatra. That is a very interesting pick on Gibraltar.
That is pretty interesting. It looks like they might just opt to just like kind of like they are on defense first, so it looks like they might spawn hold. Some sort of like spawn hold, or just like hold the corner and just kind of just hope that they are able to not push the card as much, try to just waste as much time as they possibly can. But Spud Clusters, obviously, they're going to be going for the Hazard. They're going to be trying to go around the team, try to kill them. But
yeah, and we're finally going to be seeing we are finally going to be seeing the Ana coming through here. So looks like the Sim TP just good to set the backline up in a different position. Blobs will be on the Pharah, and oh, hello, hello Bineko.
Hello.
Okay, well, yeah, Mafia is going to have to back away from that one a little bit. Looks like both teams, I feel like this Ramatra is still really curious. I'm not really sure what the value of Ramatra is.
I will say they do have the life weavers. So the Ramatra will be probably using that pedal platform as much as he can to try to get up to the high ground.
Yeah, but again, I feel like on this Ramatra, you want to sort of be walking into the backline, but last night's just like playing really slow, and I think because of that, Mafia is going to get picked by Pinecone, because Mafia was just kind of on his lonesome there. The grip from Milam, good to save last night for a couple more, just like 2 more seconds before he dies, so it looks like Chungus Fungus will have to just slowly back up for now, as Blobs applying a ton of pressure onto this Chungus Fungus roster. Beautiful from Blobs there to take down the Baptiste. And if I'm Chungus Fungus, I might just have to honestly give up first point here, especially if you lose Pangolix. But looks like Pangolix will be able to back up here. So a recontest attempt from Chungus Fungus, and maybe this is where the Ramatra pick can kind of come into value here, as the Ramatra will be fairly good at just sort of sitting on this objective. But again, who can you really punch besides this blocking Hazard in front of you? You know, you have this Pharah on this high ground that you can't really hit. You have people in server room that you can't really reach because you don't have a speed boost either. So I feel like the Ramatra is a little bit hard, but again, Mafia getting his value on this Tracer, once again able to take down the Ana. Tree of Life going to be committed though, but Pinecone just going to die from that though, so Spud Clusters will eventually fall and we'll just have to back up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spud Clusters, they push the payload pretty far here. I mean, no ults have really been used so far. We've seen a few here from Spud Clusters, but Chungus Fungus, they're gonna have 4 ults built up here. Like you're gonna need to rotate these pretty correctly. I think they could be able to just like ride out this map to overtime.
Yeah, and also, yeah, I think Chungus Fungus with this Ramatra, I guess like the value of it is that like you can just sort of sit your Ramatra on point and the team has to basically ignore you, and Blobs goes for the barrage, but
they try to barrage the sleeping Hazard.
You're just barraging a Ramatra with block up. You can't really kill through that, so Blobs is gonna get punished immediately by Otters, who also popped the window. And yeah, Otters just planning so many clean shots there onto Star Potato. Pulse I'm gonna go white as well from him, so Otters just looking for this ego duel onto the Tracer, but gonna eventually just sort of wait up here. But Spud Clusters do have this high ground position. That's a huge Hazard ult. Able to hit a ton of members, but the Tree of Life from Lylam good to maybe up Otters, but no,
big nade there.
Oh,
Austin finding both of the backline there. I mean, it looks like this might be a first cap for Spud Clusters.
Yeah, and last night popping the Ramatra ult here. I'm not so sure. Maybe,
but it's gonna get anti-naded in.
Oh, yep.
Blown up.
You are dead.
Yeah, it looks like they will be capping the point here. That was a very good Ramaltra out there, or Hazard out there from Pinecone. They were all stuck in that small little corridor area. They had nowhere else to go, and they all just died from that. So they're able to easily cap that first point.
Yeah, and I also feel like Austin definitely doing his job very well there, making sure to ante the team so that Tree of Life could not really get the value. Sleep Dart from Austin gonna go a little bit wide, so definitely gonna have to watch out here. Gonna have to rely on the life group of Penguins, gonna be able to take down Austin before Agua can help out his other support here. So Chungus Fungus will just be, again, this Ramatra will just be sitting on cart, and that does apply a lot of just good pressure there. Ramatra can sort of hold the block to sort of prevent the damage from just sort of like from obviously the sort of front angle that they're going to be coming in from. Yeah, the wall, but will be able to survive obviously. So Spudclassers just really need to maybe punish the backline of Chungus Fungus first.
Yeah, Chungus Fungus, I mean, they're on this like Ramatra comp, so they're gonna have to try to look to walk onto this backline, but it's gonna be pretty difficult. I mean, Spudclassers, their backline is gonna be mostly just sitting like really far away from them.
With the help of that pedal platform, able to make it up to their team. Both Lamp is committed, but last night just able to pummel Austin to death. I don't really know if Agua was there or maybe there was like a miscommunication on where to play, but when you lose your Ana, you just kind of have to wait again. So Spudclassers, their time is just really slowly going down, but at the end of the day, it's really going to matter a lot of these fights. Pinecone is so incredible. They cannot
on the 1 HP from
let
that
him die.
But it looks like Pinecone will be living to see another day. But big shot there from Blobs, finding Mafia there. That's a very good opening pick. They're gonna be able to. Their support line's gonna feel a lot more free to be able to push in.
Yeah, and Otter's just getting slowly chunked down by Pinecone and Austin Will. So no Baptiste now, and yeah, Pinecone just gonna be blocking to take down Bangalex. He is so incredibly low, but again, yeah, the life grip from Agua absolutely perfect to save the Hazard. So Spudclassers can finally get this cart rolling once again. Chungus Fungus, so they still do have a couple of ultimates, so I feel like this is going to be a very ult-heavy recontest from both sides here. And I think Pinecone's Hazard ult is going to really be the defining factor on who can win.
Yeah, but the window's gonna be coming out here from Otters. They're gonna be trying to find as much value as he can from that. Mafia does find Star Potato very early on, so and these pedal platforms are really working out pretty well for last night, trying to get up to the top of the ship.
Just so much high ground position able to be taken there.
Oh, almost got it. One more time.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
now he's on top of the ship. Now he's in the world.
That's true. And Pangalex has this bomb available here, but Lilam going to be the first one to fall to Tree of Life. Obviously, can't really help with the burst damage of the pulse bomb, but Pangalex with the bomb able to take down Austin. So no Ana on the field. That is really bad here for Spudclassers, and then they lose Agua, so they have no healing. They really have to rely on this bomb to sort of stall out here for the side of Spudclassers, but Pinecone going to fall to the pulse bomb. Mafia getting a great stick onto the Hazard to eliminate that possibility. Star Potato going to fall as well, so yeah. Everyone on Spudclassers will be falling, and they will be held on second point here on Gibraltar.
Yeah, I think this Ramatra has just been put the Ramatra onto the point, and he won't die. And you know, it's been working out very well for them. I think they've just been wasting as much time. They try to use so much resources to try to kill last night, but then last night just kind of holds block, and then just doesn't die. And I think Otters, especially with Otters, just kind of like keeping it up, keeping alive. Same with Lilam. Anytime he's far under the point and he's taking too much damage, Lilam could just pull him away so easily. And then last night can get full HP, walk right back onto the point, stall a little bit, get pulled back. You know, they just keep on doing this over and over and over and over again, just killing all the clocks while Pangalex and Mafia just go into the backline, go into the DPS, and just finding all these opening picks. And just kind of trying to just distracting their team.
Yeah, and obviously the scoreboard that actually showed up earlier, Spudclassers had very similar death numbers to Chungus Fungus. Besides Austin, died 5 times on the Ana. So I feel like you just can't have your Ana just getting picked off so many times, because when you don't have your Ana, your team can't really push in. And I feel like Chungus Fungus was really able to take advantage of the fact that once Austin does fall, they can just sort of Spudclassers just have to wait. So that's like another 10-15 seconds off the clock, and I think that's what really, that really made it hard for them to push onto the point, or like get more pushing.
Definitely agree. It looks going to be sticking to a very similar composition. They're going to be trying to all go from the high ground, but they got booped off from the tree there, unable to stay up with the team. But
yeah, but Blob's
doing a
taking
very good job
ton of
blocking
pressure
in.
early. Yeah, and actually, yeah, last night in a pretty good position to actually brawl them if they wanted to. So it looks like Blob just taking this duel with Pangalex. It's a very, very close affair though. But the pedal platform breaks and Blob's just really alone there. I don't know if his team was really there to support the Ashe. As soon as that pedal platform fell, it just looks like Blob's just kind of in a world of his own. So Blob's gonna fall really early. So Spud Cluster is just gonna have to play, really safe for now, as they don't have their Ashe. Chungus Fungus is taking a pretty again, they're putting the Ramatra on point and just having everyone else just sort of scatter around there. So Mafia not going to be the one on the cart because where it usually is a Tracer on the payload. Actually is going to be the Ramatra, so Mafia can really dive the backline a little bit more here, as Mafia actually though going to be the first one to fall to start off this fight. So if Spud Clusters want to be getting a hold, this has to be right now. But again, Chungus Fungus, they just really, I think, right, it's really hard for Last Night to sort of leave right now though. He's just sort of stuck onto this point, but again, Ram has a ton of survivability, but if this Ram dies, it could be bad here for Chungus Fungus, but he's not really dying right now.
To do enough damage to Last Night to force him away, and they're able to actually wait for the whole team to come back to regroup and get the window out.
Yeah, this Ramatra pick from Last Night is has strangely been a very strong core piece of what's really helping out this Chungus Fungus roster, as even though Mafia did fall, Last Night just sitting on the point, they're just forcing out, just basically Spud Cluster just shooting him nonstop, like, hey, shoot me, Spud Cluster, shoot me, and then like, you know what, Chungus Fungus, we're just gonna have our entire team back, and then Pangala's just gonna get a random pick there onto Austin, which is exactly what you want. Again, if you're Spud Clusters, you're getting rid of that Ana, so much healing eliminated for Spud Clusters. So if you are Spud Clusters, you really need to find your magic on this point here. 4 minutes for Chungus Fungus to push.
Yeah, the early nano onto Pinecone, trying to go in and trying to find otters, but able to get away with a big sleep burn wall there from Pinecone and Austin to try to keep Last Night Split away.
Yeah, but the Ramble is absolutely massive. Yeah, okay, this is a very heavy fight, but Pinecone is gonna get bursted down. So there's no tank available on the side of Spud Clusters. They already lose Austin as well. If Agua dies, I think that could just be it here.
It looks like
Bob's not even able to use the Bob. That is so unfortunate there. This is gonna have to be a touch from just Pinecone here for the side of Spud Clusters, but Chungus Fungus 100% in control of this map. Pinecone trying to touch Austin next up, but it's not gonna matter. Chungus Fungus gonna be able to roll the cart in a 3-1 victory for Chungus Fungus to make it to the playoff bracket.
Yeah, Chungus Fungus, they looked like they were really in control for that last this map right here. I mean, it looks like they just knew how to push this payload. Like even with the Diva ban and playing Ramatra on Gibraltar, like they were able to just sit on the point. Like that Ramatra lived for so long. They were not able to force out the Ramatra to keep, like, to try to force them out to be able to push in. But you know, Chungus Fungus, they win. They move on to the playoff bracket. They're gonna be one of the 4 teams chosen. So congratulations, Chungus Fungus.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like the Ramatra pick, I've never seen the Ramatra pick before, but it actually worked out really well for Last Night. Just the fact that he was able to sit on the payload, and Spud Clusters, they couldn't do anything about it. You know, it's just like, dang, there's like a Ramatra, and like I'm trying to
Ramatra just
shoot the Ramatra, but like, yeah, the Ramatra's just blocking, and like Otter's just building up window. It's like, man, what can, like, it's like, you know, like, what can you really do here? So now for A-League, we do have 2 confirmed teams for the playoff. For the overall playoffs, we have Polaris and we have Chungus Fungus, and then we will have the Marin Mallets versus Once More game, and also the Green Reaper versus Campfire Song Some game.
And they will happen
most
eventually.
likely later. Yeah, later this week, most likely.
We are hoping before next weekend. So
yeah, because then of course, yeah, because then of course the top 4 teams can start to pick their opponents for the actual playoff bracket, and if you had to give an MVP to anyone on Chungus Fungus, who would you personally give it to?
Chungus Fungus. I mean, I feel like a lot of the players really like shined out, but I feel like there's 2 players in my mind right now that I feel like I feel like it would be either have to be Otters or possibly Pangalex. Like Pangalex, especially on New Junk City, finding those opening picks every single fight on those Star Potato really helped out a lot. But Otters also just being able to pocket last night. Last night was like never dying. Otters was building up windows like crazy, finding so much value with that. So
Yeah, in my honest opinion though, I feel like Otters is always just going to be like, that's like always going to be an easy MVP pick. Definitely one of the strongest flex supports in BPL currently. He is definitely, like highest SR for a reason. Like you can just tell just the mechanics, the cooldown usage, very clean from Otters. So I mean, yeah, I guess Otters is definitely would be the MVP.
You can give it to Otters.
Yeah, but definitely strong work there from Pangalex, and also definitely Mafia as well, doing a pretty good job on the Tracer. But in my opinion, I think Otters just doing such a good job of sort of keeping the team alive throughout everything that Chungus, throughout everything that Spud Clusters tried to throw at them.
Yeah, I cannot disagree more with that. So.
You cannot disagree more?
Yeah, I mean, I agree more. Not disagree. I agree with that. But, yeah, Chungus Fungus. Yeah, here is B League. Look at this.
Oh, yes, the B League.
All the B League playing games have ended, so... The
Blind Music Society, Requiem, Borealis, and Birdwatch will be making it to the playoff brackets, and now it's just up to these, the top 4 teams from both... the top 4 B League teams to sort of pick and choose between, between who they want to pick first. If I'm anyone in B League, I think Borealis would definitely be the last team that I would want to go up against, because I'm pretty sure Borealis was just sort of the unfortunate 3rd seed pick because of a map differential difference, most likely, and also Blind Music Society as well, definitely very strong contender as well. So I think those are the top 2 teams that I'd really be watching out for if you are any of these teams in the playoff bracket for B League.
Yeah, gotta be watch out for some of these teams. We're gonna be hoping for some good playoff games. Here's the C League bracket, a lot smaller, a lot less teams, but we got our play-in round 1 and a round 2 game done. We still got one more left, but I don't know when that game is. Hopefully, again, by next weekend. But yeah, we got Terrapin making it to the playoff bracket, while we still have Boa versus the Bear. So. I got that game to look forward to, but very awesome brackets, very interesting brackets. I'm hoping for some nice good playoff games, maybe some underdog stories to emerge from these. But I'm excited for playoffs. I will say that.
Yeah, honestly, I just feel like seeing these games finally go to 1st to 3 instead of 1st to 2. I think it's just really good too, because it's just like so much more Overwatch that can happen. So it's like, it's
Overwatch,
great.
so much more crazy things that can happen. You'll see like, a lot more bans are gonna happen. A lot more maps are gonna be played. Or just a lot more teams are gonna be thinking so much more about what they actually need to do, because it's playoffs. It matters. Every single game is gonna be way more important than the regular season.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess that sort of wraps up this game for now. It wraps up the day for BPL. This has been a pretty good amount of play-ins games overall. So there's going to be a couple more play-ins games, most likely later this week. But then after that, it will be time for the official playoff bracket. So thank you for everyone who tuned in to watch this very entertaining series from Chungus Fungus and Spud Clusters, and I guess we'll see everyone on a different day for some more BPL action.
Bye-bye.
어디서부터 참을 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent so much time. 우린 이미 너무 먼 길을